Welcome back to the channel. I am Casually Farms, and this is our first series called The Herd here on Ray County, Missouri. And essentially, we have a couple questions to answer. The first off being, can we successfully start a cattle and pig operation with the help from you guys becoming the cattle and the pigs? We have $1.5 million. We're starting with no land. We're starting with no equipment and no animals. So can we do it? Let's jump right into it. And we need to start purchasing the land first off. We're going to buy this farm here, and it comes with field 16, which has about 18.5 acres of corn on it at this moment in time. We're going to purchase that. That's going to be a pretty big chunk down in. We got $801 left. Okay, we can't just buy one. We're going to have to buy two. Field 17, which is just kitty corner, we got 10.69 acres. Good Lanta. All right, we're going to buy that one. That one's got some soybeans on it as well. And since we're doing some cattle, that means that we're going to have to do some sort of bales of some sort. So field 19, we're going to purchase field 19, which is 11.86 acres. All right, we're going to purchase that up, and we're going to buy that. That's going to leave us with only $579,000. All right, well, it's a beautiful October morning here as we start this here, and wow, would you look at that? We got the decorations out already. Imagine that. All right, so we still have $579,000 left in our bank account, and we essentially need to start doing some harvest here. So we're gonna have to kick this off and purchase some equipment so we can start doing some harvesting. Let's open up our menu to purchase some of our vehicles here. And we're gonna be using a mod that's gonna give us more options of things to buy at a discounted price, but they are gonna be, used equipment. So we do need to be careful with what we are purchasing, but we for sure are going to need a tractor. I'd like to find like a do-it-all tractor. We're gonna need a combine. We're gonna need, we need everything. So we're going to look through this stuff here and see what we can buy. I do know for this map in particular, we need this mod right here. It's a special mixer for this map that I know that we're going to need. So we might as well get that one purchased off the bat. We do have some balers here. That's great. Well, let's continue to look down this here and see what else we can find. We do have some sort of New Holland disc bind. We can look at that as well. We do have a combine. Hey, that's a great. So yeah, that one actually, you know what? We're going to keep that one on the docket. We're going to come back to that and look at that. Ooh, we do have a little bit bigger baler here. All right. Well, this is the John Deere accumulator. That is a round baler. Does 181 centimeters. That's kind of an odd one compared to the base game, which I think is 180. Oh my, look. Okay. For 37,000, how could you not go with this one right here? This is a tractor that would do it all. Definitely, we're going to have to bump the horsepower up though, I think, but maybe we can get by. Maybe we wouldn't have to go with the big tractor. This, the 8410. Like this one here, which is 270 horsepower, but why not at 50,000? At 50,000, it'd be just silly not to, wouldn't we? It'd be super silly not to. All right, we're going to go ahead and get this 8410 for $53,000. That's a heck of a steal. We are going to have to do some maintenance on this first off the bat. All right, so we got that done. So with harvest right around the corner, I do think that we're obviously going to need a combine, and I am kind of staring down this. This is a 2366. And I think what we're going to change is I kind of like the duals more so than the individual standard floating tires. For whatever reason, I like those style of tires on here. We want the side protectors. We don't need the decals, rear weights. We don't need that. We can keep everything standard on this for $40,000. It's going to work. So let's get this one bought. We're going to get ourselves all right, so with a couple of this equipment bought here, let's get this stuff out of the way because we're going to have to kind of get some more stuff purchased here. So let's get this stuff moved out of the way. Look at that tractor. This is going to be a nice tractor to be able to use around the farm and get most of our heavy work done with this one. We'll definitely be able to, utilize this tractor for pretty much anything that we can think of. All right, with the combine here, I do know we're going to need a corn header and we're going to need a bean header. What we're going to have to go with here. So let's get this one purchased. Let's get this one here, and that's going to be $14,000. Not too bad of a price there. So let's get this stuff here, and let's get all of this stuff out of the way because we got to keep purchasing more equipment for this farm, but we got to be very cautious of what we're spending here because we always still have $408,000. So we're going to have to really kind of, you know, take it easy with what we're buying here. Believe what we're going to want to do first is we're going to want to get these soybeans done. So let's fire up the case 2366 and get the header attached onto this thing here. Let's get this thing fired up, ready to go. Let's get this thing dropped down and start harvesting these soybeans. We're going to be keeping the straw swath on here. That way we can create enough straw and hopefully continue to make a little bit of money here. Because of what we're going to be doing with this particular playthrough is we are going to be having the realistic animal mod on here. So that way I can name the cattle after you guys. The way that you guys get your names in here for a random drawing is subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to go down in the description, join the Discord, and hop on over to the channel in there, and it says join the herd, and follow the prompts on how to enter your name, and then there will be a random drawing for some cows or pigs, depending on which one you want to play. There is a limit of 100 pigs, and I don't have quite a limit yet on the cows, but there will be a limit at some point for the cows themselves. This is going to be an interactive one with you guys because I need your guys' help. Without you guys, I can't get more cattle. The hopes is that we're going to have to sometimes wait until some of the cows are actually born, just because that's the way that this realistic mod actually works, is they can only reproduce if there is a bull with them. It's not like the regular base game animal system. It is completely overhauled. So it's going to be kind of a learning curve with us and with you. And if you guys have any tips and tricks, don't be afraid to leave them down in the comments section down below. So that way we can help not just myself, but we can help the community in a whole. So if you guys have some tips and tricks on any of this stuff that we are doing here in Farming Simulator, if I'm doing something wrong, don't be afraid to let me know, but be nice about it. That's all I ask. Just be nice about it. Be courteous people. I'm really liking the way that these textures on this ground is looking. That is looking really good. The deformation on the field as well is looking mighty fine. This is looking really good. So it's early 8 o'clock in the morning. It is pretty foggy out here in this October morning, 63 degrees. What I'd like to try to do is get some of this all harvested before we get any of this cattle stuff done. We're gonna have to just work on this field here. I know that Alfalfa field that is across the road down the lane there is definitely something that we need to get ourselves worked on as well here to get our first cut of Alfalfa before it gets too terribly cold out. We're coming up to our first pass here, and we are like, we aren't even 50% full, which is pretty bad for this field. We're going to be able to make another round, I'm betting. We'll have to get ourselves to 8410 with the Parker wagons up here. Probably only really need one of them, but we'll keep both of them here for us. But yeah, this is going to take us a little while here. So this map is really unique. No Creek Farms has kind of modeled his own soil. So it's not precision farming soil from Giants. This is a map custom soil here, but we haven't even actually done any of the precision farming stuff yet. But we'd like to try to do that just because, you know, then we can put in the right applications and the right amounts of seed and fertilizer and herbicide and all that kind of stuff to be able to make this more efficient, cost efficient on our end of things. It looks like we're at about 82% full right now. I'm not quite sure if we're going to be able to make it all the way around because there was a couple spots just on the other side over here that we were getting quite a bit better yielding off of that. So it's going to be kind of close. We might be able to make it, maybe not. We'll find out here very shortly. So as we're coming up this hill, rolling back towards the farm, we're sitting at 93% full. I'm thinking we can make it back. We're going to have to grab the 8410 and bring that around with the gravity wagons here so we can unload up here in that grass section over here. All right, looks like we are completely full. Let's get this thing backed up here. Be able to just kind of hopefully swing right up underneath the auger there. Hopefully we fit. I think that auger... Oh, geez. I think that auger is far enough out. Yeah, we're going to have to really watch that dual over here, though. It's going to be tight. It's going to be pretty tight. We might have to hop out and maneuver the combine around a little bit here. There we go, getting that filled up. First load of beans getting dumped into the grain cart there. And we didn't even fill that up partially All right, so I would like to mention that this series is going to be kind of we're kind of not do a whole lot of role playing stuff. It's just going to be kind of as we kind of play the game here, just kind of a playthrough, more style of this, kind of a survival. Is can we keep you guys as the animals alive? All right, so we got the lines indicating here. We're just going to pull this up so that way we can see where our first start is. Now let me know, guys, do we want to continue? I think I'm going to do this field with the straw swath enabled like this, but let me know down in the comment section. Should we enable this for the soybeans or disable this for the soybeans? I know we want to do it for the corn, so that way we can actually make, which I believe is called corn fodder. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's what it is called. But, you know, if we can get straw off of this as well, that's, I guess, you know, that's going to be beneficial for us because we can actually just sell that even more. We can actually utilize more of the land, of the crops that are on the land. I think it'll be fine. But let me know down in the comments down below if we should continue to keep dropping the soybeans like this, or shall we change it up and not drop it? All right, so now our time scale is on 5 up there on the top right. It's about 10 o'clock, so I'm not quite sure. We're on single days. We're not on 2 days. I don't think we quite need that quite yet. For this size of a map, the fields aren't terribly big. You can usually get most of the stuff you want done in a single day. Now, there might become a chance where we actually have to bump that up to 2 days. And kind of maybe, you know, we're just going to have to kind of play with it and test with it and see how it goes. So we need to get this field done. Hopefully next go around when we plant this field, you know, we're not going to have as much weeds in there as we do right now. So it's one of those things. Unfortunately, that's the way the field was when we got it. We're just going to have to deal with it. Well, we're going to pick this thing up because we're sitting at 98% full. Let's back out of here. We're going to shut this thing off and we're just going to drive it up to the up top up there, so that way we can unload this just directly onto the gravity wagons and we don't have to walk up there since we're a single farmer on this farm. So yeah, we're just gonna have to drive this up there. All right, we'll get this front one filled up here. All right, that one's full. Let's see if we can catch this back one here. Perfect. All right, well, we don't have a whole lot left. I think the rest of this is probably gonna fit on the combine here. We're going to swing back around this way, and we should be able to catch that. Should be able to catch this down here. Now, this is a good-looking combine, though. It is 2366, not too shabby. When I first started helping my uncle, I believe that this was the first combine that he had when I started helping him. And since then, we've upgraded some combines, but yeah, I'm pretty sure, and it might have been the same size header. Just not this exact number header right here. I can't remember if that was what it was. If it was the 3050, I just don't quite remember. I think we're just gonna have to sell these bales because we don't need too many of them. The only ones that we really need straw for is the calf weaning barn, because the big pasture one is designed that it's not going to create any manure. So we don't really need any straw for that, although you can put straw in it. It just gives it the aesthetics that there's straw in it, but I don't think we're going to need to put anything in there. So I don't think we're going to need a terribly large amount at the start. You guys are going to want to stay tuned because we are going to start implementing some cows here towards the end of this episode, because, you know, we got some people that want to become animals on this series. So thank you to every single one of you. I know there's some of you that didn't get in, but hey, you might be able to get in the next random drawing that we have. Well, we're at 92% full on this, and I'm kind of afraid that we're going to get stuck down at the very bottom. So I think what I'm going to do is we're just going to lift this back up, and we're going to go and just dump this on the wagons themselves, and that way we can continue on. And the back, this should fill that back wagon, and we should be able to put this into the first bin. That's pretty exciting to get this first load dumped into the bin down here. All right, let's see if we can get this thing in there. Yes, we can. All right. Yeah, we should be able to probably fit the rest of this in there. Everything should be on wheels that we can get up into the yard up there. So these two can get unloaded into the bin themselves. I don't think that we're going to probably get the rest of this stuff on that wagon, but you never know. We'll attempt to try it anyways. Well, with this field almost being completed here, we only got a couple more passes here. we still have a lot of work to do here on the day. I would like to get this stuff, once this field's done, get this unloaded into the bin, get the combine switched over to start doing some corn. But first, we gotta go grab ourselves a bite to eat for lunch since we're close to home. I'd like to introduce the cows and the pigs to the farm. So we'll get this field done first, unload everything, get this stuff unloaded into the bins up there, grab ourselves a bite to eat, and then we'll go over and we will start looking at some of the animal situations. So if any of you are unfamiliar with the realistic livestock mod, this mod puts a huge emphasis on maintaining your animals. So the way it works is you have to pay attention to them. You just have to. Otherwise, their ability to reproduce, their ability to maintain metabolism and their weight, and there's just a whole wide of range of things that need to be done in order to keep you guys alive. And there's a random chance that the cattle or the pig could actually die from giving birth to accidents to old age to illness. This whole mod just wraps in so much realism into this game. It is crazy. So we'll see how this all works out. Once we get into that, it's going to be a fun time. We'll kind of see how everybody plays out because, you know, there might be some of you mischief ones out there that maybe get injured and, you know, potentially, you know, don't make it. The crazy thing is that just adds so much realism to it, and it's going to add so much more, I believe, fun for you guys to kind of see how that farm grows as a whole. And you guys can be a part of it, and I hope you guys do become a part of it. So if you guys haven't yet, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Join the Discord. The link is down in the description down below. Join that. Go over to the Join the Herd. Follow the instructions on how to get your name into this. So that way there's a possibility that your guys' names could get into one of the episodes. I don't think this is all going to fit, but maybe we can make it. Maybe we could make it kind of fit. Nope, not gonna fit. There's gonna be just a little bit left on here. Oh, we did get empty. Nice. We are empty. Look at that, guys. All right, let's bring this up to the yard. All right, let's leave this thing right here. Let's come on over here, and we need to get this fired up. I am really hoping that we can dump directly into that. All right, the International 1468 is all fired up, ready to rock and roll. We need to go grab the 8410. I'm really hoping we can get this thing to unload on this here. I hope we don't have to get a drive over, but if we have to, we have to. So I'm thinking we might need to get a drive over here, guys. All right, well, that's going to change a couple things here. All right, we just got ourselves, we purchased a drive over bowl. That's the only thing that we had for this. So, well, we spent $22,000 on that. But that's the only way that I could think of getting that to work. We had to spend the money. While we were doing that, getting that stuff, we did spend some more money because we did repaint. Yeah, we repainted and fixed the combine and the tractor. So we spent a pretty good chunk of money just fixing and repairing that. But I think we're good for the time being. Let's back this up and get this hooked up because we need to start unloading. We got both of them. We do have both of them. All right, perfect. We need to come on over here and start getting this thing unloaded. So now that we have everything set up the way that it's going to have to work this way, and hopefully I am really hoping the duals are going to fit over the top of this. If not, we're just going for it. Okay? All right, well, they didn't really fit. A little unrealistic, but hey, it is what it is. It's working. All right, there we go. First load of soybeans into the bin. Very nice. We'll have to maybe kind of rearrange some of the setup here on how we come. Maybe we come in from the other side so we got better ability to swing. But with those duals on here, I'm kind of thinking, I don't know how else to kind of do that. Maybe we could come alongside of it. We could possibly try that. I just don't know how we're going to do it. I'd have to really mess around and try to figure out how to get that to maybe like load on the side. Once this is done, we should be able to hop out and stop the tractor, shut that the International off there. So while that's all working there, that is looking pretty good. So I'd have to figure out how to do that. Basically, you'd have to have it like down here and come up this way. And then you could probably drive in from the side. Yeah, we'd have to kind of do some situating of this stuff to get it all worked out. Well, that's all done there. We could get this shut off, so that's turned off. All right, let's come up here and let's get this stuff parked up out of the way. Need to park it out of the way here so that way we can get the corn header hooked up. We're going to have to find something that's got singles on here, not the duals on the back. Let's turn this off and let's come on over here to the cattle barn down here. We're gonna introduce the brand new members to the series, and we have 3 cows. So the way this works is we need a bull, and we're gonna need female cows to be able to reproduce and make us, you know, obviously they can reproduce and create more animals. I think we're gonna purchase this one and this one because we have 3 cows and we need a bull. Now this one's a pretty small baby bull. So what we could possibly do, I know it's a little like, but we could literally get this thing to grow old, hopefully without it dying. And what we can do, so we're going to purchase this one here, and we're then going to purchase these 2 females right here with the hopes that maybe in the next coming month or so, these things will reset and hopefully we can find a couple other ones that can actually reproduce, just because some of these bulls that we have here, they're not quite old enough. So I'm really hoping we can find one that can reproduce. Like some of these ones can, they're 13 months. So the bull is average with that, but well, let's see. Let's just purchase these 3 right here. So these 2 here and this bull. So let's purchase these 3 bulls here. Buy selected. Oh my goodness. $3,000 for the first set of cows here. And there they are, just out here playing around. So cool thing about this mod is it gives you so much information on the right hand side as far as what is going on with what. So we got to keep these, we got to keep them alive. But first off, we need to name them. Let's hop back in over into our menu. The first one we are going to name is the female, and these are just completely random. I'm just picking them. Big Mac is his name, and that one came from AF Farms, one of the guys that I know that does some YouTubing, so go check him out. So this one, his name, Big. All right, Big Mac, let's see if we can get you going. So that's a confirm. We got Big Mac named. All right. The next one here is we're going to change the name on this one, and this one's coming from Rum Barbecue. Barbecue. All right. Thank you guys for all that stuff. And then the last one we got here for this episode is we got Ember Duck. There you go, guys. Welcome. Welcome to the herd. Welcome to the series. I am excited for this. Let's go check them out. They're all just kind of, you know, there's no grass here. So we might have to buy some hay and get them going. All right. This is Rum Barbecue. What's up, Rum? Nice to meet you. And this one here is Big Mac from AF Farms. He's kind of a little wobbly there. He's got a lot of growing to do. All right, and then we got Ember Duck here. Welcome. Yes. All right. We got them going, so let's get this stuff closed up because we got some pigs to do over here. We got to introduce two pigs over here in the pig barn. So let's get on over here and get those all set up. Same thing. These things will reset. There's only a select amount of them that we can actually have, but I do think that we're going to need a male and a female. So we have one that's like 6 months old, and they can reproduce at 8 months. So that we have for females. This one seems to be pretty good, but she's 18 months, which is not too bad. 9 months. They can reproduce at 6 months. So I think we're going to purchase this one right here. And I think we're going to go with this one right here. For whatever reason, we only got 2 more months to go before this one can breed, which isn't going to be too bad. So we're going to purchase both of these because we only got two people that wanted to be pigs. Let's name them. Let's go down into here. And like I said, totally random as far as who gets what. And the first one that we're going to pick here is Dockwood. Welcome to the herd. And then we got the boar down here. And the last one that we have is a pretty fitting name for this, for being a boar. But this one is going to be called Mick Rib. All right. Well, welcome, guys. Welcome on into the herd. Glad you guys are here. You know, you're taking a nap already? Typical pig. Typical pig, McRib. Typical pig. You guys are lonely, but we'll eventually get this all filled out. You guys can't escape. Stay in there. Oh, you're having fun over there. All right, so we have a lot to do because we need to get this. We need to get the animals. We need to get them some food. The pigs in specific, we need to go pick a little bit of this corn over here so that way we can actually give them some food over here. The cows, on the other hand, I'm thinking we still have some time in the day that I think I want to go pick a couple rounds of corn, at least get a couple loads in the gravity wagons themselves. Then I want to go over and maybe do a quick bale, maybe a quick pass or two around the alfalfa field because we need some hay. I got to get them fed. If I don't give them any food, you guys start losing your health and start becoming bad. We don't want that. So let's hop into the combine here, get this thing fired up and grab that corn header. Get on in here and pick this up. Whoop. Like so. And we're going to see if we can sneak. I think we can sneak right through here. We're definitely going to leave the straw swath on. Just because we should be able to sell some of that stuff. All right, so let's just nose in here. Just gonna kind of take this thing straight down. Now that is what I call a big straw swath right there. Wowzers. Okay. Well, I would really like to maybe get some of this opened up here. We're getting some pretty decent amount of corn out of this. Let's see, we got such a big corn head, we're going to have to kind of go at an angle here to open that part up. So we don't run over any corn because we do have crop destruction on, guys. There we go. Let's get this thing spun around here. We could probably just leave the straw swath off for right now. Get this thing opened up. Come back around. This should give us enough. If we fill up at least one of those grain carts, that will fill us up so that way we can get enough in here to make ourselves some pig food. With that mixer. Get the headlands opened up here. I know we're not going to make it all the way around for sure with what we have because we're already 43% full because this thing looks like it's just eating the corn. So what we can do is maybe just get to this point. We'll back up. We'll cut back around. We'll just cut through here. Make ourselves cut this direction. We're going to have to turn this so that way we're actually picking with the corn. Back up here. This should be plenty enough right around here to be able to get at least some of that corn, like I said, into the gravity wagons. We're sitting at 80% full. I think we'll be able to get up here in the clearing, and we'll have to go grab the tractor again. We'll have to go unhook the tractor from the auger and get that mixer hooked up to it, so that way we can mix that up. You guys are going to want to see, because this takes special. All it takes is corn and soybeans, and you can add some mineral feed to it if you want to. But it, like I said earlier in the episode, it creates TMR, which is pretty cool. All right, so part of this problem is probably going to be that's going to be close. I'm not sure how that's all going to work out, but let's go on over and grab the wagon. This is going to be kind of sketchy if you ask me. All right, looks like we're getting we got it to work, so that's a plus. Bad news is I don't know if I'll be able to turn around without hitting something. We might have to hop out here. And that should actually be plenty enough for this. So we should probably go get some of those pigs mixed at least. Let's see if we can get this thing jockeyed out of here. Ooh, this is going to be... Probably should have just moved the tractor. All right, we made it. We made it. Just like that. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. We're gonna open this up here just so we got room to turn that thing around. All right, let's go grab the 8410 and get that thing kind of whipped back around over here. And I think we could probably just unhook the tractor from the auger cart and go grab the grain mixer over there. And let's see if we can kind of mix this stuff up here. We're going to have to kind of pull this back. Let's just put this over here because we're going to need the grain cart. Let's take this. We'll just leave that there. Yeah, we got to grab this one here. So we'll fire that up, we'll unhook it, and we'll go grab the mixer. This is our first attempt at mixing TMR for the pigs. So the way that this is going to work, we're going to open up our menu down here so we can see. And we should be able to open up this cart underneath the bean, unload auger for the bin itself. Let's see how fast this is going to load. All right, so we're sitting at 2,500. Now, this is kind of a work in progress still, so this might get relayed back to No Creek Farms to see if we can slow that down even a little bit more. We need to pan down and take a look here and see. We can also look at our meters up here on the top left. We need to get this all mixed here. And it looks like it is completely full. So we didn't quite get enough. Let's see how this works here. We might have reached our limit. And it does look like it's 100% full. So we're going to have to go empty some of this over for the pigs anyways. And try to get this thing so we can do some TMR, some total mixed rations with this. So unfortunately, it's not going to be 100%, but they will take it. So yeah, it's just a trial and error. Once you get this thing perfect and figure out how much you actually need, this is a pretty cool mod. So let's come over here, get this unloaded here. We need to open up our lid. All right, let's unload that. They can have a little bit of that. I know it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to give them what 100% of what they need, but it's going to work for what we need it to work for right now. All right, let's finish unloading that, and let's park it along the side. I don't want to completely fill that up right now because I don't want, whoops, because I don't want, I want to try to get this thing, you know, correct. We do need to situate our auger down here so that way we can unload some corn. All right, so I think we got this all set up and ready to rock and roll for the corn over here. Okay, let's go get this pulled back around into the field. I have that auger all set up and ready to go, so let's go pick a little bit of corn, and we still need a little bit of time. We do not have anything to mow the grass quite yet, but we need to get this set up into the field here, at least along the field, maybe. Something like this. All right, so we got everything set up, ready to rock and roll. We're going to kind of finish this little section right here and get hopefully a couple loads into those grain carts over there. We don't have too much here to kind of mess around with and make sure everything is working properly. Now, we don't have anything to, you know, do any mowing or anything like that. We could take a look and see what we have on the market and see if there's anything that we can utilize to be able to get any of that stuff so we can start purchasing it. We only got $171,000. We better turn our straw swath on is what we probably should do. That way we can, you know, start maybe selling some straw bales. So we'll get that all set here. All right, we are completely full. I should have realized that. But let's back up. We'll have to go dump this. I kind of was spacing there because I was worried about the straw swath and thinking about how we're going to get something to mow that alfalfa over there. Whoa, we just about poked a hole in that thing. There we go, unloading that. While that's happening, let's take a look and see what we have in the used market for anything that we could utilize for mowing. Ooh, that sprayer would actually come in handy, I think. Let's purchase that because we actually are going to need that. All right, we got that purchased. Let's take a look up here and just see if there's anything that we can utilize right now. We still have $169,000, so we can spend some money, but we got to be careful again what we're spending it on. So let's see. I'm thinking we could, I'm hoping that there's some sort of mower. Like that would be so nice to have, but I don't want to spend the $97,000 on it right now. We have this New Holland hay bind. What size is that? That is 9 meters wide. That would take a little bit of time. So for $1,100, I think we're going to purchase this. This is 9 meters wide, so that's going to take a pretty good cut out of there. So let's buy that as well while we're at it. It is starting to get a little bit later in the day. Let's go maybe make a pass because I need to get some of those. I need to get some of those cows fed as well. So we need some bales. All right, I know it's a little bit later in the day, but let's go grab this hay bind real quick. And let's go cut a path around and at least maybe get a bale or two. I don't think the cows that we have in there right now are something that's going to be, you know, they're not going to eat a whole lot at this point in time. There's only 3 of them and they're fairly young. But when their metabolism's high, they're going to eat a lot more. So let's get on down here and at least make ourselves, you know, a path around the field maybe and get ourselves a couple bales. I know we're kind of jumping around from this, but I needed to get some food for those animals. It's kind of a stressful day. All right, so I know we're going to probably, we could go, yeah, let's go down this way. We could probably utilize the ditch there to kind of get ourselves, you know, a spot so we're not running over the alfalfa and killing it. Okay, let's get alongside this here. We can drop this down. I know this is going to probably, yep, it's going to kind of kill some of that, but we're going to have to deal with it. All right, there we go. We got our first little path here, whopping 5 miles an hour. We're going super fast. This is going to take a little time. And we're going to have to get this thing spun around. So let's shut this off. And I think what we can do is just go for it. All right, we're going to switch it to that side here. Drop that baby down and away we go. This isn't too bad of a setup, but the only thing that I dislike, you know, you got to run some crop over, which, yeah, it's going to be kind of an unfortunate thing, but at least we were able to kind of utilize the ditch over there to get our first path, and then we don't have to, we're not destroying so much of the crop by being able to run there in the ditch. So this here we'll be able to, you know, we'll get a couple passes up and down here and be able to go grab the baler, at least make a couple bales and throw it in there for the cows to eat. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the episode, be sure to leave a like, hit that subscribe button, and join the Discord to be part of the herd. See you next time on Casually Farms. Hello and welcome back to episode 2 of the herd, where you become part of the series. And the way you do that is you go down in the description, join the Discord, and enter your name in the prompt channel on the Discord. Let's get going. First off, today we got a lot to do today. We got to get this 1468 all cleaned up, fixed up, because we're going to sell it. I know, we just bought it, but hey, we might be able to flip this and actually make a little bit of money and purchase something that I can actually utilize as far as a front end loader goes with this, because we got some bales to pick up down there on that field, and we're going to have a lot of other like straw bales and things like that we're going to have to get picked up. So this one's going to have to go down the road. We're going to kind of, you know, do a little flip, hopefully make a little bit of money by fixing this thing up, getting it cleaned up. We'll have to pick it up because we have actually looked in the used market, and there's a tractor that's in there that doesn't have as much horsepower, but I think it's going to be more utilized on the farm. It's going to be able to put a front load attacher on it. It's got a cab for those colder winter months that's going to be coming up here shortly. We'll get this thing put away here, and we're just going to push it kind of out of the way because we need to just fix this tractor so that way we can sell it, get it off to the dealership, and be able to pick up our other tractor that we have there. We better shut that thing off there. So let's come out over here. This is where I kind of hid this over here. This actually isn't too bad as far as condition wise goes. We're just going to fix this thing up. We're just going to repair it $20. That's not too terribly bad. And while we're at it, we're going to repair this for $199, which leaves us at $124,000. All right, so the 1468 is all ready to go. So let's get this thing moved up over out of the way. We don't need the disc bind on anymore because we have everything all mowed up. So let's get this thing just parked off out of the way for right now. We'll just stick it right here. Let's go and load this baby up. It's kind of sad to see this tractor go, but I think the tractor that we're going to be getting, we'll be able to utilize it a heck of a lot more. Let's get the ramps folded up, and we're going to bring this into the dealership, and we're going to sell this thing straight away because it is early in the morning and we need to get moving. So just the other day, the dealership actually called and said that they had found a tractor that I just kind of mentioned to them that I needed to find something to be able to pick up bales with, and I had nothing that was working for the farm. So they actually called and said that they had found a 86 series International with the cab on it. So we're going to actually go pick that up and take a look and see what it looks like here at the dealership. I told them I needed a front loader and bale spikes with it. So we'll see what we have here as we get pulled up to the shop. Just going to hop out here, and we're going to go inside the dealership and just let them know that we have the trade for the tractor here. They're going to give us $19,000, just about $20,000 for this tractor here, which isn't too bad because the tractor that we're going to be getting here. So let's get that sold right off the bat here for $19,000. Let's hop into our truck and go around the corner there. They have that 86 series I was talking about, and it's going to be a 1486 with the front loader attachment with the bale spike on the front. Now this thing should be able to pull the disc hay bind no problem. And if we need to have it do a little bit more miscellaneous things around the farm. So it was pretty much a wash here for this tractor. We did spend a little bit more than we got for the other tractor, but hey, sometimes that's the way you got to do business sometimes. So let's get this thing loaded up, get this over the tires a little bit here. Let's shut that thing off, and we need to strap this baby down so it's going nowhere. We're going to head back to the field that we had begun to, we got done mowing. And we did start doing some baling, but there's a little bit of baling left to do. We got a lot of work left to do, so let's get into the field over here, and we'll unload this tractor, leave it over here. But we do need to fire up the 8410. That way we can finish up this field We also need to head on over to field 17 and get that field all situated and baled itself. So yeah, plenty of work to do. So let's get this thing unstrapped. Oh yeah, listen to that baby purr. This tractor should do us just fine picking up these little bit larger bales here. We're gonna leave this thing right here because we need to finish baling the alfalfa. Got this tractor offloaded here, got parked here. Let's head on over to the 8410, get this thing fired up. This is just a gorgeous setup, beautiful setup right here. And as you can see, there isn't a whole lot left here to finish, but we do need to finish it nonetheless. It is pretty nice to be able to go about 14 miles an hour with this baler and pick up all these windrows, which doesn't take terribly long. As you can see, there are quite a few bales out here that we did actually get here. Should be able to get a couple more bales here on this finishing on this last little bit of the field here. A couple other things that we need to look for here, because it is fall time and we'll be getting done with harvest here. We do need something to be able to do some field work as far as like a cultivator. I'm not 100% sure. We might be able to find some sort of like ripper. I call them rippers. They're basically like shank, like a 5 shank, 7 shank. We probably can't pull a 7 shank. Possibly we could pull a 5 shank, but we'll have to take a look and see what there are for options on that. So that way we can actually turn that soil over on those cornfields, get that stuff turned over in the fall, and in the springtime we'll hit them with the cultivator. We can leave the bean stubble. We could work the bean stubble and we'd have to work it again in the springtime, which is not a big deal. We'll have to kind of see what we have for options, whether we have it in the used market or we have it, you know, we have to buy it brand new. So we'll have to kind of see. We did change a few things here on the settings. We changed it to 2-day months just because this took a while. We did do a lot of this field on a live stream just the other day. So thank you guys for all hanging out there. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to turn your notification bell on to all notifications. That way you get anything that gets posted through the community tab or YouTube shorts or anything like that. Another great way to know that I have posted videos or gone live is to join the Discord. Leave a link down in the description down below. Go ahead and join that. Also, you guys can become part of this series by joining the Discord, going down to join the herd channel and follow the prompts on how to get your names entered into the farm itself. So you guys either pick a cow or a pig. Please keep it family friendly. All right, let's finish up this field. And we'll have to fire up the front loader tractor and start picking up some of these bales. Also, guys, we are going to be choosing 3 more cows today and 2 more pigs. The reason I'm doing less pigs is because there's just less space available for the pigs. We can only hold 100 pigs, and I don't want that to fill up as fast just because of the amount of space that we have. And I would like to get to the point where the animals are actually reproducing themselves, so we don't have to continue to purchase them. So some of the series is going to be kind of a slowdown as far as we might not have as many entries as far as getting them into every single series, but there is a chance that we will, you know, hopefully be getting just some animals. Hopefully we'll be able to get in some cows and some pigs in this series that are actually not bought. They are born on the farm, which would be pretty dang cool, actually, if you ask me. Just kind of finishing up some of these ends that we didn't get when I was, you know, off stream and we were doing some live stream stuff. If you guys haven't yet, you guys should go check out that live stream. It's about a 2-hour long live stream that we did, but there are some very comical things that happened in that live stream, and I can link that down in the description as well, so you guys can go and view that. But there was some pretty hilarious things that had happened as we were messing around with the baler and some of the accumulator holder that goes onto the back of this. We were struggling. We were struggling to get things to work the way that they needed to work, but eventually we kind of got it. So yeah, you guys can kind of catch up with a little bit of you know, live stream episode if you guys want to go watch that and, you know, see kind of how this episode transpired. All right, we're going to come on over here. You guys might be wondering, but through that live stream, we kind of figured out a couple things. We accidentally, in the beginning, we accidentally turned one of the bales into just a straight up grass bale, which isn't going to be too bad because I plan on trying to do some of this stuff. Some of this alfalfa, I plan on trying to turn into silage, just because I think the entry into the corn silage side of things is going to be a little steep at this point in time. We'll have to get a bale count of how many bales we have on this field, and see if we can actually improve this the next go around by potentially maybe adding some fertilizer to this field, getting the profitability per acre on this field up a lot higher. We are not quite to 50%, so I'm a little hesitant on wanting to go pick up those ends, but I'm halfway tempted to just go do it and see what it would be like. If it turns into grass, I guess it turns into grass. Not a huge deal, but it would be kind of nice to be able to see how that works. All right, so we are at 50%, so we'll just go pick it up. Just on the other side of this bale, kind of swing into the grass here. We should be able to pick the rest of that up here. So you will see that when some of these bales, you might see they're actually quite a bit smaller. They that got all screwed up because I didn't have the bale set to the correct size that I wanted. So there are a few smaller bales in here, which the cows will still eat it. It just obviously won't get as much in there. Okay, it looks like we have one long pass here. We're going to actually have some of this. Some of this I think is going to probably... Oh, this will be real close. If we have a little bit more room, 80%, 90%. Oh, this is going to be real close. We still have that little piece right over there to pick up, so we'll see how this all works out. 85%. All right. Well, I'm not thinking that we're going to be able to get all of this stuff into the baler. Maybe. We're only at 87%, so there might be a chance that we catch that little strip right over there, and it's going to be the right size we need. The right amount that we need, excuse me. Oh, it's going to be real close. It's not, I don't think it's going to be 100, but we can unload it early. Look at that. Perfect. And actually just shut that baby off because I don't need to pick up that little piece right there. That's not even... We'll kind of, let it be. Okay, so I think, yeah, so we're done with this field as far as baling goes. We'll bring this up to the other field here where we pick those soybeans, and we'll kind of let it just sit down there for right now. I'd like to go back down and start picking up some of the alfalfa bales and get ourselves a couple of those on the trailer because we can feed that straight away to the cows themselves. Let's just leave this thing right here. We are good there. All right, we'll make the jaunt back down to the tractor so that way we can start putting at least a couple bales up there. We'll fire this baby up, and we should be able to put a couple bales, I would imagine, right on there. How do we want to do this? The bigger bales, the 180. I'm hoping we don't need like rear weights or something for this because that would not like it would be a huge deal, but it would be something that would kind of probably make this thing sit a little bit nicer on here. What do you think? All right, doesn't seem like it's a huge deal. We're able to pick up the big bale, so that's a plus. That is a plus. We'll get this thing up here loaded onto the trailer. We are a little tipsy with that weight though. That's for sure. Probably the hardest part is getting this thing squared. Whoa, we almost tipped over. That would not have been good. All right, there's two bales. Probably just stick these two other bales over here on there because I don't need too many. The other thing that we need to do is we need to find ourselves a bale wrapper. I think I did see one on the used market that we could probably use that would work for these. Okay, let's see if we can get this thing up here and loaded in. Stay. All right, look at that. We got a couple bales on there. I think that is probably enough because there's only a couple calves in there right now. We can just leave this down here in the field for right now, and we'll have to go up, and actually we're going to need this to get this stuff unloaded, so we're going to need to load this up. We'll just do something like so. There we go. Now we can strap this baby down. That's not going nowhere. All right, everything looks like it's ready to go. Let's bring this. Oh, this thing's. Oof. I don't know if we're going to be able to. I think our front tires are off the ground a little bit there. We'll see. We might be able to make it up to the farm, up to the yard. Doesn't seem like we're it's too hard to get pulled here, so we're making it work. We'll get up to the farm up here, and that might be a little much for this truck, but it's working. That is a heavy load for this. That's a heavy load for this truck, but we got it to work. We're bringing it on up to the farm up. We're bringing it up to the yard up here. We'll kind of swing around, I think. Yeah, we'll swing around this direction here, and we can yeah, we'll unload them on that other side of the calf barn over here. Be kind of nice if there was a bale turner that they would make them lay flat on there, so that way we could stack 2 on there, and you know, you could be able to haul a little bit more. Let's just maybe put them, yeah, let's put them in this barn here. Be able to put them right into here. Utilize the hay storage like so. There we go, got them off. All right, so I don't think that was kind of easy actually, just to drive up on that way like that and be able to unload. Okay, we got 2 last ones there. Ooh, a little quick there. Woo! Doing a little bucking there on the back end there because we have a little bit of weight. Okay, we'll get these 2 in here as well, and we'll just snag one. We'll just grab one of these ones to load up into the calf barn. We're gonna feed them some alfalfa here. Perfect. All right, now they have a little bit of food in there that they can have. So we're gonna hop into this 2366, get this fired up, and we need to just kind of keep picking some corn, because this will hopefully be able to maybe get us a little bit more money is what I would like to do. I know we're not gonna get as much profit off of this. We do want to make sure that my straw swath is enabled. That way we get the maximum profitability off of this field with the corn and the straw bales that we can, because we can always sell the straw bales, which is a plus. Okay, we're gonna start going around the field this direction, just because I think we'll have to unload ourselves, and that way we keep the auger off to our left hand side. We'll be able to do that a little bit easier on this side going this direction, because then we wouldn't have to try to spin around to get the wagons underneath, because we are already at 42% full on this here. Okay, we're coming up to 82% full on this. I think I want to possibly just kind of get myself down here and back up and the auger out. We'll turn that off. We're gonna have to make our trip up there and grab the 8410, get them hooked up to the Parker wagons and bring them on down here. Get this backed up here and get these hooked up. Bring them on down to the combine. You have that partially full. That's okay. We'll just truck this down there. We'll just sneak through the little grass waterway here and try to get right up underneath the auger. Let's shut that off. Hop out. We're gonna have to kind of maneuver the combine around just a bit. This combine would actually benefit itself with a little bit longer auger on there, but at the same time, we do have a 12-row corn head on this sucker, so it's a lot wider. Okay, we got that loaded up. Let's get this thing fired back up. So this work day, we're already at 12:30 in the afternoon, and we're just getting some of this more. We're still getting some more of this corn harvest here. Now we still have to find a couple more things here. We have to find some sort of bale wrapper so we can create some silage bales. And we still need to find a mixer for the cows and hopefully start making some TMR. There's still a lot left to purchase on this farm, but I don't want to get ourselves down in the down to the point where we are going to be struggling to maintain money, because the whole goal of this series is to keep you guys alive, but yet add a little bit of that survival challenge to it, be a little bit smart with the spending and how we're going to kind of play this throughout with, you know, keeping ourselves a cushion of money, so that way when the new month rolls around, you guys, we have money to pay for the maintenance costs of buildings and things like that. You know, we don't want to just go out and full blown and spend all of our money in one spot. Eventually, I would really like to do some silage with the corn, and we could put it in the vertical harvester bunkers over there and utilize that to make some of that silage themselves, so that way we don't have to necessarily have to wrap the bales all the time, just because this farm doesn't have a whole lot of area right now to be able to store, you know, a large quantity of bales. All right, we're sitting at 80% full, so I would really like to just back this thing up, get ourselves nosed in one more row over, maybe a row and a half like this. We got a little bit of room here, but we don't want to get ourselves stuck in a situation where we can't get out. So we'll leave that spot right there and be able to do that there. Let's shut this off, and we're gonna have to trek all the way across over there and grab ourselves the 8410. We'll sneak ourselves along the grass here, kind of try to stay off the corn field as much as possible. Oh, this would be nice though if we had like a auger wagon to be able to catch the grain out and then have some sort of, you know, so we don't have to pull dual wagons out in the field. So there could be a possibility, potentially maybe next harvest season, we can look at getting something for that to help us work the fields a little bit more efficiently, so we're not dragging these things across the field. And maybe by that time we'll have maybe, I don't know, a straight truck or a semi or something like that will be able to haul a little bit quicker to the co-op. Because, you know, anybody's ever actually hauled grain in a gravity wagon with a tractor to the co-op, you guys know it does take a little while. It does take a little time to do that. That front wagon's full, so we're gonna have to kind of swing to the back one here again. There we go. Now that's gonna fill this up, and I think we'll probably have a little bit left over in the combine, maybe. Well, I was wrong about that. Let's get this thing fired back up. We should be able to kind of nose ourselves back around in here, like so. We got 2 gravity wagons, almost completely full. I would like to maybe, you know, obviously get this back around up towards the yard up there. That way we have a way to get the tractor and the wagons back up there. So we're getting up to the farmyard up here, and we just have a little bit left here to get around the edge of here. But now is a great time that I would really like to introduce the new members to the series of the herd. As we kind of get around the corner here, we'll do the pigs first. Now, like I was saying earlier, that there's a limited spot of pigs on this map at this point in time. We can only hold about 100, but we have 2 more pigs that we'd like to introduce, and we'll get up here and we'll shut this thing off and get on to that. But we also have 3 cows that we would like to introduce, so we'll have to kind of see what we have for our options. Let's go to the other side of the hog barn over here, and we can put the other 2 pigs over on this side. Now I'd like to do a sow and a boar over here, and hopefully with that we can start doing some reproductive stuff with those pigs there and get them so that way they're producing some baby piglets. All right, so in no particular order, we need a boar and a sow, and we're gonna actually pick these 2 right here. So let's purchase this one right here. We got a sow here and we got a boar down here. So let's get these 2 selected. We will purchase those 2 for $1,800. Okay, let's get these 2 pigs named from part of the community here. And the first off, we're just randomly picking them. We're not being picky choosy. We're gonna pick this one here, and this one's gonna be the sow. And we're going to be calling this one Porky. Welcome to the herd, Porky. This one's from Texas 806 over there on Discord. Welcome on into the herd. Congratulations. Let's confirm that one. Now we have the boar that we need to name. So we're going to change the name on the boar. And this one here, this one here actually suits a name very well. They all do, but this one just kind of gives me the chuckle. This one's going to be called Crispy Bacon. Welcome on Crispy Bacon from Mac Broom over there on Discord. Thank you guys for entering those names, and welcome to the herd series. Confirm that. Let's see what you lazy pigs are doing. Let's hop into here, and you guys are, well, you're active. You're taking a sunbathing right there. I bet you that feels good though. All right, which one's this one? This one's Crispy Bacon. Well, welcome on in, Crispy Bacon. And we have Porky. Just like I said, taking a little sun bath there. Now, the cool thing about this stuff here, too, is these pigs, when you buy them, you have a chance of them actually already being pregnant. So that's actually pretty cool. Now we need to come on over to here, and we need to pick the other 3 cows over in this little pen here. So let's get on over here. Okay, so let's get on over into this one, and we will take a look and see what we have for options here for... We need 3 of them. We got 3 cows that we got to introduce here. So we need, I'm thinking what we're going to do is we're going to do 2 more female cows, and then we will do another bull. We'll do a limousine bull I'm not quite sure if we want to go with this 8-month-old. You know, they can reproduce at 12 months, and some of these are going to be, you know, they're not quite 18 months at these ones. So we have a little ways for them. So I think I want to purchase this one, and then this 10-month, or excuse me, this 8-month-old bull here. So that way we can continue to raise these ones. But we already have Rum Barbecue, Ember Duck, and Big Mac already in here. So let's get these ones introduced. Let's buy these ones. Buy selected, so $4,391. We'll get you all named here. So let's hop on over into here. We'll get the ones that are not named yet. And again, these are just completely random names that we're drawing over on the Discord. Let's get this one named here first off. And the first one, her name was Star. So this first one off here is, we're going to be calling this one. First one's name is Pearl. Congratulations to Bobcat over on the Discord. Your name is Pearl. Congratulations. Welcome to the herd. We got you named. The next one here we have is, again, a female. And we are going, this one's name is going to be Long Shot. Congratulations to Midnight Wolf 22 over there on Discord. Congratulations and welcome to the herd. Here comes the next bull. We have 2 bulls on the farm, and I don't know that we need a whole lot more. So there's going to be a lot more females coming up than there are going to be males. So, but this one here I'd like to introduce to Sir Loin. And that one there comes from Vaquero69 over there on Discord. Congratulations to everybody that got entered into this episode of the herd. Appreciate your guys' support. The herd is growing. Appreciate your guys' help here on the farm. Okay, we're going to steal this tractor and bring it on over to that mixer. We got to get that thing hooked up, so that way we can get some food into that feeding trough over here. And I know this isn't the TMR mix that we were trying on first episode, but it will work for the time being. We're just going to put a little bit in there. That way we can get you guys fed. If we don't feed you guys, then you guys will tend to, you know, get grumpy and stuff. Time to unload some of that forage in there. And let's see, I'm not quite sure what we have, but we're just going to give just a tad bit in here. And that should be enough there. Let's see, what do we need in here? We actually need more corn than soybeans. We have too much soybeans in here. Let's maybe get this popped out. We might be able to bring that tractor around here and get ourselves maybe some more corn in that. So let's hop on over to the 8410 and bring that up there and see if we can get a little bit more corn in the back of that. Let's pull up here and see if we can get that back hopper, with that one being the emptiest. Some of that loaded in with corn. So let's do this and we'll drop some more corn in there. All right, we should probably fire up this one here. Fire the mixer up. Watch out for the bale spikes. Okay, well, yeah, we kind of screwed this up here, guys. What happened here was the intention was to fill this here with some, you know, more corn. But the problem was I was over the trigger for the I was over the trigger for feeding the pigs, and we ended up feeding the pigs corn. As you can see in the bottom right there, we filled that up with corn. Yeah, so we're just gonna try to pull this out of the way, I think, and retry it somewhere else and see if we can get some TMR set up for this. So I'm gonna pull this stuff over here. Yeah, that was my screw up, and that happens. So yeah, we'll get it figured out. Let's go grab that other tractor, and that way we can try to mix that over here and not do it in the spot where the trigger is to fill the Pride of the Farm troughs. All right, so underneath that the back wagon here, there we go. We'll fire that up. Hopefully we'll get this to work now. It is 100% full. So we could probably feed a little bit more of this to the other pigs over there and get enough out of here and actually turn this into the TMR that we're needing. We can go top off these two over here. We're not gonna fill that one completely full, but we're gonna fill it full enough that we can get hopefully this TMR thing set up here, like we were struggling from the first episode. just like so, and get that dropping into there. I don't need that to be completely full, but if we get enough pigs in there, that should be, you know, they should eat that fairly quick, I would hope. We'll bring this back over there and see if we can fit some more of this and create our TMR. Turn that on, and hopefully we're gonna make that work. All right, so we got the mixture ratio correct on that. So let's see. It is still forage. So that tells me that we need to actually empty a little bit more in there. We're going to wait because we do need what's going to happen is you're going to need that mineral feed. And we don't have enough room in there to create the mineral feed. We'll just bring this back over there. It's a trial and error. We're kind of learning how things are going to flow and work. So we'll just get this thing kind of parked back over here. Uh-oh. I can't back that thing up to save my life. Here we go. We'll unhook you, and we'll go get that thing hooked back up to the grain auger over there. All right, we're going to leave this running because we're going to go and get ready to dump wagons dumped into the bin. Last episode, guys, we had a little bit of a situation that I thought was a situation, and it honestly really wasn't a situation. I was informed, and I should have known this, so we were told from the last episode, and thank you to the commenter that helped me kind of, you know, say, hey, you don't need that, because we purchased right over there, we purchased that drive over bowl unload, and we don't really need that, because I was not really thinking when I was doing this that all I needed to really do is set this to the point where I just need to swing this up underneath. Let's switch this to the front. And just like that, guys, we don't need that drive over wagon. I should have known this. I really should have known this, but for whatever reason, I was drawing a complete weird blank, and I'm like, I need a drive over, and you don't, because I just needed to swing this open. So this is working. So with that, guys, we can actually sell drive over unload, get ourselves some more money that we can utilize for other things. All right, so let's get that swung out of the way. This just obviously takes a couple more steps, which isn't, oh, dang it, which isn't a big deal, other than I keep hopping into the wrong tractor every time. It's just a few, like I said, it's just a few more steps that has to be done. I kind of wish there was an easier way to, like, just automatically, as soon as that swung over that back hopper, it would start to drain, it would start to unload itself. But hey, now we're farming. Now we are farming, guys. This is working out smooth. We should go check to see what we have in the bins over here. We only have a few. Which one are we in here? That's corn. So we got 17. It's going to be about 20,000 liters of corn under that. We do need to get some propane in here. So that way we can start drying that corn and getting the dry corn sold. Let's do that. Let's bring this on over here. All right, that's all done. Let's get back into this here, and all right, we should be able to shut that tractor off and get this thing resituated back over here and continue to pick some corn. All right, let's see if we can make another trip around the field and get this stuff opened up. We'll leave the straw swath enabled. So we're sitting at about 90% full. We're going to get this 100%, and then we're going to go grab the 8410 with the wagons on the back and come and unload this thing and continue on opening up this cornfield. Okay, well, we are 100% full. Let's make the trek back up to the tractor, go grab that, and make our way back down here so we can unload that. On the way up here, the ag dealership called and said that they had actually found us a bale wrapper, so that way we can start creating some silage bales. And that is going to be there at the store. I said that, yes, go ahead and purchase this after they were talking about some other things that were involved with the wrapper itself. It is a pole type that you kind of go around and it picks the bales up and wraps them and then places them back down. So it's going to work. It's going to fit the bales that we have. And the other thing I told them that we are looking for is I am in desperate need of a cultivator. It's something to do a little bit of field work, and they said that there was a used one on the market that they had seen that another ag dealership had posted, and they were going to send out one of their guys to kind of go take a look over it and see if it was something that was going to be beneficial for us on the farm. I said I would like to see if we could keep the price down, but something that was going to be big enough to do some acres so it doesn't take us quite as long. So they're going to keep their eyes out on that. and go take a look and see what they had for options. Let's get this thing loaded up here. Man, I wish that auger was just a tad bit longer. This header might be a little big for this combine, but we make it work. Well, I'm hoping that we can make it back up to up here into the clearing maybe a little bit with 90% full, but I don't know that that's going to happen. And our tractor is all the way on the other side of the field. Well, we made it back to the combine. Let's see if we can hit this thing without having to jockey around that combine. So we're going to kind of go into this view here and see if we can get that to... I think what we do is we do just a little bit of a swing here. Like so. And then you do something like this. Yeah, that didn't work at all. All right, well, we didn't do very good a job at that. So let's get out and we'll just, we'll we'll just get this unloaded here on the back. All right, it is getting later in the day. Man, just the hours just seem to run away from you. So let's get this thing finished, opened up. That way everything is opened up. And we got to do a couple more things around the farm. But we need to run to the dealership and pick up our bale wrapper. That way we'll have some silage bales to be able to mix in with the mixer and create TMR for the cows and get them a little bit more efficient at eating and keep their proper weight and all that stuff to be able to manage their weight and their health a lot better. So that's kind of the important thing. So let's get to the end of this field. We'll shut everything off. We're going to go grab the truck and we need to run to town and grab that wrapper. If you guys did enjoy this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to join the Discord if you guys want to be part of the herd, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a good one. Well, good morning and welcome back to episode 3 of the herd. And we woke up to some snow this morning, which is not very good for the farm because we have cows that need some bedding. So we're going to go over there and check on them real quick as we come over here. And if you guys do remember, in last episode, episode 2, we ended up buying ourselves a wrapper, which is right in here, a bale wrapper. We got it on sale. It is part of the mod for the accumulator, the John Deere baler, but we have to use that yet. So hopefully that part of the mod, it's supposed to be able to wrap up straw bales and turn that into silage. Let's hop out here and take a look at the cows real quick. As you guys can see, there is no straw in here. So with it being getting cold out here already November, let's take a look and see where we are sitting at with weather. That is not good at all. It looks like it's snowing all day, and the temps are supposed to kind of drop here in the morning and then kind of rise and then drop again. But as you guys can see over here on the right, November, December 1, December 2, snow, rain. That is not good. So that means we have a lot of work to do. These cows need some bedding. We better go check a look at their food real quick because we have some food. We still have the alfalfa bales that are down on the field that we eventually need to pick up. But we do have some of that food here. But the plan is if we get some of these straw bales done, we can potentially make that into some silage bale because like I said earlier, that mod is designed to wrap the straw and create it into silage for us. So that will be interesting. So let's come on over here and check the pigs because the pigs will also need some straw because it's going to get pretty dang cold on that cement floor in there, and we do not have anything in there for them. We better shut this stuff here, that way the snow doesn't get in there and make everything hard, even though we did kind of screw this up. But as you guys can see, there is no straw in there. You guys are kind of laying down, but you guys come first. So this combine is not going to move right now because priority number 1 is to pick this straw up. So we're going to have to go hook up to the baler. But I do want to just check to see how you guys are doing over here in the hog barn. You guys aren't doing too bad. I want to just make sure you're still alive. Okay, you're breathing. That's good. All right. Crispy Bacon is still with us. That's good. Just resting, trying to stay warm, I guess. And Porky, is adventuring out. We could take a look and see what these ones are doing. You guys are crazy standing out here. That's right, McRib. Well, you're laying down, get nice and cold, and Doc Wood is, moral support. Moral support, I guess. All right, well, enough chit-chatting with you guys because we got to get you guys some straw, and we have none, so Oh, we left the truck running over here too. Dang it. All right, let's just go shut this off because we do not need this right now. So let's come over here, get this thing turned off. And we're going to have to grab the 8410 over here because like I was saying, we have to get these bales up and out of the way for the combine because I don't want to continue to drive them over. So let's go grab the baler over here real quick and start baling this corn stalks up. I'm not too worried about the soybean straw that we dropped over here earlier. We're just going to kind of let that sit. But man, we still have field work to do. There's the baler, left it over here. We still have field work to do, and we have no like cultivator or anything. So hopefully we can find something on the used market. Like I said, we did kind of find something. The dealership last episode, the dealership did say that they did kind of find something. They're going to go take a look at it and see if it was going to be beneficial to the farm. But we need to get this baler going. So yeah, like I said, lots of work left to do here on the farm, and you cows and pigs are priority number one, and we need to get these straw, at least get this stuff picked up. And you know, if we got some time, we could actually probably start to wrap them up and create some silage out of them. So let's just go around and get all of this straw picked up because, you know, we're going to kind of work on this here. Not quite sure. You know, obviously you wouldn't want to try to do this when it's actually snowing out, but hopefully we can get this going here to where we can get ourselves some silage going with these corn stalks here. All right, so we went and checked on the animals, which is good. They're all doing good, but like I said, it's starting to get cold out. We have no straw, and we need to get something for them, so we got to get this stuff picked up. We just have to. So I can talk a little bit, you know, this mod right here, this bale, this John Deere bale accumulator, it comes with some stuff on it to be able to do, you turn this straw into silage. So that is part of that mod, that baler wrapper that we have in the other barn. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how that all works out for us. Be kind of cool to be able to make ourselves some of that silage, you know, by doing straw, because that, you know, we could make a boatload of straw silage. Okay, like I said, it's not going to take us too long, but we got to get this stuff kind of picked up, and that way we can, you know, maneuver around things a heck of a lot better. Yeah, I was not expecting this weather to turn as fast as it did today. I guess we should have paid a little bit more attention to the weather and the weatherman when he said it was going to snow. We probably should have listened to him a little bit more, but all right, so we're going to go get all this stuff picked up. And we're gonna have to move at least the end rows down here with the loader tractor. We'll have to move the bale so that way we have a spot to turn around. But definitely need to get a bale or two in the cow and the pig barn, so that way they have something to actually lay on. Because otherwise, you guys might not make it. Not quite sure how this is gonna work with the realism mod. You know, if the cold does affect the animals. But I don't think it's quite that in-depth with things, but we'll find out, I guess, won't we? Okay, so the plan is we're going to use that wrapper to get this stuff all wrapped up. Not all of it. We'll have to we'll keep some of it as straw, and we're gonna wrap a couple bales to try to turn it into some silage using the corn stalks. It worked the last time that I used it, so well, hopefully it will work now, right? It should. Well, there isn't too much left here. We got a couple bales here. Man, I was not expecting winter to be coming this quick here already, but unfortunately it is already here, so we're gonna have to deal with it. And it kind of puts us in a little bit of a different speed, because we need to get some, like I said, we need to get some of the straw into the cow barn and the pig barn, so that way they have some bedding to help keep them warm. But man, I figured we would have had some more time with this weather coming, but typically it's not snowing in November, but it is what it is. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. And we're coming up to the last part of some of the corn rows here. We'll have to move some of these out of the way, I'm thinking, but I would really like to go and try that wrapper real quick, because I'd like to try to get some of these bales wrapped up here. That way we can start creating that silage out of these straw bales. And looks like we're going to get about half full with this one, which is fine. We'll just kind of leave it as is. We're going to go park this up here kind of by the cow barn over in this area, just in the cornfield, out of the way. Hopefully we don't have to move it again for a little while. Just park this right here. All right. No need to unload that thing because there wasn't really a whole lot there to unload. So let's go grab the wrapper real quick. Everything is already hooked up as far as we got the Randy wrap in there. So it shouldn't be such a big deal, but let's get this thing backed up here. Get down in here. All right, let's get this thing going. Perfect. Okay, so like I said, this thing comes with that bale mod, and it's supposed to be able to create silage off of these bales. Let's first open this up. Let's hop out and take a look at it because this thing's kind of, I mean, it's pretty simple. All it does is it picks the bales up, puts it in there, and wraps it and drops it. So let's go over here and let's try to wrap this first one here. Come up to it here on the side. This bale is not supported. What are you even talking about? What, like, okay, well, is there something in the menus that we're missing? Turn off automatic drop, fold wrapper, stop engine. There's nothing in there that states like force wrap or anything like that. What the heck? It's supposed to, it's the right one. It's 100% the right one. Let's check it out here and let's go into our vehicle stuff here, which should be this one right here. Yeah, it's supposed to work. It's supposed to 125 to 181. These are 180 centimeter bales, and it says it does straw. Well, that is not cool. Well, maybe it's just that bale. Let's maybe fold this thing up, and we'll go try another bale over here. Come over here. Let's try the one that's just down here. I'll see if we can get this one down here by the hog barn down here wrapped up. Let's try that one next to because then I can move it. We might have to swing around here on this end, come back towards the barn there. Should be able to miss the corn there. All right, let's get that thing opened up like that. This bale is not supported. Oh, okay. Well, that stuff's not working. None of it's working. It's supposed to turn these bales into silage. It's literally not. This is the mod for this. It's supposed to, yeah. Okay, well. This is just perfect, I guess. Well, let's just go park the baler or the wrapper. Okay. Well, that's not working, I guess. So that is a problem. We need silage. We need straw. This is going to help. Oh man, our ability to even get TMR at this point is not going to even be beneficial to us. We have the alfalfa bales that are down the way, but that's not going to get us to the efficiency that we need. This is not a good situation. So we really have to think of something completely different. All right, so let's not even fight this anymore. We're gonna sell this stuff. We're gonna sell this wrapper. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually sell this wrapper. We're gonna keep the baler for right now because it bales, right? It's gonna bale. We just can't turn anything into silage afterwards. It gives us the bales we need. We also have that drive over unload auger here that we had set up in episode 1. That's out of here. Let's get rid of that stinking thing. So between the wrapper, that's $12,000, and between the soaring eagle, which is that drive over here, that's an $18,000. They're out of here. Let's just get them out of here. Let's keep the balers for now. Oh, I don't know. Let's check to see what kind of balers we even have. I'd really want a square baler. And this one right here really, for whatever reason, I know it's $84,000, but this one right here I really like this one. For one, it does square bales, so you can stack the bales a heck of a lot better. But I think for the money wise, because we're only sitting at $100,000, that's not very much. This is going to be tough. This is going to be bad. I think eventually we're going to move up to that. We're going to sell that baler. We're going to get that one. We'll see. That's going to have to be a thing that we all kind of decide together. I'm not quite sure how we're going to do that, but all right, we're going to sell the drive over thing. All right, there's 18,000 right there that we're going to get for that. It's not going to be very much. Sometimes these mistakes are just made. Where did that one? No, that one right there. This is the one that we got used off. I was so excited about in the last episode. I'm like, hey, we got a new wrapper. That's going to be pretty cool. And it didn't work. So, all right, well, that's sad to go. I know there's stuff in it, but at this point, I really don't even care. There's $12,000. Perfect. Sold. Well, dang it. That means that we're going to have to kind of just pivot, rethink of how we're going to even get some silage. And I'm kind of thinking we're going to have to kind of pivot on how we get some silage. That really, really stinks. And we're kind of pushing for time. This is not the perfect scenario for this farm. But hey, you know what? I'm thinking right now, though, we have this harvester silo right here. I know we need to buy stuff for it. I do know that. But we have $132,000, and I think we could do it. So I'm thinking, here's the plan, guys. The plan is we're going to need to get a corn chopper. We're going to have to get a wagon and some sort of tractor. I'm thinking a small tractor and a blower for this here. So let's purchase that stuff, but we need to be we need to be cautious though, because we are sitting right now. We're sitting at $132,000. You know, so we're just gonna have to piece this together and make this work. So let's look at the used market. And there was a couple things in here that we could purchase, and I was really eyeing. We don't need a whole lot of horsepower. We found this used Farmall right here, which, you know, we don't need anything big. This is just be kind of a putt-putt tractor around the farm. I don't know. It's just going to run the blower. But for $2,400, that we can't go wrong with that. So I think let's purchase this dang thing and just move away from the silage bale wrapping, and we're just going to go straight to the harvest silo. Okay, so we got that bought. We're going to need a wagon, and this is the only one that I could find. We don't need a roof on it because, you know, we're going to do some chopping. So yeah, everything looks like it's going to work for $19,000. That's not too bad of a buy right there. Now we're sitting at $110,000. So we got the tractor, we got the wagon. Obviously that tractor can't pull that wagon, but we need we're going to need a harvester. We're going to need, and I think I have the right one here. It's going to cost us a little bit, $65,000, but I think it will work, guys. I think it's going to work. We don't need any of that stuff. We don't need the additive tank to it right now. Okay, because this thing could do multi-thing. We could get different heads for it too as well. So look, $65,000. All right, we're down to $44,000. Oh boy. This, this is going to be kind of nerve-wracking. Let's see. You know what? That used market, I thought I seen something in here. Yeah, so we found this in the Massey Ferguson. It's a little bit smaller. It's only 6 meters, but it is on the used market for a fraction of the cost, actually. But for $18,000, I think we want to buy that, most definitely. Okay, now we need a blower. All right, so the blower here that we got is going to be the International 56, which for $3,200, we're only sitting at $25,000. Oh goodness, this is kind of nerve-wracking. So we're buying it. All right, let's regroup, and oh goodness gracious, we need to get some stuff situated here. All right, well, we got the stuff here up in the yard, all sitting nice and pretty, but here's the tractor we have, the blower. And guys, we're going to pivot, and we're pivoting hard. We are sitting at $22,000. We went from $132,000, but we don't have to struggle with the bale wrapper anymore, which is going to be a plus. So let's get in this thing. I know, hey, it's cold out and I'm wearing a t-shirt. That's crazy. All right, let's get on moving over here. We need to hook this dang blower up. My goodness. At total 5 miles an hour. This thing can only go 9 miles an hour. Got some squeaky brakes there. All right, let's get this thing hooked up. We're gonna have to find ourselves a winter jacket. All right, let's get on over, and we need to get this thing hooked up here and situated. We got the Farmall and the blower set up, all ready to rock and roll in a halfway decent spot. Okay, well, what we need to do now is let's get this Massey Ferguson fired up. Listen to that baby purr. That thing purrs like a kitten. Okay, well, let's get this thing hooked up, and we can hook ourselves up to this here, And you know, we're just right off the bat, guys, we're just gonna go get a couple loads into the harvest silo, and we should be ready to rock and roll. We're going to, oh, we better probably go up this way. That way we can just finish cleaning up this area here. Oh, goodness. All right, let's get this stuff unhooked here. My Lanta. All right, let's get that head drop down, and away we go. All right, well, guys, we're doing some chaff. We're doing some... Oh, my goodness. Well, like I said, we were not expecting this at all. But this is the way that it's going to have to be for right now. And I'm telling you, we are not sitting in a very good situation. This situation is going to have to work. At least I feel comfortable, though, that now that we're getting some corn chaff here, that we can actually start creating some of the silage that we're going to need. This situation, I think we're going to have a better opportunity to handle the cows in a better way than we would with the baler. You know, I know we spent quite a bit of money doing this. Let's see, how do we want to do this? All right, so we're gonna back that up, and we'll have to go grab the other tractor. How we're gonna do that? Let's go grab the front load tractor. All right, so we'll have to unhook this from the auger, which is not gonna be a huge deal, which will be just fine, but this thing should pull that wagon for what we need right now. This is going to just kind of be the little tractor that could, I guess. Man, this is not the ideal tractor, because I'm hoping, you know, it's not the biggest horsepower tractor to be able to pull that thing. You know, we got a couple hills here and there, but yeah, this is not... Today is just not one of those days that was going very well for us already, and it's still early morning. Well, at least we got some straw bales that we can go put into the cow pasture. But I want to make sure that this thing is working the way it's supposed to be working. We're going to have to maneuver this a little bit more. I should have backed up that trailer a little bit more. Okay, so we got that. Come on, baby girl, let's go. Oh, yeah, she's just bogging. It's got it, though. It's got it. Not too bad. It's just making its way. I think, you know, we're just going to have to deal with it. Tractor can do, you know, pretty much anything. We're 13 miles an hour going up the hill here. Not too bad. All right, I guess we'll just go this way. I'll have to get this blower going up here. We might have to make a loop just so that way we can get this thing lined up the correct way. We're gonna have to kind of get ourselves situated here and around. This will actually probably be a little bit better for us in a way that we can you know, because we need a mixer. We're going to need a mixer here. Let's get this blower going, though. We just got to turn the tractor on. There we go. And the blower looks like it's set up decent enough. Okay, let's see if we can get this thing lined up here. Hopefully we don't have to jockey this thing around. Oh, gosh. About popped the tire there. Okay, so we got that going. And there we go. We got our first load of corn chaff going in here. And we're going to be able to start making a little bit of silo. Let's get this thing. We need to get this production going here. We need to take this and change. We need to activate and change that so it's actually storing is what we want. So yes. Oh my goodness. We got 18 liters of silage already. All right. Now we're moving in the right direction, guys. That feels really, really good to be able to get that going. Goodness gracious, that is a magnificent sight right there. Don't have to deal with the bales right now, which is good. We still have to deal with the bales, but just not wrapping them. So that's a plus. And we spent a lot of money, but hey, sometimes you got to spend money to make the farm in a better spot, right? All right, hey, rum barbecue guys. I know. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing here on the farm, but do you guys think it was a good thing to sell all that stuff and go with this silage? You know, the harvester set up with that. You know, what do you think, Rum? Not much. Okay, well, I mean, it's gonna feed you, and the plus side is, guys, I got some bales over there, some straw bales that we can get you some bedding. So hopefully, you know, this is gonna be a better setup for you guys in the long run. Okay, all right, good talk, Rum. Okay, let's head back on over there. He was being preoccupied playing in the mud. So this thing looks like it is Still unloading, which does take a little while to unload. All right, looks like that is all done. So let's shut this thing off. We don't need that thing running right now. All right, can we get this thing out of here without doing much damage? We'll find out. Oh yeah, perfect. Good enough for me. All right, let's head back out to the field and get ourselves set back up to get this thing so we can drop that back down over there. And let's do that. And since I got this tractor out and about, I'm going to grab a bale of straw, maybe 2 of them. So we'll have to do, I don't think this tractor will do 2 bales at once, but I'm willing to try it. We'll bring this bale and that bale that's up a little bit closer. We'll bring that bale up there. So that way they have, you know, some straw bales. All right, get that unhooked. Okay, I think the best way to do this is to come possibly this way. Whoa, goodness gracious. Okay, well, we are a little front heavy, so we're gonna have to carry this sucker kind of low. And most definitely, I do not think that we're gonna be able to get 2 bales on here. Well, this one will be enough to get started with some straw in the cow barn. And we'll have to grab that other bale that's a lot closer there. We can bring that to the pig barn, at least get them some straw in there. All right, let's get out. That thing is leaning pretty hard there, so let's get this opened up. There we go. Let's get in here and get ourselves our first little batch of straw in here. Okay, so I'm thinking we can just put that thing right there. Oh yeah, there we go. All right, you guys got some straw, so stop your whining. Stop your whining. All right. Let's go grab ourselves we probably better shut this so you guys don't get out of the pen. That would not be a good situation. Okay, we got 1 more bale, and we gotta go put that into the pig barn over here. Definitely might have to rethink our ability to get these bales. Was not expecting these corn stalks. Obviously, they're going to be quite a bit heavier than the alfalfa because it's going to be a little bit wetter. But I was not expecting it to be that much heavier to where we can't even really turn. Okay, let's get this opened up. I'm wondering if I open up this here, if I put it right in the middle, will that fill both of them? Let's find out. Thinking it could. It possibly could. Let's get an inside cab view here. Oh gosh. Okay, well, I mean, we're in here. Let's see what happens. Will it fill both? Maybe, I'm not quite sure. Well, let's go like this. And like this. Okay, so we got some straw on that. Oh, I can't even see. Where's our spike? There we go. Pick that back up. Oh goodness, we're running over the pig. Oh my gosh. All right, we got to go see if she's okay. McRib, are you okay? You're a boar. I'm sorry. We got to see if he's okay. Are you? Okay, he seems fine. He's all right. He's just grazing. All right, let's back this baby up. We got some straw there. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. This is definitely not the tractor for the job, but at this time it's the only tractor we have. Oh goodness. All right. Well, you guys got some straw. We're going to shut this up here real quick. Oh my Atlanta. All right. Well, we don't need this right now. Whoa, we just about poked a hole in the tire of the combine. That would not have been good at all. Let's get this thing parked over here. All right, let's shut this off. It's kind of out of the way a little bit, but well, we got some straw for the we got some straw for the pigs, both of them. They didn't get a whole lot over here, but we'll get them some more here in a little bit. The cows have a full thing of straw, which is good. But what I'd like to do, guys, is we have some more people we have some more members to introduce, and we're going to start off with the pigs. We only have 1 pig right now. Whoops. We only have 1 pig name that got entered in for this episode. So guys, we need some more pigs. So if you guys want to join the herd series, you guys need to join the Discord, which I'll leave a link in the description down below. Enter the prompts. Please subscribe to the channel if you guys haven't yet. You guys can get your name in for a random drawing to become part of the episodes here on the herd. Greatly appreciate it. But let's look at here. We don't need any more. We don't need any more boars right now. But what I would do, we need some more females because we need them to get bred. All right, so we have Dockwood and McRib in there. Let's see, 21 months. So she's old, but her average, everything is pretty high. Fertility is average. Fertility is high. For 23, oh, that's an expensive boar. I say we go with this one right here. All right, let's buy this one right here. So let's buy the selected. Yes. Okay, now we need to come over here, and this is the unknown one. So let's get this one named Sleepy Magic. Wow, that's a great name. And okay, so that little transition from Sleepy Magic, this one is going to be coming from NPC 167 over on Discord. Thank you very much for this one. And this pig's name is going to be called this pig's name is going to be called Peppa Pig. So fitting. So fitting. Let's confirm that. Nice. All right. Well, welcome on into the herd, Peppa Pig. Greatly appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your stay. All right. We got the one pig in here. Peppa Pig, everybody. Let's meet Peppa Pig. And that's not Peppa Pig. McRib. Is she sitting? Nope, that's Dockwood. She's sleeping. Sleeping. All right. Well, I mean, it was a rough ride. Okay. Well, we got the pig done. Now let's go over here and let's get a couple more cows. Again, we don't need any more bulls. We're gonna have to get a couple more female cows. So let's grab a couple of those. Okay. Well, let's see what kind of options we have here. We only have 2 options, but we might be able to mix and match, maybe. All right, 12 months old. You know, this actually might work out just perfect because we got 2 cows that we need to name. So let's actually purchase these 2 right here. Buy selected for $2,100. We are getting down just about $19,000. All right, let's make sure we get the correct one. And the first cow is going to be named Lobster Roll. Nice. And that one comes from Joe Cap over there on Discord. Thank you guys very much. Greatly appreciate your entry and welcome on into the herd. All right, we got one more right here that we need to change the name of. And this one is going to be called Tucker. And that one came from Tucker over there on Discord. Greatly appreciate you guys. Oh, this is getting to be so fun. This is going to be fun. Welcome on into the herd, guys. Greatly appreciate it. And congratulations to all of you. Don't forget, guys, there is a random drawing. So continue to enter your names. Who knows? You might make a video. And that cow is big. She's big. She's 12 months old. All right. Well, you're like the mama cow, I guess, Tuck. You're the mama cow, Tucker. I just want to give a big thanks to everybody that got to enter their name in there, got drawn. Huge thank you, guys. Keep them coming. Make sure you guys join the Discord. I'll leave a link down in the description. Follow the prompts on Join the Herd, and you guys get a random chance to get your names into this episode. Well, today did not go as planned. The wrapper did not work. The baler was working, but the wrapper was not doing its job. It started snowing super early. It was, I don't know. We were not ready for the winter to come. But hey, we figured some stuff out. We sold some stuff, and we're moving. We're moving on to different things. We got the harvester ready to rock and roll. We got ourselves the blower. We got everything set up to do some corn silage, which is awesome. This is going to be fun. I think we're a little too far away from even looking at that Kloss square baler with only $18,000. But, eventually maybe we can get something like that. But don't forget to like and subscribe on the channel. Join the Discord. I'll leave a link down in the description down below. And thank you guys for watching. And we'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a good one. Hello and welcome back to episode 4 of the Herd series. I'm your host, Casually Farms, and we just made a quick trip to the co-op to pick up 8 bags of mineral feed so that way we can start mixing that into the pig mixer there to create that TMR that we had discussed in earlier episodes. This will help us out especially when we start mixing that to help maintain the weight of the pigs. Let's take a quick look and see what we got for numbers. So if you guys look up in the top right hand corner, we only got $18,230 left, and that is not very much considering we still need to find a cultivator. I know springtime is right around the corner and we're going to have to, work up the field, but I found one on the used market here that we're going to have to get and purchase ourselves that, because if anybody understands how the used market mod works, we run the risk, if we don't purchase it right now, we run the risk that it's going to not be there in future episodes. So I would really like to purchase that here. Let's get the rest of this stuff unloaded and we'll hop into the used market It's right here. It's a 2410 field cultivator. This right here. Now, it's got quite a few hours on it. It is $9,500, but as you guys can see, we only have $18,229, which isn't a whole lot. We have the tractor's horsepower to be able to pull it. It is 12 meters wide, and I think we're going to want to purchase it. Otherwise, we're probably going to miss out on that in later episodes, like I said. So let's go to the store. Okay, so we're getting this back up into the yard. As you guys can see, it's a fairly good sized cultivator. Now, we did spend right around $9,000 for that, so that actually drops us down to $8,722, and that is not very much at all. Well, let's get this thing over here parked out of the way. This thing has quite a few hours used on it already. It does look a little beat up, not too terribly bad, but you know, it's gonna have to work for what we need it to, and I think it'll do just fine. Let's get this thing just backed up here. All right, get that dropped down, and we need to go check on the cows and the pigs real quick. With it being 23 degrees outside, a November day, we gotta go check to see how well they're doing with the straw and whatnot. Looks like their food is sitting pretty good there for the cows. Shouldn't have to worry about that for a little time being, but let's head on over here and let's hop out. We'll shut this off. I'm pretty sure that the straw, looks like we had pretty much enough straw in there as we drove by, which we do. So yeah, we have almost 8,000 liters of straw in there, which is perfect. And we got about 10,000, just over 10,000 liters of food in there for the cows. Let's go take a look real quick at the pigs as they're squealing away over here. This side over here, they have 1,100 liters of food in that so far. They do have about 5,000 liters of straw in here. They do look like they're doing pretty good. So you guys are still alive. Peppa Pig's doing a fine job in here, just, you know, roaming. Let's come on over here. I want to start getting some silage chopped. I know that we purchased this stuff late in the season, but, you know, we had to pivot. I understand I wasn't using that mod correctly, and I was confusing a lot of the stuff with just straw, and of course, the way everything is set up, this is actually corn stalks, and nothing was reading. But hey, we had to pivot. We pivoted, and so we got everything going here, and we're going to continue on with this, because it's going to be much easier, I think, in the long run to be able to create that silage. Now, I might get some hate in the comments for this, for some of you realism ones that are out there, but you know, it is what it is. The game really doesn't care that, you know, the corn is obviously in a very drier state, but the cows just want to eat. And oh my gosh, did we just get a bunch of snow on the ground. So we need to start hurrying, because this is going to put a whole new twist to everything that we need to start going. So we're going to get this thing fired up and finish out some of this corn. But hey, nothing like doing a little fall harvest with the snow on the ground. Just going to make things a lot more interesting. Needless to say, I have never done any silage chopping in my life. So this is, like, if I'm doing something wrong, I'm sorry. But, you know, the game doesn't really care. The cows don't care. The cows just want food. So we're going to do what we need to do. And we're just going to kind of continue on with the way we're playing this so far. Now, we're not going to completely finish this whole field up, but it is going to take a little while here to get this stuff squared away. So we do need to pick quite a bit of it and start getting that stuff into the silo. And let's grab this other tractor here. Boy, that snow really set in pretty dang quick, didn't it? There's just a lot of work to be done here and not a whole lot of time to do it. We are going to be really crunched for time here. Hopefully this two-wheel drive little tractor will actually be able to get this thing pulled out here. My goodness, the snow is getting fairly deep here. Oh, we are struggling. Holy cows. Well, we'll keep it in that lower gear for right now, just so we can actually pull this thing around here. My Lanta. Winter has officially came, and it is giving us some struggles here, because I'm not quite sure if we're going to even be able to get up this hill and get ourselves so we can get turned around here. I think we'll be able to get it here. That snow sure is piling up here. This is just going to make this job that much harder. We were definitely not prepared for any of this to actually happen I mean, look how deep that snow is already. I mean, I know it's been snowing for a while, but man, this is not a good situation for us at all. Well, we're just going to have to kind of continue to push forward and work with it. We don't even have anything to move the snow. I don't know. That's going to make another decision how we want to handle moving the snow. Can we find maybe a used bucket for this tractor and put on there to be able to move the snow at least around here in the farmyard? I just don't know that a plow on the truck is going to do us any good at this point in time. And I don't even know what one of those costs, or if I even have one. That would be another thing. But we'll continue to let this feed out and get blown up into the top, and we'll hop back into the chopper here when this is done and continue on chopping some of that corn. All right, load one done. Let's head on back to the chopper. Looks like it's still snowing out pretty good, so it'll be interesting to see how much snow we actually get here. This is not an ideal situation at all for any of this. We're going to pull this tractor just out of the way here a little bit. We'll come back up to the top side of the field up here and just kind of keep plugging away at this. I mean, who would have thought the start of this series that we would be struggling with snow on the 2nd of November? This might be one of the earliest snowfalls that I've ever had on Farming Simulator. And I tell you what, it sure does know how to put a struggle on this whole thing. It does seem like we're getting fairly decent, yield off of this. We're sitting at like 53 tons per acre. However that figures out to bushels per acre. If you guys want to figure that out, leave that down in the comments down below. And I finished stretching this out. We can hardly get one full pass down, and we're pretty much full. So that's good. That's good. We're going to have a little bit more corn here left when we start picking that stuff. Ooh, getting a little sideways there. Holy cows. Things are slipping and a sliding. All right, here we go. Let's hooked up, and then we're going. Gonna shift gears here. Oh my goodness, let's go. I think we got this. Just, you got it. There we go. Give it a little bit of low gear, and this girl will pull it. Just like before, get ourselves a little bit of speed to be able to make it up this hill here. And, oh boy, here we go. Okay, so we need some tire chains is what we really need. Kind of give us a better grip here on the snow. I think we'll make it again here. Load number 3 going into the silo. Everything's still working fairly good. Let's head back for the final load here, and we should be able to be done with the silage chopper. And I'm hoping that that's plenty enough for this winter to get us by for this winter. Let's get this thing pulled over here. Okay, let's head back up over here. We'll get everything unfolded here, back up, and continue on our way down. Okay, well, I think we'll get all the way down to the end of this field here, and that's probably going to fill it because we just have just that little bit down there that we kind of left some stragglers for the most part. We'll be able to hopefully pick them up and feed them into the back of this trailer. Being able to make it all the way down here, we still have 90 or so % that we got left in there, so we don't have a whole lot left. We'll come over here and just 97%. We'll just top off and we'll catch this little straggler here. We should be done with this. We'll get this final load up into the harvester silo up there. There should be enough in there so that way we can sustain through the winter time here. Let's see, how do we want... Oh, I don't want to run into the wagons. Drop that. And let's go get this thing parked up into the shed out of the snow for right now. We're going to have to go this way because the truck's parked in the way over there. All right, we'll get into here. Last load that we got going here. Get that thing in the lowest gear that we possibly can get. Let's keep this thing going. Man, the struggles. Definitely struggling on this one. Get a little speed up here again. Oh, come on. You can make it this time. You can make it. You got it. There we go. Just barely. That was a little bit of a more struggle there on that one. Let me know down in the comments, guys. Have you guys dealt with the snow like this before? And does this make the snow more slick when you compact it down like we're doing here? I haven't really noticed a whole lot difference other than maybe trying to make it up that hill there just this last time. But if you guys have had any experience with the snow in FS25, leave a comment down below. All right, there we go. Final load into the fermenting silo. Let's hop out and take a final look here what we have before we get the rest of that in there. and we're sitting at 82,000 or so liters of chaff in there. I think that that's going to be plenty enough to get us through this winter. Okay, well, while that is going, we're going to kind of work our way back over to the other combine. We need to get that combine fired up, warmed up, because we're going to finish this field out here. We're going to need to kind of jockey some stuff around, get some other things situated, because we're going to need the 8410 on these wagons here, because poor little International back there is not going to be able to pull those things through the snow here. So we need to go fire that up, get that tractor over here as well. Well, that tractor's all hooked up to the Parker's. Combine's running themselves, getting all warmed up. So let's head on up there. Hopefully this thing is done by the time we get up there. Well, it appears that it is done unloading and the wagon is empty. So we can turn this thing off. We're done with the blower for the season. We're just going to let that sit there for right now. But we do need to get this up out of the way. And this actually hooked up to the auger down there by the drying bins. All right, tractor's all hooked up to the auger. We're going to leave that thing run. Man, this snow has really just piled up. This is getting crazy. Farming in the snow. Let's come and get into the 2366 and let's start picking some corn. Let's head on down this way. We do need to make sure that we have our straw swath on. So that is a priority because we need to make straw bales. Okay, well, it's come to my attention that we are not getting any straw droppings here. We're not creating anything. I'm not quite sure what the problem is there. Is that a game mechanic that we cannot drop any of that with it being the snow on the ground? Now, we kind of run ourselves into another predicament. That is going to be something that we're going to have to deal with. Good thing that we are able to get a couple of those bales already created into straw. Let's hope that that stuff pushes us through the winter to give us enough straw there to give bedding. Oof, this has been an episode, I tell you guys. Nonetheless, we still need to get this cornfield picked. And so the plan is we're going to get this corn all picked up here. The yields are looking pretty solid for most part, even though hoping going to be our cash crop that's going to push us over the edge, drag us through the winter time, guys. Even though we don't quite have the precision farming up yet, which in the future episodes, that is the goal. That is the plan, that we're going to get that stuff working for these fields that we have right now. Well, let's bring this tractor and let's get this thing unloaded onto the wagons here. Boy, that snow really does make a lot more of the ruts here. Holy smokes. All right, let's see if we can get this thing so it unloads here the first try. No, it does not work. We'll leave that just kind of kinked just like that a little bit. All right, well, we're backed up here a little bit. I think we're going to have to get out and actually move that tractor out of the way because I'm kind of slipping and sliding on the snow here. So that's not... Oh, my goodness. That is not a good situation for us at all. Let's see if we can get this thing kind of pulled out of the way here. I'm thinking we want to kind of face ourselves at an angle down the hill. So that way when we come back with the combine, we're unloading, facing down a hill. Because right now, we're going to have to back up and get ourselves a little run at this, I think. Let's get this auger turned in. We'll get that turned on. Get ourselves a little run here. All right, guys, so I'm kind of curious, in real life, how many of you farmers have actually harvested corn when it was snowing? I'm not saying it has to be like what we're dealing with right here in the game, but how many of you have actually harvested snow when it looks something similar to this? And what was that like? Let me know down in the comments down there. Let's have a little conversation. All right, so we're going to have a lot of field work to do here. We got a lot of corn left to pick, really. We got quite a bit. We'll zoom out here so you guys can see. But yeah, that stretches all the way to the tree line just about. So there's still quite a bit of corn left to do here. I do like to see how fast the corn is filling up this hoppers in this because we need the money. We need the money real bad. And hopefully this will kind of help us push us through this winter and get us into the positive a little bit more because we're going to have a lot of monthly costs that are be coming up this way. We'll be dealing with the struggles of that if we do not get any sort of income coming from any of this crops and stuff. So, this is going to be a tight one here, guys. A very tight beginning of this whole series. Let's shut that off. And we should be able to Yeah, we should be able to kind of turn and get this thing to... Oh, we have to go down here, though, yeah, because we can't just swing. You got to remember, we got a 12-row corn head on this thing. See if we can get that back one loaded up here. So before this is all done, we're going to leave 2 of those Parker wagons full of corn because unfortunately right now we cannot pull this corn out of the bins up there. It just has to come out as dry corn. So we're unable to use it to use in the mixer. So we're going to have to leave ourselves 2 wagons full of corn in order to be able to create the TMR mix for the pigs. So that's something we're going to have to keep in mind once we get that all full, and we'll have to park them into the shed so they don't continue to get snowed on. All right, well, the game is just being a little goofy right now, and the snow completely disappeared off the map. So with that, we're going to start making some windrows here with the corn stalks, so that way we can create some more corn stalk bales. That was kind of weird, but hey, we're going to play it as what the game gives us. So yeah, that's completely weird. We're just going to go with it though. Definitely just going to go with it, and we're going to make it all work. So glad we got to struggle when we were chopping the corn earlier, but yeah, like I said, the game has given us this. I'm not quite sure if it's because the temperature increased a little bit. Let's finish topping off these wagons here so that way we can get this. We literally just poked a hole in the wagon. Let's finish topping this stuff off here so that way we can start getting this into the bins over here. All right, we'll leave that there. We'll come around and get this stuff off to the bins. I think it's going to be fairly muddy out now, so we're going to have to be careful with how we do all this because might lose some traction. We're going to come up around this way, so we're not going to be running on the field as much. Come up here and we'll get this thing set up and unloaded. We got to swing that thing out, so it does take a couple more steps, but it works out fairly good. Well, as that back wagon is unloading, let's come over here to the bin and take a look to see what we have in the bin here themselves. It looks like we got 60,000 liters of corn so far. That's pretty good. We're just going to kind of leave it. We can dry it, but we don't even have money for the propane tank to even fill any of that stuff, so I'm not going to worry about that right now at this point in time. Okay, well, it does look like that is done unloading, so we need to hop into the International here and get the swing hopper out of the way. All right, we moved the tractor over here so that way we weren't driving all the way across the field just to get to the wagons. So I moved it on over here, but let's get this stuff unloaded onto this. There really isn't a whole lot left. I mean, we're still talking a couple hours left in game here to get this stuff all picked up and ready to go, but it's not going to take us too terribly longer to finish this field out. So we'll continue on. We're not getting too bad of yield off this field with it being the way it was, you know, us not having any control over like fertilizer and stuff like that on here. So it's not yielding too terribly bad, but hopefully in the next spring, we'll be able to do a lot better, be able to fertilize the thing a lot better, get the correct amount of stuff on there so we get the maximum yield potential that we could possibly get with our ability to be able to do that, I hope. Now, this is something else that we got to kind of think about is how do we want to do crop rotations? Obviously, this is corn. So do we plant some soybeans on this one and corn on the other field? But then that runs us the risk of having too small of a corn field to be able to get enough silage chopped and corn to last us. Now, there could be a possibility where we take half of this field and turn it into corn again, and the other half into soybeans, and then that far field can be corn as well. So basically split this field in half, since this is a little bit bigger field, and plant half and half on it. Now that would be something that we could think about here in the next couple episodes to see how we want to do that. If you guys want to leave a comment down in the comment section and kind of voice your opinion on what we should do or how we could kind of do that, and I'll kind of judge to my best ability on how we want to kind of play that. And I'm not going to even try to start heading back the other direction with it being 92% full. We're just going to dump on the combine here, or on the wagons here. Can't quite tell how full the wagon is, so I'm not quite sure what is really going on here, but apparently that's full. Just a little bit of a glitch there. That's what we're having. All right, that one's showing that it's filling. Fire that thing back up and away we go again. All right, let's get this front wagon full here, and that should fill up both of these here. We can take that and get that unloaded into the bins over there. Don't know that it's going to get completely full, but I wonder if we don't just go unload this, because I'm thinking the rest of that potentially is going to fit on these 2 wagons towards the end of the harvest here. So let's get this load all the way over and get it unloaded. I think that's what we're going to need to do. So that way we still have the ability to keep 2 full wagons to be able to create our pig TMR. Now 2 wagons might be more than what we actually need, but without having to go through a winter like this, I'm not quite sure how much we're actually going to need. So, okay, with only a few passes left, we already got at least 1 combine hopper into the Parker wagon here. And I'm really thinking we're going to be really dang close to having 2 full Parker wagons to help us through the winter. And I'm afraid we might have just a tad bit left on the combine here. We're all said and done, but we'll see how we can get this to work out. But we'll get this last little bit here on the wagon. Okay, it wasn't too much there that we got in there, so that's a plus. We'll get this thing fired back up, ready to go. It takes dang near, it's pretty close to 50% by the time we get down to the other end, and close to 100% by the time we get back. So that's why I'm saying it's pretty close, because 1 hopper fills just about 3/4 of that Parker. Pretty dang close. So it's going to be kind of iffy, because I'm thinking we're going to have a little bit left into the combine here. We just got to figure out how to get it out of the combine to try to keep part of the Parker wagons full. So we'll get it figured out. All right, well, we're sitting at like 90% full here. We're not going to even start going down that way. We are going to just dump this on that back wagon and see how we're sitting with that. Unfortunately, we can't see. I don't think it was showing us how full everything was going to be, so we're just going to have to obviously just fill it completely full. Yeah, for whatever reason, that back one is just not showing any corn in it, but we'll see where we're sitting at here. I'm thinking we should be able to fit part of the next load in here, but not the whole thing. So let's go continue and finish this up here. Okay, well, I am thinking we should be able to get the rest of this on the combine, because, yeah, it's not a quite completely full one coming back the other direction. So that's kind of a good thing, but yet we need the money. Well, we're on our path back towards the tractor, and we did get a little spot here that we could probably swing around and pick up here. No corn left behind, so we'll just get this picked up. That way I don't get some of you commenters in there saying, hey, you missed a piece. We're just going to turn the corn swath off for this little strip. We don't need it. Boy, it feels good to be able to get this field completely picked. We had a lot of troubles with the snow right away in the beginning, but we made everything work, so that's a plus. We got the field harvested, so that's good. We'll finish up getting these little straggler pieces here, and we'll get this, what we can get loaded onto the wagons there. But we'll get this all up into the yard up there. If this fills both of those wagons, which I'm pretty sure it will, we're gonna park those in the shed or get them at least under some rooftops here. That way the snow doesn't keep falling on them. Get this back one full. Probably not gonna take a whole lot. Well, would you look at that? We ended up empty in the combine, which that is good. Now we don't have anything left in the combine. So let's bring both of these back up to the yard and get situated. All right, back in the 8410 here, we're going to bring this back up to the farm up here. Now the plan was we were going to hop in the baler, get the baler hooked up and start picking up some of these windrows here, but plans have kind of changed and it's getting a little bit later in the day, and I need to get some of that TMR mixed up for those pigs so that way we can get that situated and use up some of that mineral feed that we purchased in the beginning of the episode. Get that TMR mixed up so that way we can feed those pigs. All right, we're gonna see if we can squeeze this tractor in here with the grain carts. I think we can. It looks like it's big enough, so we're gonna sneak this stuff into here and just kind of get that parked off to the side. They're in there good enough. We're gonna unhook them and get this thing kind of pulled out of the way. We don't need that in there anymore. We can leave this tractor here. We need to go hop it into the International down here and unhook it and get that hooked up to the mixer. All right, we're into the front load tractor here. We need to get this hooked up to the mixer up here and then hop into the truck and get those bags loaded in the back again. So I'm gonna show you guys the TMR mixing portion of it. And again, it just took some trial and error to get things set up the right way. We'll leave that running. Get this thing backed up here and we'll load those up. Need to go throw those bags in the back of the truck. They don't need to be pretty, they just need to be in the back of the truck so I can move them. And from the calculations that I kind of figured out, I'm thinking these 8 bags will be plenty enough here. There might even possibly be a little bit left over, but we better close that tailgate so none of them slide on out. We'll get on over here and get this thing filled up. In the bottom left, guys, it shows you your mix ratio, but in the bottom right above the speedometer, it's telling us that we got total mix rations now. Heck yeah! So with that in mind, let's get them some total mix rations. Oh, we better move that so that way we can get the lid opened up. And I know it's kind of full, but we can still stick total mix ration in here. But yeah, see how that changed to a different texture in there. That's pretty cool. We'll get this thing topped off, and then that should last us for quite some time. And they still have quite a bit in there that they need to eat. So that's going to do it for this one. I appreciate all of you hanging out with me today. We knocked out a lot. We got the feed done for the TMR for the pigs. We got the animals all set, ready for winter time. We got some corn stalks chopped. We got some harvest done. We also got to pick up some bales, but I think there's another issue here that I think we need to do some sort of plow to get this corn turned over. So that's going to be another thing on how we want to handle that. Do we want to lease? Do we want to buy? Do we want to wait until we get a little bit more money from selling the crops? But let me know down in the comments or jump over into the Discord. I'll leave a link down in the description. That way you guys can vote there. But thank you guys. If you enjoyed this video, toss it a like, hit the subscribe if you're new here, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. It is a very cold December day, just 16 degrees outside. But we got a big update right off the bat. This is the final version of the map just released, and that meant that we had to reset the whole save. We got some work ahead of us, so let's jump right on in. Let's first come on over here and take a look at the cows and check on how they are doing with their feed and bedding. And like I said, I had to go through everything again because the realism mod for the livestock, I just couldn't quite figure out how to transfer stuff over. So everything is kind of back to normal. Some of you animals, some of you members might be a little bit older or younger, but that's what we had to deal with, and we're just going to have to go with it. But it looks like we have about just shy of 7,600 liters of straw in the pen here, so that's good. They've got plenty of bedding to lay down and keep warm. And it looks like they are going through the Alfalfa like it's candy. So got to get these little guys growing and strong so that way we can produce one of the best herds in the county. So everybody over here is doing just fine. Just kind of take a quick look. Everybody's looking fine. Nobody is no, there's actually not even a bull old enough, I think, at this point in time to even, get us any baby calves on our way. Yeah, no, we're sitting here, so basically we're just got to wait a couple more months for a couple of these cows to get a little bit older, and then hopefully we can start getting a couple calves on their way. Let's head on back to our truck, and let's take a look at the pigs that we have in the hog barn. So as you can see, everything is back to normal for the most part. Like I said, some of you guys are maybe a little bit older, maybe a little younger, but let's take a look and see what we have for the animals here. And would you see that? Doc Wood is expecting 12 babies. Nice. Due on 4/10 of 26. This is amazing. So we're going to have 12 baby piglets running around in here very, very shortly. This is the boar. McRib, I'm sorry. You can't have any babies right now. Where did the other one go? Which one are we missing here? All right, and this is Peppa Pig. And would you look at that? She's expecting 12 babies as well. And she's due a little bit sooner. February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day. So not too terribly long, a couple months away, we're going to have, we're going to have 24 little piglets running around. And so I'm going to need your guys' help because we need some more people that want to become pigs rather than cows all the time. So, we got 24 spots that are going to be coming up hopefully very soon, hopefully, as long as everything goes good. If you guys want to help out with naming the pigs, you get your name in here with the potential of joining the herd. And I'll leave a link down below. That way you guys can join the herd channel in the Discord, and you guys can be a part of the herd series. With that being said, we need to start talking about last episode. So the fields are back to normal for the most part. They might look a little bit cleaner. They might be a little bit, not 100% what it looked like. But like I said, we are on the complete final version of this map. So like I said, a lot of things kind of had to get changed and reset back up. But we did pull ourselves off of this field 37 straw bales. I placed them up along the shed back here because that was kind of the only spot that I could think of at this point in time to get them. But there should be about 27 of them sitting right there. And we got the other 10 on the trailer already ready to get sold at the co-op, because as you guys can see, there's only just over $8,000 in our bank account, and that's not going to get us very far in this series if we continue to run with a low bank account like we have right now. Get that all strapped up and things are ready to rock and roll. So let's head on over to the co-op and get this stuff sold and see what kind of money we can get made off of these 10 bales. All right, we're pulling up into the co-op, and I think where we got to go is up here. Yes, up here by the bin site up here. There's a little bale cell section. Yeah, right up here next to this pole up here. So let's get this stuff backed up and get it ready so that way we can sell it and see what kind of money we're going to make off of these 10 bales. All right, so let's see what we get for selling these stuff here. And we got a whopping $3,634. Now, that's not really pushing us too terribly far in the bank account there, but what do you guys think? What if we sold some more corn stalk bales? What if we sold maybe another 10 of those? I know it's not much, but it's going to kind of help pad the pocketbook a little bit because, like I said, we only got $11,700 right now, and there's a lot more things that still need to be done here around on the farm. And that brings me up to the next thing that we have done on this farm that is trying to involve you guys, the community, a little bit more in the series, and that is we ran a poll over on YouTube asking if we should lease a ripper, buy a ripper, or just leave the field as is and deal with it later. And the majority of you guys here, as you guys can see as I pop this up on the screen, the majority of you guys said let's lease a ripper. So we're going to go drop this thing off back up in the yard, head on over to the dealership and pick up our plow, or AKA ripper, that we decided that we're going to lease. So let's go get that stuff picked up and brought back to the farmyard because we got a lot of field work to be done. Well, the poll results were completely clear on how you guys wanted to handle this, and we have caught our eyes here on a John Deere 2700 5-shank disc ripper. It's got a 3 meter, which is roughly 10 feet, and it takes 210 horsepower. Now, this is where it comes in nice that we're going to lease this because this thing is would cost us $21,500, and as you can see, we do not have that amount of money in our bank account. So by leasing this ripper, it's only going to cost us roughly $1,000 ish. And with that being said, let's get that thing leased, and you gotta get hooked up to it here. Boy, that truck is dirty. This thing needs a washing. So I think it was completely worth leasing this ripper because we could not justify ourselves for the $21,000 to be able to buy this ripper. I think you guys made a good choice on leasing this sucker, but let's get this thing hooked up and brought back to the farm and hit the fields. All right, out here in the cornfield, this is about 18 acres, and we only got a 10-foot ripper, so that's going to take us a little while to get done. Now, while we're out here, I want to start thinking about a little bit of next year's planting. That soybean field that we picked a couple episodes back for sure is going to go back into corn, but now the question is, will that field be enough as it's only 10 acres? I don't think that it will because we're going to have to get enough chaff off that field to fill that silo bunker. We're also going to have enough corn to be able to feed our pigs and to sell some to get a little bit of extra cash crop. So that brings us back to this big field. If we plant this all in soybeans, that's not going to benefit us in the long run, I don't think. So what I am thinking is if we break the field up, 1/3 alfalfa, 1/3 soybeans, and then the other third corn. That way we get the hay crop, we get a little bit of a cash crop, and still have enough corn for chopping and harvesting. But I would like to know what you guys think about that down in the comments down below. Or how would you go about doing this if it was your farm? Well, we're still ripping, and I've had plenty of time to think about our next dilemma that we have here on the farm, and that's going to be, how do we want to handle the wet corn that is in the bin and the amount of money that we have in our bank account? So on this final version, No Creek has changed it to where we can actually remove wet corn out of the bins and we don't have to dry it. If we were to sell that wet corn right now in December, we're only going to get about $460 a bushel, compared to drying it and selling it in January when it's going to be closer to that $600 a bushel. But that also means that we got to buy the propane, and we're not sitting on a pile of cash to do so. So what would you do? Would you guys sell some of that wet corn just to stay afloat, or hold off, dry it down for the better payday? Let me know what you would do down in the comments down below, and we might have to make that decision in the next episode. Well, not a bad day today. We got those bales sold, this ripper leased, and made a solid dent in this cornfield. But that sky is starting to look a little sketchy. Looking into the forecast, the snow's not too terribly far off, and once that hits, we're going to have to figure out how to keep this operation moving. We got 24 piglets on the way, and we got some corn decisions to make, and a lot more prep before spring comes. Thank you for hanging out today. If you got any thoughts on the cornfield split and the wet corn, or just want to name a piglet, hit the comments below or join the Discord. I'll see you in episode 6, probably with some snow on the ground and a whole lot more of challenges ahead. Truck is dirty. That is really dirty. Even everything's dirty. We need to start cleaning some stuff up. But it is December 2nd, 25 degrees outside. It's not too terribly cold, but it's not great either. And then, talking about not so great, look at our bank account. We got $10,000 in it. Not good at all. But we did finish up this field over here, this cornfield that was, needed a little bit of work. The compaction on this thing was terrible. So we did end up leasing this John Deere 2700 5-shank ripper that you guys all helped us make that decision. So we got to get that all washed up and taken back. But we also are planning on trying to get some drying of this corn so that way we can sell it here in January and get the best market price possible. But we also have to get this bean stubble all worked up because I'd like to try to do that yet in the fall. Anyways, let's get this thing over here and get all cleaned up. I would have to say that this ripper did a very, very good job of what we needed it to do. You guys can look here and look at the discs, how much wear and tear was on all that stuff. And to be honest with you, that's kind of what I expected considering how hard that dirt was. Those discs do put a lot of work in there, but the main big thing is we actually only sheared 3 of these bolts, which isn't too bad. I was kind of expecting that we were going to be shearing some bolts like left and right on this thing as hard as that dirt was. Well, now we got it all spick and span. Boy, that thing really sure does clean up pretty nice. Well, while we got this out, we're going to kind of wash this off a little bit, kind of get the windows cleaned. We are going to be using it later, so no need to really get it all cleaned up. So let's put that thing back. Oh, never mind. This truck is extremely dirty. Cannot see out the windshields very well. We need to get this thing cleaned up. Well, that's all washed up. That thing shines pretty good, if you guys ask me. Ooh-wee, look at the water droplets on that thing. Somebody must have waxed it. All right, let's get this thing unhooked because we are planning on taking the truck. It moves a little bit quicker, and we don't need the tractor to haul it there. But first off, wow, look at that thing. Look at it just shine. That looks good. That looks really good. Okay, let's get this fired up and get this hooked up to the ripper here, and we need to return it to the dealership. Well, let's get this thing dropped off back behind the fence, and then we need to get inside and finalize the paperwork. I sure did want to keep that thing, but like I said, unfortunately our pocketbook just wasn't able to afford one, and I really hate to see that thing go. Well, it does look like the dealership, it's only going to cost us about $666. Not too shabby for about an hour and a half worth of work on that field. Not too terribly bad. Let's return that so that way we don't continue to get billed for that. Boy, it sure is sad to see that thing go, but you know, the pocketbook just wasn't allowing us to actually get something purchased. Well, now we got to head back to the farm, finish cleaning up some of that stuff before winter really hits us on top of the head here. Well, we're going to wash down anything that is done for the year, so that means the combine, the baler, and this forage wagon. Also, I did put... Where did I put that at? Oh, we'll have to look for it. I was wondering where I put the forage harvester. I'm pretty sure I probably stuck it in a shed somewhere, and I think it might be that one over there, but we'll find out. Let's get this all washed up here. This thing looks extremely dirty, which it really was, but man, that dirt really shows on that tin siding like that. Whew, just gets in that little groove, almost kind of like a, you know, wash plant, like a gold wash plant. That's all clean. We could clean that blower. Let's move that over here. Shouldn't be too terribly dirty, if at all. No, they're all looking pretty clean. All right. Well, let's get this thing back pushed over towards the combine. I'm thinking we're going to have to fire that thing up, move it out of the shed. We need to get the bean head as well cleaned up, because that thing was left dirty after harvest. We just dropped it there and left it. So let's get this thing scooted over towards the bean header. You know, the last thing that I really want is some of this dirt and mud and gunk all just frozen onto this stuff. You know, it's just hard on equipment. Nobody likes to put away anything dirty. That's all cleaned up. Now we need to fire up the 2366 here. Get that moved out of here, because we do have to find a spot for the corn header. And I'm not really sure where I even want to put it for the fall, for this winter. It'd be nice to stick it inside, but I can't fit it in anything. Lower the head here. We're just going to let the combine run as we kind of wash the head here, the header here. They clean up pretty nice here. All the snouts don't look like we bent anything during harvest, so that's good. All right, corn head is cleaned up. Let's put the hose away. We'll scoot on over to the other side here. I should stick out the auger, because sometimes those things can be kind of a booger to clean if we don't get that stuck out. All right, we cleared the door. That's always good. Didn't want to have to do a, you know, repair job on anything. Tires are looking nice. Get everything up here washed off. Kind of hit the auger up here. This thing's cleaning up pretty nice. Let's see if we can reach around the back side here. Looking good, looking good. All right, well, I would say that looks pretty clean itself. Let's put these things back and push it out of the way. We're done with it for now. Okay, we gotta make sure that we put that auger in, otherwise we'll forget about it and we will ding it somewhere. Well, where to put this? Somewhere out of the way for now. Maybe the better spot to do that would be maybe on this side of the... This side... Oh, no, that's not really going to work very good. Well, not quite sure where we're going to put this. Be nice to find a spot and that we can just kind of let it sit and for the time being. Oh, I think I thought of a spot we can put it. Found a perfect spot right in front of the old gleaner right here. That looks like a perfect spot for it. Well, let's get this thing parked in the shed. Well, we ended up deciding that we're going to put the bean header over here as well out of the way, because it was just kind of in a bad spot right there where there's just a lot of traffic, and I didn't want to run the risk of accidentally running into it. Now we can finally put this thing back in the shed, and we will see you next fall. Combines put away, bean header, corn headers all washed up, the 8410s all kind of cleaned up because we're going to be utilizing that a little bit later, but the baler is all washed up and the trailer. So everything is good. Everything is good to go. That is what we want. We don't need this thing hooked up right at the moment. We'll have to eventually put this stuff all away, but I would like to come on over by the hog barn, because if you guys are remembering last episode, we decided that we were going to keep a couple wagons full of corn from the field to help feed the pigs with the TMR. Well, there was a little bit of a change for the final version of this map that we were allowed to put the wet corn in the bin and actually take it out. Beforehand, we were not able to do that. That's why we kind of decided that we were going to put leave some corn in the trailer or the wagons like this. We're still going to keep it. This is not for sale. This corn is for the pigs and the pigs only. We need to come on over and grab the international front end loader, and we actually need to move that auger around and get it hooked up, get it set up onto the bin just a little bit further over. And that's going to be kind of our wet storage bin for right now. And then hopefully next fall when we start getting some more corn, we can put that wet corn in there and dry that, and we'll kind of alternate the bins a little bit. But I'm going to leave this here, go grab that tractor, get this thing moved around, and we'll catch you back here in just a second. Okay, well, we could have kept you guys here because I got that thing done on the first try. Well, I bet you I couldn't do that again. So as this corn is getting unloaded here, we did have a community poll up over there on our YouTube channel that I asked the question, how do you guys want to handle this corn and our bank dilemma? And the option was our corn, right? So in January, the corn prices are going to be up. And I am talking close to $700 a liter. I wish we could change that to bushels. But mid-January, we're talking $694 per liter. But we still have to pay for the $2,000 worth of propane that we're going to be getting from the co-op. So I think it's going to work in the long run. And you guys really made your voices heard here with everybody saying we want dry corn. Dry the corn, dry the corn, dry the corn. All right, fine. I heard you. That's what we're doing. Okay. But we're kind of locked into that now because you guys wanted to do that. So we're locked in, and we're going to have to see how it all plays out. I think it will be just fine. I have faith in you guys that you guys are helping me make the right decisions here on the farm. But we still need to wait for the co-op to be coming so that way we can get the propane. Whoops. That way we can get the propane in here. And like I said, I'm hoping they'll be here very, very shortly. It's almost 10 o'clock in the morning, and they're still not here with the propane. So, in the meantime, get this finally dumped here into the bin. And I think we're going to have close to 22,000 liters of corn in here. We're sitting at 22, 21, 20. Oh, geez, really close. 21,998 liters of corn in the bin. That is actually pretty dang good. But we got to get this stuff all put away, out of the way. We don't need it running. We can shut the tractor off. Okay, we can shut the case off. We do need the 8410, but we also need to park these Parker wagons somewhere. Goodness, we're kind of running out of room. Be kind of nice if we didn't have all of this equipment outside, but unfortunately these things are hard to back up. Even individually themselves, they're hard to back up. If anybody else struggles in real life, I have a tough time in real life backing these stinking things up. There we go. Got the right one. Now we're on hooked. Okay, corn's put away. We're still waiting on the co-op to get here with the propane so we can start drying this corn down. And we're going to hook up to this cultivator because we want to get this field, a bean stubble, all cultivated up. Get this hooked up. And I know some people don't like to do this tillage on their bean stubble in the fall. What do you guys like to do? Do you guys do it, real farmers, or even in farm sim, guys? Let me know. How do you guys handle your stubble? Do you guys like working fall tillage, spring tillage, both? Let me hear what your thoughts are down in the comments section down below. Okay, well, we're going to drop this thing down, and we're just going to run down towards the end of the field this direction. And we'll just work this little headland here. I'm probably going to get some hate in the comments about how don't be doing that when you're doing harvest. You're going to drive back over it. But you know what? We don't typically do that in the fall time. We just run our ups and downs. Sometimes, depending on what time of day it is, I will like to run along the edge of the field along fence lines. Just because when it gets really dark, guys, that fence line gets pretty hard to see at night. So sometimes I'll run the edge of the field. I know you're going to turn on, but then you just hit it again when you guys get done. When you get done actually in the field. But we're going to start down on this very far end of the field and work our way back up towards the farm. I know when we do the fall field work, we like to hit the bean stubble as well, just because it does turn over, any of the clumps that you might get from the bean chaff when it gets spread out. Sometimes you might get clumps. Sometimes the stems are green and you get kind of just that. This doesn't want to fling very well, This kind of helps us work everything back into the ground, and the winter, hopefully, when you get some snow, kind of helps kind of break everything down. Rather than trying to do it all time in the springtime, then you're really relying on your planters' debris discs and all that stuff to actually work harder in a way, because you're trying to move that much more stuff out of the way. So we like to hit our fall stuff once at least in the fall, and then we'll hit it again in the springtime. Well, we just got off the phone with the co-op, and the guy's just pulling up into the driveway up here, and should be able to start filling that propane tank up here any moment. I just told him I was down here on this bean field, just north of the bins there, and I just told him to leave the slip underneath the lid there, and I'll take a look at it, and I will get you guys paid here very shortly when I get up there and get that corn dryer fired up. Believe it or not, this dirt down here actually isn't too bad for what time of year it is. 30 degrees outside, the dirt just isn't that tacky, and this is actually turning over pretty dang good. This shouldn't take us too terribly long with this big swath of a cultivator here. We should be able to get this field kind of done in a relatively short time. Oh, well, we got to get out and check something on the back end of this cultivator here. I thought I'd seen some bunching up here on some of these tines back here. I thought, looks like it's okay. How many of you guys prefer the rolling baskets over these ones right here? Let me know down in the comments, guys. What do you guys prefer? I know the one with the rolling baskets, they're not that great when, it's muddy out. You got a little bit more speed on there. It kind of really pulverizes those chunks of dirt. Let me know, guys. What do you guys prefer? What do you guys like? We're almost done with this field. I think we might come up here and actually start getting the dryer going. So that way we got some stuff to actually start hauling into town when January rolls around. So let's pull up to here. We're just going to leave everything running. Got to come up here and just actually activate the dryer itself. Better come in here and check that. Get this opened up. There we go. And we need to activate and change the output to distributing. Now we need to come over to this bin. Everything else should be off. We just need to go to this bin here, which is corn here. And we need to activate that. Good. This one here got our little bit of corn in there. Perfect. All right. Well, it looks like we are going to start drying here very shortly. It is working. We're storing it, and we should be getting some dry corn here very shortly. So we'll let that run. And I did take a look at the bill there, and it's going to roughly cost us about $2,000. So let's get that paid off right now. There we go. $2,000 sold for the LP. And we have plenty of stuff in there. Everything is working. I'm kind of scared that it's not working, though. I'd like to see. Everything is working. Okay, well, everything, it says we're running. We're working. Maybe we just haven't had to pass enough time by yet. Which one were you in the corn? This one right here. All right, well, I guess we just got to go do some more field work. We'll come back here and check on that here after a few passes just to see if we got anything working. It feels good that we're actually going to be drying some corn and hopefully be getting some actual profits off of that. But, that really does hurt us there with sitting right now at $8,000. Ouch. That is not a whole lot, but I think we're in the right direction. I think we're moving forward. We're going to have to wait just one more day. It will be January then, and hopefully we can start selling some of that crop. Well, it is starting to snow out here. Oh, I'm glad that we got the combine. We got all that stuff kind of washed up earlier this morning. I'm glad that we are getting very, very close. We literally have to make one more pass around this field. Hopefully we can get that done here very, very soon. So let's kind of keep plugging away here, and I'll check back in with you guys here in just a little bit. Well, it's snowing a little bit harder, and there's getting to be a lot more mud accumulating on these tires. So I am really hoping that we can push forward. We have just one more pass on this way going back around, and then we will eventually end back up at the farm up there to our left. This fall has been so challenging here on the farm. And I got to tell you that trying to think of how this is going to all work out with some of the curveballs that have been thrown our way already in this series, it's just kind of unbelievable to me that we've kind of hit in some of these struggles, some of the things that we just don't really quite know what direction we want to go. It's been a little bit of a challenge, to be honest with you guys. And I'm so glad that you guys are there when I have questions or things on how we want to direct this series together, that you guys are there and you guys help me as the community, you know, to kind of pull this together. And I sure hope that you guys are enjoying the series so far. If you are, hey, drop a like on this video. Subscribe if you haven't. If you made it this far in the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't. You're going to enjoy this channel. I try to make this as fun and entertaining, even though sometimes I might not know what the heck I'm doing, right? That's fine. That's completely fine. If you guys want to be, you know, help me out in the channels, help other people out in the channels, that's completely fine. That's what I want this community to be all about, is helping one another, whether we have questions, whether we're unsure of things, how we should go about things. And don't forget, guys, we have that link down in the description. Join the Discord. Join the Discord. That's another way that you guys can be part of this series during this herd series. I'll talk about that here more just a little bit. But, you know, I just was sitting here thinking of how grateful I am for every single one of you, you know, showing up to these videos. It kind of blows my mind, guys. And thank you. Okay, well, enough of the sobby stuff. It feels good to be done with this field. It truly does. We can put this away. We can go focus on the animals. So let's get up there. Let's go take a look at the cows, see how they're doing, and the pigs. Because if you guys have not seen the last episode, you guys might want to, okay? So we're going to get up there. We're going to go check the animals out. I'll catch you up there. Well, we're going to pull this over here to the pressure washer. We're not going to wash it right now because it is snowing out at this point in time. And I need to go check on these animals here. So we can actually, we're just going to shut this thing off. We're going to let this thing sit right here for now. But with the snow being here, and if you guys want to take a look at the forecast, I'm telling you, the forecast does not look favorable for anything all the way out until the 2nd of March. January 1st, 2nd, February 1st, 2nd, snow. It could be kind of a struggle, guys, to be able to get the dry corn into town. It's going to be a painful task. I think we might have to do with the tractor, possibly. We'll have to see how the roads hold up. Well, let's get into this tractor here and get this thing fired up. We don't need it. We can unhook it for right now. But we need to go get some food in for the cattle because we haven't fed them in a couple days. Their food is looking fairly good. They've been eating this alfalfa like it's going out of style, like it's cotton candy or something. You can see there's not a whole lot left in there. And so I need to get, let's see, we could grab, yes, I think we can grab 2 of these on this one side. Actually, hold on 1 second, guys. We need to pull through here because when I was moving all these straw bales, I actually kind of had to get ourselves a little wait. Because this tractor really struggled on carrying some of those things and maneuvering some of those things. So unfortunately, I had to get ourselves a weight. Otherwise, it was extremely difficult to get these corn stalks anywhere. Okay, let's get. I think we can just sneak into here. Let's get first person mode. I think I can sneak. I want to grab possibly 2 of these bales. Like so. And oh, come on. These ones are not that heavy. But we're going to get this stuff. Oh, my Lanta. All right, there we go. All right, so we are going to get these 2 alfalfa bales to the cows right now. The cows are just fine, but like I said, it's starting to get kind of cold out for everybody. There goes, fills up pretty dang quick. We're just going to leave that one right there. Okay, well, they got it. We do probably need to get a little bit more bedding for them, so let's not run into the let's not run into the tree there. I had a brain fart. We need to come on over. Let's go grab ourselves some corn stalk bales. Pretty sure just one will do us for now, but we need to get over there because the snow is falling like crazy right now. We got the one here. I need to go put that inside the pen there. Let's go and grab and get this gate opened up. Now we should be able to just drive in here and put it in there, and it should start dispersing the straw on here. I'm not sure if it'll take the whole thing. There might be kind of a secret sauce for it here somewhere. There we go. Just had to actually physically take it off of the bale spike. None of the cows got out. That's good. Now we need to get in over to the pigs and check on how they're doing. And I know, guys, I haven't added a couple pigs and cows here for a couple episodes, but to be honest with you, the money's been super tight. The money has been super tight. The cool thing is we have the 2 pregnant pigs in the hog barn over here, which is awesome. There's 24 pigs coming, guys, and I need you guys to stop wanting to be cows. No, I'm just kidding. But honestly, you guys, I need more people that want to be pigs. It'd be great to see more of you guys become pigs in here. And it looks like, yeah, Doc Wood, you're doing just fine. You're not quite ready. You just haven't popped yet, but it won't be long. A couple more months. Peppa Pig, oh yes, there you are. You're still bossy, loud, and definitely always hungry. Yes, you are. And yeah, McRib, you're just being lazy. Get up, help your wives out, help the mothers out. Okay, all right. We need to check on these ones because we have not checked on you guys for a little while. All right, looks like Porky, you're just doing fine, and Crispy Bacon, you guys are doing excellent. So you guys have plenty of straw, plenty of food, so I'm not have to worry about any food. Can I close the gate now? Thank you. Don't have to worry about any food at this moment in time, so that's always good. Okay, let's go check on the corn, see where we're at with the corn. I'm going to park this thing right in here, keep the snow off of it. All right, well, as you guys can see, the bank account is not doing very good. We're at $81,000. That's not a very good. So where are we at on the farm? Well, the next big step is springtime, which that means we need to find a planter ASAP. We have no planter. I kind of have an eye on a Kinsey. We'll just kind of pull this up right now. I have my eye on a Kinsey. Now, this is a 12 row, which will work perfect for the corn. And it doesn't really matter a whole lot because we'll be cutting the beans at an angle anyways. So I'm kind of hoping for that one, whether we need to take out a loan or if we get plenty enough corn prices for the $55,000, we buy it outright. That's kind of where we are sitting with that. But don't forget, we still have to buy the seed. We still have to figure out what we're doing with this field over here. Hopefully you guys watched episode 5 and you guys are going to help me make another decision. How do we want to handle this field? Are we going to plant it in thirds? Are we going to plant it in half? If you guys have not seen that, I'll up in the top corner right now. I will put a link to that video there as well. Let's check on the corn. Let's check on this. I am really hoping that this stuff is starting to cook in here. And it does look like we have some dry corn. We got about 2,000 liters of corn. There we go. Wrong bin. There we go. We got 2,000 liters of corn, guys. So we are moving that slowly. We will get there in due time. Next month is going to be an iffy one. So that's the question I'm going to throw at you all is how do we want to do the planter? Do we need a lease? Do we need to get a loan? Hopefully maybe the corn will cover it. We'll find out. I'm not quite sure. But that episode is coming up very soon because it is wintertime. There's not a whole lot left to do. We've got some money to make. Animals on the way, and spring is going to be knocking on our door before we know it. I know it's only January, but we're not quite ready for that spring yet. In today's episode, we're going to be selling off about 85,000 liters of corn that needs to get to the co-op. We also need to check in on some of the animals there. Some pretty big news going on here on the herd, and make a call that decides if we even get a crop in the ground this year. I know it's not our busiest season, but just might be the most important one. So stick around. We got some decisions to be making. Well, welcome back to the herd, guys. we need to go check on the animals. We're going to be doing a little check-in here to see how everybody is doing. We'll get out of the truck and walk into this back gate over here. Now, it does look like we have plenty of straw in here for the cows for bedding, and it does help that we have this kind of, you know, leftover bale just sitting here. I think it kind of continues to fill everything up. And their food, their alfalfa bales are sitting there at just shy of 16,000 liters. And hey, when did we get such big cows in here? One of those must have grown overnight. That's kind of crazy. Well, let's take a look and see how everybody is doing. This is a long shot, doing just fine. Not pregnant yet. Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon we'll be able to get some animals out of you. You know, that's what you're here for. Ember duck, same thing. You're just eating all the food. Stop it. I need you to be reproducing. We need more cows. And who's this? Oh, this looks like it's the bull with the nose ring in there. And this is Big Mac. All right. Well, we got one more left here. Who's this one? Tucker. Oh, hey, guy. Whoa. Tucker is expecting a baby. Nice. You can kind of see the belly's hanging a little lower there. I thought you were just, you know, bellied up to the feed trough, but you are not. You are definitely expecting a baby. Yes. On, what is that? October 10th. Nice. Well, that's exciting news. We got a cow coming, guys. Awesome. That is amazing. All right. Well, we need to go check on the pigs and make sure that they're doing okay, that we didn't lose anybody overnight for any reason. But yeah, so like I said, we got plenty of work to be done today. We have to make quite a few trips. If my calculations are correct, it should be about 4 trips, I think, of dry corn to the co-op. Let's see here. Let's check on, let's just go through this way and check on the pigs here. Good morning, piggies. Time to wake up. All right. Well, you guys are not waking up. All right. Peppa Pig still doing good. 12 babies. Due here in a couple months. Actually, next month on the 14th. So next month we'll be expecting 12 babies. And guys, if you guys want to enter in and become your name, get potential for being an animal named on this series, you guys need to join the Discord. The link will be in the description, and follow over to the prompts into the join the herd section in the Discord. We got another 12 babies coming in, and Doc Wood is looking fairly good. And I'm telling you what, there's going to be 24 piglets running around. And from my count, the last count I had here on Discord is we only had 10 pigs that wanted to be named. So we need some more pigs to be named here. Let's hop on over. I don't know why I'm trying to jump over that when I can just open this thing. I felt athletic this morning, I guess. All right. Crispy Bacon, sorry, you can't have any babies, okay? All right. Whoa, hey. Porky. Porky is expecting 12 babies on July 5th. Coming up very shortly, guys. By my calculations, that is 36 pigs that we're going to be having running around in here, guys. So please, if you guys haven't yet, join the Discord. If you guys want to have your name for a random drawing, but it kind of looks like at this moment in time, anybody that wants to be a pig, you're getting named. So if you guys want to be named in the series, I would recommend jumping into that Discord, following the links in Join the Herd section, and your name more than likely will be drawn to be put in here for pigs, because I need to fill you guys out with pigs. Oink, oink. Let's go. All right. Onward and upward on the day here. We're going to take these 2 Parker wagons, and we have the unload auger over here on the bins ready to rock and roll. Like I said, we got just a little over 85,000 liters of corn that needs to be hauled off into town. But first comes first, we need to take these stinking duals off this tractor, because if anybody knows, running duals over top of the scale house is going to be I don't want to be in the tractor. Okay. If anybody knows that running duals over the scale house on at the scale house with duals on, it can be a challenge. So we need to take the back duals off. We're going to leave everything the same. It's going to cost us $250. That stinks. That stinks. But we need to take them off. Otherwise, you know, we're going to fight it, I think. So we got them off. Looks a little different, that is for sure. But either way, it's going to work. Get this thing fired up. Go grab the Parker wagons. And on we go. So each Parker wagon holds just a little over, I think it's a little over 11,000 liters grain in them. Whoop, well, back up here. Kind of overshot it. So let's get that dry corn out. 82,565 is what we have. And while that's unloading, let's take a look at the market here. So we go on to dry corn, and we're going to open up the values. And it does look like $702 a liter. So that's an estimated value of $57,390. That we need to try to get this all hauled out today. And it does look like we're going to the train. Yeah, so that is the train, which is still at the elevator. It's just a different pit that you need to go dump it in. And I'll show you when we guys get there. But if we take a look here at soybeans, where did you go? There's soybeans. I know we don't really want to wait till July to sell. I know that's going to be the max price we're going to get, but we need as much money as we possibly can. And I'm thinking by next month, maybe even to that February time frame, I might have to sell. I'm going to have to sell off. We don't have a whole lot, actually. What do we have? We only have 20,000 liters. So it's only going to be about $15,000, but I'd like to get it out of there. So that way we can start racking up some more of that money. Because if you guys remember in the last episode, we were talking about what are we going to do with the planter? And hopefully this kind of pushes us up to where what we were going to want to do for the planter. Yeah, so we really have to kind of see where we're sitting at with the final outcome of all of this getting hauled into town. Dry corn, make sure that's dry corn. Don't get the mistake between corn and dry corn. You'll get less money for the non-dry corn, obviously. Well, let's get this first load of corn hauled into the co-op. Now, how many of you guys still bring in corn to the co-op with a tractor and wagon? And do you guys run like Brent's or what are some other ones here? You guys help me out. But how many of you guys actually haul in with tractor and wagon still? I'm guessing there's probably still quite a few people out there, or even truck and wagon. It don't really matter. But this would actually be kind of nice if eventually, when we start getting a little bit more cushion underneath us with as far as money in the bank account, that we can, maybe invest in maybe a straight truck or a smaller semi truck. But this is going to have to do for now. Kind of reminds me of back when I was very, very young, riding in the tractor with my dad or my uncle at that time, the uncle I'm working for right now. When he was working with his dad, tractor and wagons were kind of thing. We had two Parker wagons kind of similar to this. And I can remember taking the long trip, which felt like forever when you're a little, riding in the tractor cab on the seat, but there was no buddy seat. It was literally the the wheel well from the tire on the outside. And those were some long days riding in the cabs with grandpa or dad or whoever going into town. But I always remember going in there and being able to get back. I mean, I'm talking, I was 7, 8, 9 years old, somewhere in there. And we would always have a Coke machine, and it would have the glass bottles of Coke. And I can always, grandpa says, you better get yourself one of those. And he would give me I don't remember if it was like 10 cents at the time. 10 cents to get the glass bottle of Coke out of there, and you'd sip on that. Boy, that would taste good on the hot days. All right, enough reminiscing of my, younger years, but let's pull up in here, get kind of scaled. We're going to kind of role play this just a tad here, guys. So we're going to come over here and we're going to hit that probe, get that probe going. Let's jump in it, because it's so much cooler when you're in like this view and you see it. But how cool would it be if that was a way to like role play this like really hardcore? Like you had to get probed in order to get your price per liter of whatever crop you're bringing in. Maybe that'd be too much for some people. Okay, that is ready to rock and roll. We should be able to make our way around this and then back up towards the grain bins up there. Now, if you guys are playing this map and you guys are a little confused on how to get the train or how to deliver it to the train, you have to go to the second pit. If you guys are on, if you gotten this map, hopefully you guys get this the right way. This map off of itch.io from No Creek Farms himself. But see how they're labeled pit 1 and pit 2. You need to go to the second pit, and that's going to give you the train. So first load in, pull forward just a tad and get that back. Oh shoot, pulled too far forward. Back up just a tad. There we go. Get that dropped in. All right, so it does look like we are skyrocketing with our money up at the top right. Feels good to actually look at that thing and it's actually going up and not down. What do you guys think? Is that always, that's a good thing, right? But this is going to be a long day of hauling some corn. But this is basically load 1 and 2. I'm thinking it's going to take us, what are those, 20,000, 2.4. It's going to take us about 3 trips-ish, somewhere in there. And $15,000. Nice. That's what we're getting here. So that's good. That's good. That $15,000 is itching us closer to that decision that we got to make here later on. And hopefully we can, make that decision with some smart thinking, right? Well, let's head back to the farm and let's get this stuff loaded up back and continue to haul into town. Well, trip number 2 going into town. We got loads number 3 and 4 on our way to the co-op. We have to sell this dry corn in January because when January 2nd rolls around, the price of dry corn drops significantly, which is going to really hinder our abilities to continue to make this money for the farm and continue to grow it like we want to. So we got to get this all loaded in, all hauled in, so that way we can get that bank account number up. We are sitting at $23,330 right now, which is very good. We'll swing back around here and get probed again. Like I said, I want to kind of keep this kind of a role play, but kind of just a chill, relax kind of style at the same time. Don't want to get too carried away with the whole in-depth role-playing stuff, but, it is fun to kind of mess with this stuff since you got it. I can just hear the sound in my head of the corn or beans, whatever it may be, zooming by. It's got that distinct noise to it going through that probe like that. Brings me back some fall time vibes right there. Well, we'll buzz back around the shed, go up there and get this unloaded into the pit number 2 and get that sold directly to the train. Looking pretty good. I can remember too back, when you go get the stuff unloaded, either my dad or grandpa or even the people that sometimes will unload these things at some of our local co-ops, you get down to the bottom and you grab this thing and you just shake it back and forth to get every little drop, every little kernel, every little bean pod, or not bean pod, but every little bean that's stuck in there, because you want to get the most for your crop that's going into here. So I just picture myself just trying to rock these things back and forth. All right, back in the tractor before we get something dropped on our heads. Buzz back around, and we're just going to continue this, guys. Well, let's get pulled underneath this, and I do believe we're going to have enough. We'll hop out once we get this first one started to load into the wagon. Whoop, got a little carried away there. Dried corn. Let's hop on out and take a look and see what we have left in there. It did say like 36,000, so let's see. We should be... so 35,000 liters. So it is going to take another 2 wagons plus a partial wagon, and we will have the rest of that corn hauled out of there, which will be great. It looks like, we're sitting up at 38,664. That's going to be close to that 57,000 like they were predicting here. All right, well, let's see. Let's look at soybeans. Again, 753 is what we're going to get right now. But if you look at the way the market goes for the soybeans, it is going to increase. Now, we could wait till February, but I don't know that I want to wait that long. I'd kind of like to get this done in January here, possibly. Then we can kind of put everything away, done with the bins, done with the augers, get everything tucked away, and just focus all of our energy on springtime. Well, looks like that's all done. We better get this thing pulled forward here. That looks like we don't even have anything in it, but there's stuff in it. A little bit of quick math there. It does look like we're going to kind of end up with a full wagon, probably the front one, and unfortunately probably just a little bit in the back of the next one, because you can't quite really, plumb full these things like you can in real life and squeeze out that last, 50 bushels or, whatever it may be that you need to get in there. How many of you guys have tried to do that? You guys cleaning out a bin and you're like, oh, we can get this on the semi or the wagon or whatever it may be. And you're like, boy, that's a full load. Hope the DOT don't pull me over. Maybe you guys don't want to comment on that just in case. I'm just kidding. But it would be interesting. How many people have truly tried to push it because they're like, oh, I can get that I can get that stuff loaded on that, no problem, no problem. You know, and then you load it and you're like, oh, it's kind of a big problem now. Well, this is just about full here, about 90% full, and then we'll be on our way for trip number 3, which would be load number 6. All right, full load at 22,000, just shy of 20, just 22,906 is what we have here, hauling up to the co-op per trip. Better get our hazards on here so that way nobody, you know, because we're slow moving. Although I don't have a slow moving sign on any of these wagons. Well, maybe we, you know, could probably get one on there at some point, or just not worry about it. And we just, you know, make these short trips. We do got a couple cars behind us. No problem. We'll put our left turn signal on here. At least they didn't try to pass me. That's always a plus. Oh goodness, was not paying attention because I was looking down at, I was trying to switch wagons. Oh goodness. We're gonna have to get a align the front end there. There we go, pulled forward. I always think that I can't get that back wagon. You know, I think that it's too far back sometimes. I don't want to be selling it for a cheaper price back there. So that is something to keep in mind when you guys are dumping in these pits. You know, you don't want part of your stuff to overhang in the pit 1 because you're going to be selling it to the co-op dryer portion of on the map here. Another 15,284 going into the account. Now we're sitting at 53,949. So almost $54,000. What are we going to do with all this money? What are we going to do with all this money? Well, pulling around here for, I'm assuming, going to be, I don't know if we're going to get a full load off this front wagon. We'll have to check to see what we have left in the bin. Let's hop on out and take a look. And I'm thinking, so we got 13,000. So just as I suspected, we are going to have a full front wagon. And then we're going to have a partial back, like possibly like 2,000 liters or 1,500 liters of corn in the back of this. Maybe what we can do is split it because, you know, in real life, you're probably going to want a little bit of weight on that, on those trailers. So that way they pull a lot better. But we'll maybe try to split this the best we can. We'll get this to be about 50%. And then the rest of that should be able to fit all on the back. All right, we'll pull this forward here so that way that stops kind of loading. And we'll just continue to load in the back. Look at that. That kind of, you know, worked out in the game. In real life, we would have been dumping that on the ground. But hey, that's a good thing that's a game. Well, that looks like we are completely empty in the bin. And remind you, we still have some in this bin here that we are keeping for the TMR mix for the pigs. So that's still wet. We're not going to dry that. All right, well, looks like we are completely empty on the corn. Let's go take a look and see what we have for soybeans, which I think, like we said, just a little shy of 21,000 or 20,300-ish right in that spot. So not a whole lot of soybeans, but it'll be enough. I think it's going to give us a little extra $20,000 or so, which isn't going to be too bad. It's going to help pad that pocket. Well, let's get the final load of corn into the co-op here and put that behind us, guys. Let's make that long, slow trek to the co-op in the tractors, you know. But although this isn't that terribly far, but, you know, I'm just kind of thinking back to my younger days when lived about, you're about 7 to 10 miles roughly out of town from the bins that I grew up at. And in the tractor, that can feel sometimes like an eternity, especially when you have a wagon or two on the back. Well, let's get on over to the co-op and get this final tally of the amount of money that we made selling all this dry corn. Forgot to get our hazards on. Now this goofball thinks that we're going to run into them. That was completely my bad. We'll pull around towards the scale house over here and get that final load delivered, which it feels very, very good, but yet I wish there was more corn in the bins. As long as we continue this playthrough here, eventually we're going to have enough in there that it's going to take us a lot longer, and we're going to have a semi or something. So I think we are far enough in. All right, well, let's make our way up to the pit and get this stuff dumped. There we go. Last load's going into the elevator. Feels pretty good. Feels stinking good. And just watch that bank account climb up there. Are we going to hit 60,000? We hit $60,000. Woo! And a profit of, what did we start at? Just shy of $8,000 this morning. And that's still going. 63, 9,184. Cha-ching. Well, that does it for corn. Let's head on back to the farm and get prepped for some soybeans for tomorrow. Because that's going to take us, it's going to take us, what do we say? It's going to take us basically the front wagon and the back wagon. And believe it or not, that's going to be all the soybeans we have. But we cannot sell them all. Good thing I caught that and was thinking of that. We cannot sell all of the soybeans because I need some of the soybeans to be able to make the TMR mix for the pigs. So, let's think on that. How do we want to handle some of that soybean stuff? Do we keep what we have in there since we're sitting at 63,000? Do we want to keep just what we have in there? It's not going to spoil. And what we could possibly do is next fall, we could sell off some. That way I don't have to try to worry about the amount I keep in the bin for the pig TMR. What do you guys think? Should we leave that until the next go around? I'm not going to do anything with it right now. Or we could sell some of it in July. Then we would have a little bit better idea where we're sitting at stuff, and then we get the best price possible. So we could leave it till July, which I'm thinking that might be what we want to do. But let me know down in the comments, guys. Should we sell the soybeans now or wait until July so we have a better grasp of what we have for the TMR mixtures for the pigs? Let me know in the comments. We'll see what you guys think. So with that being said, we're going to go park these wagons just down here. Can actually just leave this whole thing right about here because we need to go over and check on the cows and possibly just give them another bale of Alfalfa. That way we know that they're going to be topped off for the remainder of the month. They're not sitting too bad. They're still sitting really, really good with the straw bales, so that's good. All right, let's get this bad girl fired up. And I think we'll just take the top one. There's no need for taking two. Not at this point in time. Gotta watch out for that tree though, guys. Yeah, I see you, Tucker, up there. I see you. All right. Alfalfa is in the trough there. Like I said, I think we're sitting pretty good. We might be able to stick a straw bale in the other side over here. We're not sitting too bad. 49, so not really bad at all there. Let's get this open. And you know what? It seems like everything is fine. There's only a couple of them here. The food situation, we're still fine there. 1,700 liters of food. So we're not sitting bad there at all on that one. And 1,400 liters, which we're not sitting bad at that one. Okay, well, we still have some time left in the day, which is really good. And I am really thinking that we want to make a little bit more money here. So I was just looking at the what we could possibly get for some corn stalk bales. And if we come down here to the where'd it go? Alfalfa bales. I know it's down a little bit here, but it's kind of plateaued, and we're going to get a worse price if it comes later. So we do have plenty of that stuff sitting in the barn over there. So you know what? We're going to go grab the truck, and we're going to go grab the trailer, and we're going to go sell ourselves some bales. Look at this backing up skill. Not too shabby. Okay, we'll just pull forward just a tad here. We can shut that off, and then let's get out. We need to go grab the international. Now we have, what is it? Let's count how many bales we have. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26 plus 1, 27. So I think we can haul about 10. I think we can haul 10 on this trailer comfortably. So let's load up 10 of those straw bales and get them on the trailer and hauled off into the co-op up there and get them sold. Let's hop out of the first person mode for your guys' viewing pleasure. Now, ooh, we're going to be kind of roughing and buffing it here because we did plow this thing. So that's going to be kind of a bumpy ride. I know we could probably get more of these if we stacked. Ooh, we could do that. We could stack them this way. But I'm already pre-stacked up top like what they are. But I'm always down to try new things. Yeah, there we go. Oh, whoa. Oh, well then. Well, let's see if we can stack this up on top. How about that? Or next to the side of it, just like this. And we'll just continue to try to do the way they're stacked up that direction. So that was kind of crazy. Just give me the straw bale, please. Why? I'm not quite sure why that bale's not coming with me. All right, let me get this rearranged for you guys. Okay, just took me a little bit, and we finally got the bales kind of the way we were wanting them. Let's get this first load up on here. Don't mind me, just making sure the trailer is connected to the truck, which it is completely connected to the truck. We did find that out. We are struggling with these. Oh my goodness. I would like my bales off, please. No, okay. Well, they're on the trailer. All right. Well, that's good, I guess. Yeah. So, like I said, this field is going to be a little bumpy. I say let's just drop this one here for right meow. That's going to be in the way. Let's think about this a bit. That's going to be in the way. Right there. Stay. Okay. Goodness. Take 7. Can I do something like this? Most certainly can. There we go. Oh, whoa. Kind of wonder how a bale grabber instead of the forks have been working for everybody. Don't want to get them too terribly high. I'm not quite sure. I do not know. Okay, well, see you later, bale. Why are we struggling, guys? Okay, we'll get this loaded in no time. No problem. I knew I put this bale here for a reason because I figured I'd probably drop one off on the other side. Now, it is nice that I did end up picking up that back weight for this thing because otherwise we would not be even able to take 2 bales at a time and load them because we would have been struggle bussing. I mean, these loading skills that I have are pretty on point. And we'll just bounce through this plowed field. I should have hit this with the cultivator when I had the chance to kind of just smooth this area out here. Would have been a better, a more enjoyable ride. Let's just put it that way. And the final bale is finally on the trailer. That was difficult, guys. I'll tell you that for sure. That was extremely difficult. Let's get this stuff strapped down. We'll haul this stuff off into town and see what we get. At the co-op, when you guys are ready to sell any of the bales just go up here. And I know we did show this on another episode up there here a while back. But the bales go just right over here by the bins. And No Creek has made that trigger a lot bigger on the final version. Whoa. On the final version, the bale sell point is a heck of a lot bigger than it was through the beta versions. So you should have no problems, selling any bales. You just basically need to park it like this and unstrap. There we go. All right. It's $3,600. It's not a whole lot, but it's a little bit more. Every little bit counts. So back to the farm we go. All right. We're getting up into the farmyard here. And we made a pretty good day today. We are sitting right now at $66,000, which is not terribly bad by any means. We are sitting pretty dang good. I feel comfortable with the amount of money that we have so far. Well, I know it has been some time, but we are ready again because we got some money in the account. We are ready again to start picking some cows. And congratulations to everybody that's gotten entered into this on the Discord. But it is now time to find out who gets their names in the herd series. So let's head on down to the limousine animals. Let's see. And I think we have 2 bulls. Let's double check this because we need to make sure that we're not purchasing some stuff that we do not absolutely need. All right. So we have Big Mac, who is big enough to, or old enough to reproduce. And we have Sirloin that is old enough next month to be able to reproduce. So that's good. So we got 2 bulls. So we are going to pick 3 cows, okay? We're going to pick 3 more cows, introduce them to the herd. So let's get that on the way. Let's see how we got here with these ones. So in no particular order, these 3 right here, I think are sitting, but these heifers, what's, I guess I'm not quite sure. If anybody knows on the realistic livestock mod, I know there's been a couple updates, but he has changed some of this stuff to heifered and heifered bulls. So are these just different? I guess I'm not sure. If anybody knows, let me know in the comments. Let's maybe do this. We're going to pick these 3. 11 months. That one can reproduce at 18 months. This one is 13 months. So we got a little time yet for that. And then our final one here is 11 months. So we have 3 of them here that we're going to be purchasing. So let's buy the selected. Buy the selected. There we go. $6,000 worth of cows coming in. First one is AK Mommy. Your name is going to be very, very good, and it's just going to be cow. Okay, that's what you picked. It's just cow. Congratulations, AKA Mommy. Greatly appreciate your your ingenuity into animal naming. Next one's going to be is this one right here. Change the name. And this one comes from Henry over on Discord, and your cow's name is going to be Alan. Congratulations, Henry, on getting your name into the herd. So let's confirm that so we don't mess that up. All right. So now for the last and final one, let's change the name here. And this one is coming from Pie7204 over on Discord, and your name is going to be Pie. Congratulations, aka Mommy, Henry, and Pie over on Discord. Welcome to the herd. Boy, this thing is, we are growing pretty dang quick. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 total cows here so far in the herd, and they are all happy, ready to eat all of the alfalfa that we could possibly feed them. And hopefully, speaking of feed, hopefully we can start looking into a TMR mixer for the cattle as well. So we're going to need to start looking at that stuff. There are some things that we're going to have to purchase here in the next couple episodes. Otherwise, we're going to start falling behind like we did again. So let's head on over to the pigs. And we got some more pigs to name over here. We're only going to be doing 2 since we're going to have like 36 piglets here coming shortly. And I need more people that want to be pigs over here. If not, they're just going to be unnamed. And the next time somebody picks to be a pig, guess what? You're going to be already in the game. All right, so let's head on over. I think I want to do, so we have 3 of them in here. I kind of want to put 3, I want to put 2 more over in this one here with the Lancers. So let's get over here and get these introduced to the herd. All right, so Lancer, let's see. I think we can mix and match. I don't think there's anything that says we can't, unless I'm completely wrong. That's tiny, that's like a baby. All right, so let's see. We don't need any boars. So we could pick some of these ones here, 28 months. So not terribly bad. This one doesn't seem bad. I know it's a little expensive. 9 months. So this one can do it. And this one could reproduce. I think we purchased these 2. I know they're a little less expensive. The genetics aren't as great, but I think we could make the genetics better. I'm thinking we could do that. So let's purchase these 2. Buy selected. Here we go. All right. Well, we got 2 more pigs to the hog barn here. And let's see. The first one here is going to be Sir Ribbington from T-Money over on Discord. Congratulations, T-Money. Let me get this all spelled out. Sir Ribbington, welcome on in. Congratulations. Okay, next one comes from Grease Zombie 89. And this pig's name? Hamstring. Nice. Okay, well, welcome in T-Money and Grease Zombie 89. Congratulations on your animals' names being picked on the herd. And welcome and enjoy, and let's hope we can keep you alive still. So, this is amazing. Let's check on you guys. Ooh-wee, look at that. You guys are doing good. Well, time to close the gate. We got $59,000 in the account. I think it's time to kind of look and give you guys an idea of what this big decision is going to be. I know I put a community post out there for you guys on how should we handle the planter situation. So the option was to lease the planter. The other one was to buy it outright or take a loan out. Well, the majority of you guys, like a lot of you guys are saying, just buy it outright. But you know what? I want to be smart with my money because even if we go with this one right here, I don't really want to go with the 950 Cyclone, but even if we go with this Kinsey 3600 with the extended box with the fertilizer tanks on there, you're still $55,000. That doesn't leave you with a lot of cushion, right? So I am honestly thinking I'm pulling an executive order and saying we are not purchasing one of these outright. We are going to lease one of these, and when we're done with it, we're going to return it. Okay, so we have a couple options. Since we're going to lease, I don't really want to go big, right? I don't really want to lease that out. I would actually thinking about maybe leasing this one. If we look at this one down here at the bottom, this is obviously it's a mod, but we can plant alfalfa with this, so we don't have to lease a cedar. So my end goal, guys, is I would really like to either have one of these or one of these, or if I could find another mod somewhere out there that is, another cool planter. But for the time being, I think we want to lease this, but we're not going to lease it right now because it's only January, guys. This is crazy. We're not leasing it now. We can't plant anything. But this one's going to be the kind of the more ultimate planter that's going to suit us for this time being, for this season. It's going to be able to let us plant the alfalfa and plant our corn and our soybeans. So that is where we're sitting at. That was kind of the big decision. I am pulling the executive order because the whole goal of this series is to keep you guys alive and not struggle with the bank account. I appreciate you guys hanging out. We are coming along on this journey. And you know what? If you guys have made it this far on the channel, don't forget to leave a thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't, if you made it this far. And thank you guys for hanging out. We'll talk to you guys and catch you on the next one. Have a good one. Well, in this episode, we got a little bit of everything. A heartfelt goodbye. We got to introduce ourselves to 12 brand new piglets and our very first big push into the spring field work. We're prepping the fields. We're going to be plowing some pastures and laying the groundwork for one of the biggest seasons this farm has ever seen. Stick around. The herd's growing fast and things are about to get real busy. First up, the pig barn, and man, has it been wild lately. Peppa Pig had her 12 piglets last month, and there's another 12 on their way here. Let's see. Yeah, there's another 12 on their way right here. And I do believe that is Doc Wood, another 12. So that is amazing. And we have 7 of these already named. We pulled them straight out the Discord. We got Elvis Pigsley, Pork Chop, Goose, Swiftly, if I said that correctly, The Rock, Oinker, and Bob. All great names. And boy, I tell you, this has been a very fun series so far. And if you guys would like to get your name in on this series, just go down to the description where the Discord link is at. And you guys can be a part of the next round or just hang out with the community. You're all welcome there anytime. All right, we got to go over to this side because there's some more good news. And we have 3 more pigs that are pregnant. So we got Porky, who's expecting 12 in that litter. Crispy, nope, can't check you. So these 2 right here is we got Hamstring, who's having 12 babies, and Sir Ribbington, who's expecting. So that's 36 on this side. Holy cows. Holy pigs. And then we got another 12 over here, so another 24. So we have a lot of naming to do. All right, well, let's head on over to the cow pasture where we got to kind of talk about some stuff here, guys. And some of it is not going to be the most fun to talk about, but we did lose a member of the herd last month due to some issues with, giving birth. And that one was Tucker. Tucker's been with us since the beginning, so it feels kind of strange losing a cow through this series, but that's part of farming themselves. But more exciting news, we do have a couple of more of them in here that are expecting some cows. And those ones expecting are Ember Duck, Long Shot, and Pie Pie. Pie Pie was added last episode. Ember Duck and Long Shot, I believe, were in beginning of the series. So that's exciting. We got 3 calves coming into the herd here. And eventually we're going to have to kind of move them down that way. But let's come on over here because it is time to start planning on how we're going to handle springtime work. And my big thing for the day is we're going to come over here to this pasture that's not being utilized at this point in time. Eventually it'll get used when the herd gets a little bit bigger. Open sesame, please. There we go. All right, we are going to take this field right here, and we are going to turn this into a grass field. We're going to take the open pasture. We're going to utilize the free land that we already have and create another field. Now, I really want to do alfalfa, but as of right now, I'm kind of in the works, hopefully going to get something to where, at least for this series, I can utilize the alfalfa bales to work into the TMR food mix with the cows, but we're not quite there yet. So we're going to plant this all in grass, and when the time comes, hopefully when the time comes, we can maybe just, work a little bit of magic and get this thing switched on over to alfalfa, but for the time being, it's going to be grass. So we're going to have to we're going to have to rent a plow, and you guys are saying, well, Casual, you just basically brought back a plow. I did bring back a plow, but I did not think of this at that point in time. So we need to go to the store, and we need to actually lease a couple things. We need to lease a plow, and then we need to talk about soil sampling, because I'd like to get that leased and go out and get these fields at least soil sampled out there, so we know what we need to put on those fields and see what kind of soil conditionings we are working with. The other thing that we need to do is we need to get some lime spread on the field back behind these bins back there. And I'll pull up the PDA here real quick, and we can take a look and see what is going on here on the map. Okay, so we were talking about this pasture right here. We're going to turn into a little grass field. And we're going to take field 17, and we're going to turn that into a grass field. Now, a couple episodes back, we were kind of figuring out how we want to do this, and it kind of tripped my trigger. Had a couple comments in there, and I'm like, boy, we could really do something different. And like I said, turn this into a grass. This is 17 is going to be grass. Field 16 is going to be soybeans, so that would be good. And field 19 is going to be corn. And eventually, hopefully, we can kind of start expanding some of our fields. But for the time being, that will be pretty good. Be able to feed the cows a heck of a lot better. So it's gonna take a little work, but we definitely need to get going, because springtime is not waiting for us. Let's get this pallet of mineral feed off the back of the truck here. Don't need to be toting that thing around, so I'll get this out of the way. All right, we got that unloaded. We need to go hook up to the, let's go hook up to the trailer, because we need to go to the store, and we're going to lease a couple of those pieces of equipment and at least get them up here for the time being, so that way we can continue to work. All right, well, let's make our way towards the co-op and go grab that stuff that we leased up there and get this all packed on the trailer, and we'll bring it back to the farm, and we need to start hammering this stuff out. Let's go back in the fenced-in area, and we'll grab our leased equipment. And what we got here is all it is just a disc with some ripping shanks on the back, and we'll have to put this on the 8410 along with this thing, the Scout, which takes the soil samples. We'll have to put this all on the 8410 and start getting some soils and getting that field tore up. So let's get this stuff loaded up. Well, we had the dealership help us get this stuff loaded up, and it's probably not the best way of hauling this thing back, but you know what? We're doing it anyways. So let's bring this back to the farm, and we'll get the 8410 out of the shed fired up, and we'll start working up that pasture ground and create ourselves a grass field. All right, let's get the stuff unloaded. We'll have to pull out the 8410 and get that hooked up to the ripper here. We'll just leave this thing right next to the junk pile here. Let's get these doors opened up. Get the 8410 all ready to rock and roll. Well, with a little bit of magic there, we got that. We got the plow unloaded from the trailer. Now let's come on over here, and we'll have to go through the double gate here in between the two barns, or the two sheds here. Get the gates opened up. Now I'm thinking that we're going to want to stay kind of a little bit of a ways from the fence, just because I don't want to run into issues with hitting implements and stuff like that on there. We need to get that gate closed, so let's pull around this way. Now I'm thinking that I don't really want to square, for the most part, square this stuff up with the fence line in here. Kind of want to make it more of a, more flowing, so there's not so much stopping and reversing and all that kind of stuff. Okay, I think I have create a field on. Let's check it out. I do. Let's start off. I don't want to really go close up alongside this up in here, but I want to give a little bit of us some room up close to it. So let's just make our way along the fence here. And that almost looks about the way we want to do this here. Nothing too fancy. This corner down, straight down in front of me looks like it could be kind of a little bit of a challenging aspect of getting this thing turned around. Yeah, we'll just kind of make a little turn. I don't think we'll need to hold anything up, pull the implement up or anything. So we'll just kind of make our little turn there and we should be good. Now I'm going to do a double or maybe even a triple outline on this field. That way I got a little bit of room to turn around without hitting the fence posts when I'm creating this. The only thing that we have to go around in here is the tree, and then there's a power pole with the guy wire that's back up in the other corner of the pasture here. This will give us a nice kind of a little free field in a way. Be able to plant this up and it'll regrow. And I'm not quite sure how the workings of like the pasture, like on this, for this barn, for this setup, if they're going to eat some of this and that is counted as pasture, or how that all kind of plays out. It's not a big deal because we'll be feeding them like the TMR and bales for right now, but kind of curious on how that's all going to work. If you guys know how it works, don't be afraid to leave a comment down below and let everybody else, like myself, that doesn't maybe quite know how this is going to work. And boy, is that fog is really setting in this morning. That is pretty, it's not super thick, but it's definitely, you can't see very far. We also put on realistic weather. I don't know if anybody's ever played with that, but it does give another role play aspect of things that actually will make, more difficult when the ground or the fields are wet. It'll actually create like little standing waterways in fields and things like that. So it's kind of a cool little aspect. There's some other things to it. I haven't really sat down and fully understood the whole workings of the realistic weather, but it's supposed to kind of give you more of that feel of it rained out, I can't really work the ground, if that makes sense. So we'll make another pass around. Actually, we'll make another 2 passes around. That way I have some room to turn around and not, kind of restrain myself from being able to make closed turns, if you know what I mean, like not leaving little squiggly lines where you miss something. Well, let's get this little strip left here. We did see like we have a little spot right there that we missed, but let's get this little strip done. Nice looking sized field, actually. That will be pretty good for the farm here. It'd be turned into grass. We'll be able to let the cows graze out here as well. Let's go put this up in the yard and go grab the Scout, and we'll grab that to get this hooked up to the tractor, and we can go start doing some soil sampling. Make sure we can fit through here, which I know we can. Get this here and get this turned up so we're not digging up any more ground than we absolutely need to. Boy, that feels really good getting that field done. And it kind of just gives a more pleasing aesthetic to this whole map. Let's get that shut up. We don't need anything else to be in there. Okay, well, let's go start with this soybean field, and we can kind of talk about what the plans are for this soybean field. We kind of mentioned to them a little bit earlier. Let's see, I need to open up this so I can unfold. All right, there we go. Got that unfolded. And let's see, how do we lower? Just like that. And take soil sample. We don't need to take a soil sample yet. Let's pull up the map so that way I can see what we're actually doing here. So we're going to go through and we're just going to start probing all of this around here on the farm, on these fields, and get everything situated just right. Take a couple samples here. Sample number 1 done. Sample number 2 done. I'm not quite sure how many samples this is going to possibly take, but it's going to take a little bit. So we'll just kind of keep working here and get this all done. So we won't have to work this field up. We should be able to just plant straight into it, but we do need to get the lime spreader and spread this field full of lime, and because that's going to bring up a lot more of our pH on this field. That is what we're going to need, and we're going to turn this into a grass field. This will give us plenty enough hay to be able to feed our cows. And, then we don't really have to worry about kind of switching anything up as far as the fields go. So we'll be able to utilize this field as a grass field for quite some time, because hopefully we can start expanding some of our fields that we actually do have. Now, this will cost us a little bit to do this stuff, but I think it's going to be worth it in the end, so we're not wasting too much input cost. It's going to give us a better opportunity to become more efficient with applicating of seed, fertilizer, herbicide, all that kind of stuff. So it's a necessary evil, I think. Now, I'm kind of interested. How many of you guys play with precision farming? Or how many of you are just like, we're just playing? I'd like to know. Let me know down in the comments how many of you guys play with precision farming or how many people don't. So we've taken 10 samples so far, and we still probably have another 10 samples left to go on our way up, and there might be a possibility that we're going to have to hit a couple spots that we missed. There we go. Now we're sitting at, I think this will be 24 samples on this field. So let's actually turn, let's see, how do we turn in the soil samples? All right, so we need to send the soil samples in with Y, and we'll see what it's going to cost us. Soil samples are now being sent to the laboratory for analysis. You will see the results in the soil types map soon. Okay. Well, they got sent off to the lab, and we still have 3 more fields to go. So I'm going to go do that stuff, and when we are done, I will catch you back in the farmyard getting ready to do some more work on the farm. Yeah, so we're looking at about just a little over $9,000 to get that all of the soil samples done, which that's not really that bad considering where we're sitting at. Okay, let's see. We need to get this thing left here because we need to take it into town or to the co-op and get that lime spreader. We're just going to lease that for now, but let's go get this stuff brought in and let them know that we need to grab that. Okay, well, we got that in the back of the truck. Now we should be able to hook up to the plow over here, get that thing back into the dealership, and lease ourselves that lime spreader. Now we're going to have to make a trip into town. I'm not quite sure where we're sitting at with the amount of lime we're going to need. So that's going to be kind of tricky. We could go buy bulk lime from the co-op, or we could buy like bags. I'm thinking we want to go buy bulk. Well, back to the dealership. Need to hop out of the truck, get stuff unstrapped, so that way we can go inside the store and return our items. All right, while we are inside, we got everything returned, and we got our lime spreader leased, and it's sitting back in the fenced-in area again, and we'll come pick it up. Now, this is just kind of a little tiny guy, but it will do lime, and it will do granular fertilizer. So I'm not quite sure. Do we want to throw some fertilizer in there as well and just go hit all of the fields? But I really don't know, like I said, off the top of my head, how many loads of lime this is going to take us, because I'd hate to buy more than I need. Well, I think I've decided that we're just going to go and buy bulk. We'll get this thing full, and what we have left over, we'll just kind of unload it and store it in our shed. So I think that's going to be a better option, and go to the fertilizer bin, the fertilizer shed, excuse me, and get some of our lime. I think it's this one that we need to get opened up, so let's get that opened. Yeah, that is the one we need. So we just still have to drive underneath it. We'll better get this door opened up as well, so we can just drive straight through when we're done filling it. All right, pull on in here. Hopefully we fit with these duals, which I think we will. Yeah, it's tight. It's a tight fit. All right, let's see if we can get this thing lined up, and let's fill it up with some lime. There we go. Only cost us $192, which isn't terribly bad at all. Wow, that seems relatively cheap for lime. But anyways, just shy of 6,000 liters of lime into this. Let's bring it back to the farm and start spreading it. Okay, down to the field, and I think I need to get this stuff set up to not course play. I think I need to get this thing set up to be able to run GPS. So we're sitting at 10 meters. Everything looks like it should be good to go. Should be able to start spreading. There we go. Track on. All right, it does look like it is putting on the correct amount of stuff here, so that's a plus. That's good. And I think our spreading distances may be a little off, but we can deal with that. It's not a big deal. It should be okay. I really don't think we're going to go through all of this lime on this field. Boy, there's got some. Look at the dust path behind there. Looks like a storm behind that thing. All right, well, we'll get this field limed, and I'm pretty sure we'll just unload what we have, and we'll just have to store it. All right, well, let's go hook up to the cultivator. The cultivator, where did we put the oh yeah, back in the trees. Let's go hit it. Let's go hit the field that we created inside the pasture over there. Let's get that one knocked out. That won't take very long to do. And then I'm hoping maybe we could stick some granular in that spreader and do some granular seeding, granular fertilizing with it. Hopefully this thing fits through there. I think it should. We'll find out really shortly here. A pretty tight squeeze. Can't be much wider than the tractor. Not go. That was close. Not going to take us very long. That's for certain. We'll let that thing finish dropping down. We'll get the gate closed. That way we can run that. All right, let's get that checked over real quick. Looks like all the shovels are in place. Doesn't look like we're missing anything, so let's hop into it. We'll work the edge of this field on our way around. Looks like we're getting hooked on the fence post. I should probably pay a little bit more attention to that, huh? I need to hop out of that first person view though. Now hopefully we don't run into any issues when there's cows in here, because I think the cows do have collisions enabled on them now, so that could be kind of an interesting thing. Run into cows and they literally will stop the tractor. All right, let's finish this up. Like I said, not going to take terribly long, but kind of wonder, we should check to see, does this show you how many acres this field potentially would be? I don't know that it does. Well, we got the last little strip here, and this little, I don't know, 2-3 acre, I don't know what this would be, 2-3 acres or so maybe, of a little patch of farmland that we just created here, I don't know, in the pasture. So, man, that is looking really good. At where things stands for now, lots happening and plenty more to come. So I'll catch you guys on the next one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Casually Farms, and we haven't been gone for a little while, but we are back at it here on Ray County on the herd series, and we have some stuff that we need to do, we need to catch up with. First off, we need to go get those cows fed because they need some TMR. Also, it is planting season. We're going to be planting some corn and some soybeans. I'd like to try to get it done yet this month because the next few months, as we look at the calendar here, is going to be a little rainy. That's not good. So I would really like to try to get the corn in and the soybeans in, at least in April here, because May, June, and even July looks like it's going to be a little rainy, and July looks like it's going to be hot. 111 degrees. Holy cows. Nonetheless, let's get on to it. Into our truck, we need to go over to the cows. Oh, we need to get the tractor fired up because it is a little chilly this morning. It's only 26 degrees outside, but the cows do need to be fed. We got to get some TMR in there for them. We did get ourselves a TMR mixer for the cows because we need to feed them good food. Pigs are coming. We got some baby pigs in there. We also got some baby calves, I do believe. Yeah, I think we got one down there kind of in the corner. But let's get this tractor fired up. I have installed a couple of different mods on this play series so far, and a couple of them that are going to be is like the realistic repair mod, I think it's what it's called. I'll have a link down in the description. It is a PC only. It is a script mod, but what it does, if you guys look in the bottom right hand corner as I start the tractor up, you can see it has like a check engine light, a battery, your temperature gauge, a service light, all that kind of stuff. It does require you to warm up your tractor or your equipment, whatever you're kind of using, because if you do not warm it up, it gives you a warning that, hey, you can run the risk of the tractor, having issues. So kind of puts a little bit more realistic aspect to the game. So that's gonna be kind of enjoyable, I think. You also might have to charge batteries like with the jumper cable, and I just hit the pole. That's never good. All right, let's get in here and grab my Lanta. We cannot drive this morning. I swear I had put nothing in my coffee. All right, we're gonna come in here and we're gonna grab ourselves an Alfalfa bale. So that way we can create that TMR mix in the mixer. We do need to go grab it. It's in the pasture pen over here. We are struggling this morning. Oh my goodness. I did put it in this other trough area for the grazing pen, if you want to call it. Over here, the large pen. Probably carry that lower down. Looks like we need to pull it out of here. So I think, yeah, we should be able to just back right into it, hook it up. We'll put this, we're gonna have to unhook it a couple times here because we're gonna have to get this bale placed in there. Get that going. We don't have anything in there, but if you guys are new here, guys, welcome on in. Don't forget to subscribe, like the video, do all that fun stuff. Leave a comment down. The algorithm really likes that. But we did plant this field in some alfalfa. Yeah, it's not really a field, it was a pasture. We also planted the field behind those bins in alfalfa as well, and they are growing. We do need to find ourselves a planter. So I think we're going to go to the store and we're going to lease something for this season, and hopefully we can kind of get some money so that maybe next season we can look at maybe even financing something. That is another mod that I did put in here. It's called the finance mod or something. I'll have to leave a link in the description down below, but a lot of these things are going to be PC only mods that I'm going to put on here because they are script mods and council cannot run them. But anywho, we got some alfalfa in the TMR mixer, and let's get this thing backed up. Get ourselves some silage in here that we picked last fall. There was a fairly big update as well with the realistic livestock mod. There's a lot you can do now. You can do like artificial insemination now. You can, yeah, there's a lot of things you can do now, and it is pretty cool. Unfortunately, again, it's only PC, but if you guys are on PC, I highly recommend it. If you guys are into the animal side of things, I would highly recommend the realistic livestock mod. It just brings a whole new element to it, to the gameplay. All right, enough yip-yapping. Let's get this stuff unloaded in here, and let's see how much it takes. And that's okay. Well, it took all of it. Let's grab ourselves another bale. Need to watch the truck here so we don't scratch nothing. That wouldn't be good. Let's come on, grab another bale, get it into the mixer. Got it. Very good. Maybe look and see where we're going here. Oh, wrong pedal. You need to go in reverse there, casual. Can we sneak in between here? I think we can without hitting anything. Oh, just like that. All right, let's get this up in here. Dump it off. And that does seem to work. About 56,000 liter bales. It seems like that's what we're going to have to produce, maybe. See if we can sneak our way under here and get ourselves caught. No, it looks like it wants to be a little finicky. You must really have to kind of get it in the right spot. There we go. Now, hopefully these cows must have been pretty hungry, but hopefully this will fill up that cow trough, and they'll be fine for for a little while. The pigs, I do believe, are topped off with food. I think we can check them as well. But it is 6:45 in the morning, so chores are taking a little bit of time here. We can hop out and check and see what we have. So we're completely full with food, and straw is completely full. Everything's looking good. It looks like we got ourselves maybe we don't have anybody that's ready for maturity. But anyways, the cows are looking really good. The cows are looking pretty healthy. We are growing them. Let's go, while we're doing this, let's go check the pigs real quick. Like I said, I think... Can I not climb over this? There we go. Like I said, I think they're good on food. I think we topped them all off. It does look like their food is pretty close to being topped off. But we got a lot of these baby little pigs in here. Oh, this mod is great. These pigs over here, I think we got 4 of them. I think we got 4 of them. Yeah, we got 4. So it does look like all the food is topped off. We're good sitting there with food. Don't let any of these little piggies out. Okay, let's go put the mixing wagon back where we found it. And I think what we're going to have to do is I want to kind of load up ourselves some fertilizer totes and our seed tote. I think I have a seed tote over here. I think I have it in the shed. So I'd like to load that stuff up, get that on the trailer, and then get ourselves, we got to go to the store and see if we can lease ourselves a planter. That's unhooked. I do believe let's go put the weight on the back side of this, and we can drop the bale spikes off over here with the hay being in the back. Should be able to just place it right inside here. I think we have plenty enough straw. The cows don't seem like they're going through a whole lot of straw right now. So that's kind of a plus. It looks like we have, I don't know, maybe not quite half a dozen bales of straw. So that should last us quite some time. They don't usually use a lot of straw, which is good. But I don't know if we're going to have to do a lot of straw bales, corn stalk bales this season. This go around, but we'll find out once we get there. It is still early April. All right, where did we... There's the forks. I remember where I put the forks at. Get that loaded up. Now I think we can... Yeah, we should be able to just put these right on the trailer. I think one of them is full and the other one is partially full. Excuse me. Had a little hiccup there. You know how much a skid loader would come in handy right about now, but we don't have one. Let's see if we can get this loaded up. I wonder if we can stack two. That might be kind of hard with this tractor. I should have pulled the tray. Ah! We should have pulled about ran into the other tractor. I should have pulled this out as I'm saying here. Oh, we always ran into the trailer. My goodness, my driving skills today are just top notch, if you guys can't tell. Probably the best tractor driver around the county. Even if this is empty, we still need it. Because the hopes is we'll get ourselves a planter that we can... My goodness. That looks like that is empty. So, that's okay. Got it hooked up. So we're going to have to more than likely probably want to go get some starter fertilizer in here. There, got that. All nice and dandy. We should maybe get this tractor out of the way. I have to let this thing warm up though. Gotta let the tractor warm up. I'll just pull this right around here. Over to this side. The cool thing about this mod for the I believe it's called the realistic like breakdown mod or something like that, but it actually like can kind of change the way your engine will react when you're pulling stuff. So we'll have to see how that all plays out, like when we're planting or even cultivating, or even some of the other tractors, combine and all that kind of stuff. It'd be interesting to see how it plays out. All right, back up. Yeah. Oh man, a skid loader would be so nice. There. Go. Can you slide in there, please? Thank you. All right, we got our seed. And we just ran into the windrower. Not a big deal. I mean, that's that'll buff out. We'll have to get the welder out. Okay, well, let's get this thing up on here. Put it right in the middle. Okay, we'll just leave this tractor up by this shed because I'm not quite sure if we're going to need it again, but we are done with it for the hay bales. We'll just kind of let it sit right where it's at. Okay, we got back around here and grab our truck, and let's head into town and check to see what kind of planter we're going to kind of pick up. For sure, we're going to have to lease it with only 32,000. We're going to have to lease something. And like I said, hopefully maybe next season go around we can actually purchase ourselves something. Or lease something, finance something, things like that. Because we do have a finance mod in here as well. But my thought is we'll use that for possibly some very big equipment upgrades or even land purchase upgrades, things like that. So let's head into town. Let's check to see what they have, and I'll meet you guys back here. Okay, well, we're ended up here at the dealership. We're just going to leave the truck run because it is kind of cold outside, so hopefully we can make this kind of quick and snappy. All right, looking through the planters, I don't think I want to run the Cyclone and anything like that, but this Mackenzie 3600 does kind of trip my triggers here. I do like the boxes here, but I do think I want to go with fertilizer tanks on here as well. So that way we can put down some starter fertilizer on that. We got row cleaners. It is 55,000. I think we're just going to lease it. I think that's going to be the better option, at least for this season. We could check to see. It does hold quite a bit more. Now, I'm not sure if that's total or if you get to hold more fertilizer in here. I'm not sure, but I don't know if we need 8,000 liters. 4260 seems like should be just fine. Yeah, let's use this one. So let's lease this one here. $2,830, $2,830 for that lease. I think we can manage that a lot easier. So we got that leased. Let's go grab it out of the back. Now, while I'm here, I would like to show you guys maybe a little bit more about this realistic breakdown mod. So let's pull it over here kind of towards the shop, and I can kind of explain to you guys a little bit about what it potentially will do. So as you can see, there's operating hours, there's battery hours, there's service hours. Some things that you can do is, so you can do battery charging down here at the bottom, service the vehicle. It's 105 at this condition right now. You can inspect the vehicle, recompare, you can customize it. All right, so we got it in the game settings here for this the realistic breakdown mod. Now you can change this periodic services, and we're going to change it to 100 hours, but you have some control over things that will break down. Vehicle workshop opening 7 hours. With it being harvest time, I think we're going to keep it open to 10 hours. Vehicle closing 6 hours, things like that. So a couple of things that can actually wear down is the thermostat, lighting, glow plugs, wipers, generators, engine starters, batteries, and tires. So these are all like service things that will fail at like points. So 140 hours, your battery will fail quicker. So we're going to kind of leave everything to stock other than this 100-hour vehicle interval. So every 100 hours, these things are going to need to get fixed and repaired. So we're going to kind of learn as we go with this mod. I've never used this mod ever, so it's just a learning trial and error type thing and see how it goes. I think it'll be enjoyable. So let's get this thing back towards the farm, and I'll catch you guys there. All right, back up to the yard. We're going to get this thing over in front here and hooked up to the tractor. That way we can get some stuff set up, so that way we can start planting. Let's get this unhooked, and let's move this trailer out of the way because we're gonna need that down at the field down the lane. Got that all hooked up, and let's lay these straps down. I might have to rekeybind that. All right. Well, as you can see, we hooked up jumper cables to that thing, which is not you don't want to, but those things are enterable, so it must assume that it is a vehicle. Let's get this pulled out of the way. I think we might have to purchase ourselves some more seed, but definitely we're going to have to get some more starter fertilizer. Let's get the 8410 hooked up to the Kinsey planter. There we go. Let's get this thing unfolded here. All right, well, let's hop out and take a look. Make sure we got all the hoses hooked up. They look like they're all hooked up, and we're spun around. I do like this planter quite a bit. It looks like it's a nice planter. Nice looking planter. All right, all the row cleaners and everything look like they're top notch. The closures in the back look like they're good. Yeah, I think we're ready to rock and roll. Let's get this tractor down the lane and set up so that way we can just unfold this once we get into the field. And then we should be able to pull the tractor, we should be able to pull the truck down there and kind of get it in the road ditch a little bit and get ourselves filled up. Let's get this thing started to be unfolded here. We can get into this field. So this is alfalfa. We are going to, like I said, we're going to turn it into a corn field, obviously. And we're just going to direct drill right into this thing. I don't think I have to turn anything on. I do have a mod called the direct drill mod, but I think it's already all set up. I'm hoping. Let's run up the lane and grab ourselves, not get hit by the car. Oh goodness. All right, let's finish our jog up the lane. Let's grab the truck and head on back down to the tractor. Okay, we got the truck ready. I think what we'll do is we're gonna put all of this on the tractor that we have, and then I think we need to run to the co-op so we can top our totes off with starter fertilizer. Otherwise, I don't know if all of this will get the field done. This is a little bit bigger field. I'm not quite sure if it's gonna be enough. I don't think what we have is gonna be enough as far as fertilizer goes. Hope I can get both of those totes of fertilizer. One was empty, so that's, I guess it doesn't really matter. All right, let's get this thing loaded up. Looks like we got the corn going there. And that is empty, and the tote disappeared. Great, okay. These totes are refillable totes, so they will not disappear, but we got them all in there. Let's go grab ourselves some more seed, I guess, and probably top those totes off. So let's head to the co-op and get that stuff. That way we can continue farming. We don't have to stop and go grab that stuff a little bit later. Let's come over to the liquid bulk station. Stop there, and now we need to enter you. And we want some starter in that one. Okay, and then I think, yeah, this one here. I don't want the cables connected. I just want, I want this filled. All right. I'm not quite sure. Is that tote strapped down? If not, we're gonna strap it down. Kind of a janky setup there. All right, let's unstrap these because we don't need them. Let's see. Can we go in here and get ourselves some pro boxes? All right, let's get this pro box loaded up onto the truck and head back to the field. There we go. Got the fertilizer started up. I'm not quite sure. We might have to. We'll see once this kind of gets full. All right, it's not taking the corn. Well, anyways, let's get this truck moved out of the way. Just get it backed up out of the way here. Let's get that shut off, and we should be able to start planting here. Okay, let's get this thing fired up just like that. And let's drop that down in the ground. And we are planting, kind of. Let's get this goofy little corner fixed up here. All right, there we go. Now we're planting. All right, let's get our GPS going. We're gonna do 2 rounds just like that, and we can go up and down just like that, so everything is good there. Okay, I have to change a few settings. Give me a second. All right, away we go. We got this all not ready and hooked up. So let's back this baby up again. We are struggling with this morning again. So let's get this GPS working. All right, that's all working. There we go. All right, we're cruising along at 9 miles an hour. We got a lot of planting to do. So we're going to do 2 rounds on this field. We are using a pretty good amount of nitrogen into this ground. Goodness gracious. I think we could burn through quite a bit of this, but let's get a couple rounds here. We're going to do 2 passes around, and then we'll start our ups and downs on this. Catch you back after the time lapse. All right, well, yeah, we're in here, and I think the battery's dead on this thing. Yeah, the batteries, if you guys can see in the bottom right-hand corner, is at 3%. So that's what this realistic breakdown mod thing does. I don't know if whatever. We're going to go grab the tractor and yeah, we'll have to run all the way back, grab the tractor and hook up the jumper cables to it and get this thing fired up. Although I don't need it to be started because I just need to get some fertilizer in here. So we might be able to just put fertilizer in it and we'll have to jump that later. So let's just bring the tractor over, get the starter fertilizer in and continue to plant as it is getting to be about noontime. I think we can kind of just pull up like this and get that full. Still kind of curious about, let's see, how do we open up, turn on, stop refilling? Let's see, how do we open, unload, disable direct drilling? We don't want to do that. We want to open the covers. So can we refill from that way with some corn? No. So we'll figure that out as we're going. So let's close that menu. All right, we should be good enough with the corn. Obviously, we didn't use a whole lot of it through this field because of the variable feed rate, variable seed rate, not feed rate. Kind of the same thing. Get this thing fired back up and away we go again. Planter drop down in and away we go. All right, well, we're getting to the very last little path here, and we kind of get goofed up there, but we got about 10% left in our fertilizer tanks. I'm hoping that this should be enough to get us down there to the end and be done. We got a little spot there that I'd like to hit in the kind of the top right there a little bit that we kind of missed with the planter, but then we need to go down and jumpstart our truck. Get that thing maybe serviced. I don't know if we need to put a new battery in that thing or what we need to do, but okay, let's get pulled up in front here. It's usually on the sides where the tractors are, but I think we have long enough jumper cables. All right, let's get around on this side, and I think I remember what the keybinds are. It's X. Whoop, nope, not X. Why do I have super strength on? I think it's X. R, maybe it's R. There we go. First connect, what did it say? First connect the working vehicle to the jumper cable. Okay. Jumper cable connected. And that's all started. Okay, well, let's see if we can start this thing. Engine won't start. Battery is discharged. Okay, so let's, okay, it looks like it's charging, so can we come in here and rev the engine? Whoa! 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 We didn't want to do that. Might have to put this thing in neutral. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, we gotta go back around. Get this stinking battery charged. If anybody's used this mod before, let me know how it goes. It starts. Got it. Okay, so I think we can just let this thing run, and hopefully it will charge the battery itself. So can we disconnect the battery and disconnect the battery? Okay, let's let the truck run. Let's bring this up to the shed and maybe get the planter kind of washed off. We need to put fuel on this thing as well, so I think I'm not quite sure. We might not have fuel in the fuel barrel. Let's check that out. Let's get up here and check out to see what we got in the fuel barrel. We might have to purchase some fuel. Let's check to see what we got. We do not have any fuel. Select the product you want to buy. Whoops. Why? Is it already... Oh, maybe it's already full. Let's see. It is. There's still some fuel in it. All right, that's why it wouldn't let me buy the fuel. Because it was full. Well, that's good. Okay, well, that's filling up. Let's make our trip back down and pick up the truck. Bring it up here. Oh, car's coming. That's good. Don't want to get ran over. Oh, you kidding me? What? All right, well... We got some battery trouble. I guess we're just going to have to leave this thing here for right now and get that thing topped off. We have to figure out if we need... Oh, man. What do we have? We could bring... We could bring the case down there and use that battery to charge the truck. Okay. Well, let's see what we got for battery in this baby. 98% battery. Okay. Well, let's take this down, get the battery hooked up, cables connected, We're at 6%, so we might have to just let that thing charge the batteries for a while.
A few moments later.
Wonder if we need to bring this into the shop and get it worked on. All right, let's see if we can get this thing started. It started. Let's disconnect the batteries. All right, 20% battery life on that. So let's just get this up to the house. We'll get that checked out. See if what kind of issues we got going on here. Maybe we need to replace the battery. All right, battery looks like it's dead. So battery charging, service, inspection. Are you sure you want to inspect this vehicle? Vehicle inspection will be completed at 15. Oh my gosh. So it takes time for you to do this stuff. That's crazy. Even if you serviced it 11:45, 11:45 o'clock, it'll be completed tomorrow. Oh my goodness! Tomorrow at 11:45 o'clock. I love that. Well, let's see. Our battery service, it says we're down to 2 of 100 hours. So I think maybe what we'll have to do is we're gonna have to repair this thing, and let's go grab ourselves some more fertilizer and possibly seed. I think we're fine with. Seeds. Let's go top off ourselves some fertilizer, some starter fertilizer. We still have some in there. I think what we might need to do is actually get ourselves another tote. Just drain in the bank account. Just draining it. No, I don't want the cables connected. I want to enter. There we go. All right, so these 2 totes will be full. I guess we'll have to service the truck overnight, maybe. And that's still good. So we got 2 full tanks of starter. I think we can head back towards the house. Yeah, let's head back towards the house. I'm wondering if we leave this here, maybe we can just recharge the battery. Kind of want to back this up just a bit, just in case. All right, there we go. So the battery's already half full, but the service is 2 of 100. I don't think we need to do the inspection. The inspection is what it was going to be, correct? Yeah, they're all going to be tomorrow. The condition of it's all good. Everything's good. It's just the service of the battery needs to be done. Which maybe let's try shutting this thing off. Let's see what happens. Can we just battery charging? Oops, didn't want to do that. Maybe we just need to buy a new battery. Are you sure you want to service this? Yeah, $150. Vehicle will be completed tomorrow. Oh my goodness, this is kind of risky, because if we if we don't get this truck at 12:18 o'clock tomorrow, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Okay, well, let's get into this thing. Actually, no, we need to bring this tractor up. We can't be letting this tractor sit down here. So I'm going to go grab the tractor, bring it up here, and maybe we should just unload the trailer. Okay, I want to start with the Pro Box, just because I want to see what it does with if I bring it over there with it on the forks. Let's see what... maybe they'll open up. We'll find out here shortly. Unless, do you think I need the seed tender? All right, well, let's leave that like that. Whoops, sorry about that, guys. And let's see if we can refill this thing. I don't know if we can or not. Refill it with diesel fuel, that's about it. All right, well. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is going to even work. We might not even be able to use this mod. But maybe this one. Not quite sure. It doesn't seem like it's working. Okay, well, we'll get something figured out. I guess that's going to have to do it for this episode. We got some things that we have to figure out before next episode. If you guys enjoyed this content, don't forget to leave a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, head on over to the Discord. There'll be a link down in the description. Come join the community over there, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a good one. Welcome on in. I'm your host, Casually Farms. If you guys hadn't seen last episode, yeah, our truck kind of broke down, and it's kind of getting serviced, and it won't be done until about 12:30 this afternoon, so it's just sitting there. Can't drive it. So what we got to do today is we need to go check on the cows and the pigs and see where they're sitting at. Also, we need to get the planter. There is some seed on here. We were kind of struggling to get this opened up. I think I figured it out to get the seed in there as well. There's also some lime here left over from when we limed the field over here. Yes, over here. We limed that field. We still have the lime spreader at least, so we need to get that back. So the plan is there is a spot down on this field that we're going to be planting in soybeans that we're going to kind of just spread that and kind of get the pH levels back up. And then we are going to start planting some corn. We also need to get this corn fields, all the fields rolled except for the alfalfa fields because I don't want to disturb that. So we'll have to deal with that when everything is done. Let's take a quick look here at the cows. And it does look like everything, their food is good. Down at the bottom right, it's got 27,000 liters of food. They got plenty of straw in here. And we are starting to produce a little bit of manure. So that's going to help us down the road with, putting nitrogen and stuff like that, fertilizing our fields a lot better. So keep it up, guys. You guys are looking good. You guys are looking good. You bowl. You're scary. Which one? Who are you? You're lobster roll. Well, welcome lobster roll. Make sure nobody gets out of hand today. All right, let's go over and check on the pigs. I don't think that we've had any piglets since last episode. I guess I didn't check to see what that was. If anything happened over deer in the farm field, or we got a little deer here, not the farm field. Oh, just ran through the building. All right, well, magical deers. Let's head on over and take a look at the pigs. I'm pretty sure their food is still good. We'll take a look here. Pop this open. If we can hop up in there. Yeah, it's not sitting too bad. We got 1,200 liters of straw or food in here, so that's good. We are creating some slurry as well, so that will be also be useful for putting on our field, so that's good. I don't think anyone is expecting, except for I think maybe one or two of these ones over here, I think. Let's see. No, not that one. Yeah, this one's expecting 12 babies. 12 babies as well. So there's 24. That's hamstring. And who are you? Sir Ribbington. You guys are still kicking. You guys are still alive. And this is expecting another 12 babies. Holy cows, we're gonna be having a lot of babies around here. We might have to look at, I don't know, upgrading our pen. I think we can hold 50 per side, so we think we can hold 50. So we're already at 24 here, and I think we're only at 4 there, obviously, but we will eventually have some more. Okay, everything's looking good. Let's go hop into the International, the 1486. That should be able to do what we need to do. So we're going to hook up to the lime spreader, or the spreader, and put the rest of that lime in there and get that out of here. And then we can return the lime spreader. So let's go do that right here yet this morning. Get this thing fired up. We're going to have to let this thing run. It's 40 degrees outside. It's not terribly bad, but you still need to kind of let this stuff warm up just a tad. But I think we can just drop this weight off here. I don't think we... Yeah, let's just drop it off. Maybe not right in the middle of everything. Let's just bring it over here and kind of out of the way a little bit. But let's hook up the lime spreader to this, and that we can go spread some of that lime on this field. It's not going to be like anything strategic. It's just I know there's a couple spots kind of on the very far end of the field that does need some lime to get that pH value up a little bit. All right, looks like we are full for what the lime we have. Let's head on down to our field. Let's get our forks up so we don't, you know, drive them into the ground, because that would not be good, not one bit. All right, so when we get into this field, we'll kind of talk a little bit more about what our plan is with this field. I'm thinking that we're going to be planting this whole section back here behind the hog barn and the cattle lot here. We're going to be planting this all in corn, and I think what we'll do is we're going to leave this all in, we're just going to plant in corn, and we're going to use it for silage, so it's going to be strictly kind of silage. I'm thinking we're going to come straight off of this little corner here. We'll kind of make it a little pretty. We'll eventually end up going straight just to the in front of the tractor down the way there, and that's all going to be corn back behind us. And I think that should be enough to kind of keep us with silage. If we need to pick some more off the other field, we can. We still have like 140-some thousand of silage in the silo bunker, so we're sitting fairly good with that. Let's head on down to the section of this field down here. We could have just used the regular tractor, because this thing possibly could struggle a little bit. Looks like it might be a little wetter in the field than inspected. Could be. I'm not quite sure how this real vehicle breakdown mod is going to affect this, but this is basically kind of our area here. So let's get our spreader going, and we're going to kind of just basically go up and down here and all the way over that way, and just kind of drain what we got here, because this is kind of the worst part of the field here that needs a little bit of help. So let's get this stuff spread out. I think this is like a 23-meter spread, 24-meter spread on this thing. But it does a decent amount. We're not going to be too worried about the edges or anything like that, but we're going to just spread what we have off here. Oh boy, our choice in tractor this morning could maybe have been better. Maybe we should have used the... Oh boy. Yeah, we might have to go grab... Well, let's let's just unhook this out of here, and let's go grab the 8410. I was really expecting that this thing was going to be able to do it, but it looks like the field is just a little too soft. A little too soft. I mean, it shouldn't be too terribly bad with those bigger duals on here. I mean, we got the moisture retention in the field, but I tell you what, this tractor is really not going to be the go-getter for anything with the field being worked. It's not terribly bad when you do some chopping of some corn, because that ground's a little bit firmer. But yeah, this this worked field is a little softer, and apparently this tractor does not like it. So we'll head on over, grab the 8410, and go down there and hook up. So as we're getting down here, you guys can kind of see the difference in, we'll hop out here, but you guys can see the difference in compaction. With the duals on here, we're not compacting as much, but with that single tire on there, look at the compaction difference. Now that's pretty significant. That's probably part of the reason why that tractor was struggling, even to pull this thing up the hill here. It's kind of a slight hill, but it was enough. All right, we'll get this hooked up, and we'll get away going here. All right, away we go. Oh yeah, much better. Now we're cruising, 10, 11 miles an hour, 12, 13 miles an hour, something like that. So that's, whoops, wrong buttons. I think we can make it pretty much straight down. I don't think some of that values is not as good up in here too, but it was mainly this hill down here, and kind of in that little corner there, but we'll just burn what we got. Looks like there might be some rain in the forecast. Just got the notification on my phone that there's rain coming here shortly, so hopefully it doesn't rain terribly a large amount, because that's going to kind of put a hinder on plans if it does decide to rain today. I'm really hoping it kind of holds off. It did get pretty cloudy out here as we were kind of working here out in the field, but I'm kind of hoping that it's just kind of maybe a stray shower that's going to kind of pop through, and hopefully we don't get a whole lot. Well, there's not too much left here in the back of the wagon, but we'll get whatever we can on here. And looks like we just ran out, so we'll hop out of this view. We'll shut the spreader off. We'll bring this back up to the yard, and we need to get hooked up to that planter, and we need to try to get some of this corn planted in over there back behind the hog barn and the cow barn. Get that kind of planted, and then hopefully we can switch over to beans and get this whole chunk of field here that we're kind of just spread a little bit of lime on. Hopefully get that all worked planted in soybeans. Like I said before, I'm maybe hoping before it rains. We'll just park this spreader right in front here so that way we remember to take it back later. Hopefully we can get all of that stuff that we were planning to get done. And I will remember to return that back to the dealership hopefully by the end of the day. Okay, let's get this thing all hooked up, ready to go. I think we might have to put a little bit of starter fertilizer in here as well. Yeah, so let's get this closed up. And let's get that thing moved. Let's get these unstrapped, and then we can get that, at least maybe one or two of those. We have to move that pallet as well. All right. Let's get to it. Well, you got to move this. Oh, no. No. Oh, shoot. Well, it kind of moved itself a little bit, didn't it? There we go. Oops. We did figure out, I was playing around with this this too. So, this Pro Box is kind of it's a similar mod to what I have on here already, or what comes with the map type thing. But this one is you can hook it directly to this here, and you can open the top, and that's how you actually fill the planter. So a little bit different, a little bit more work to it. So I'm not quite sure if it's something that we want to keep utilizing. They are refillable, from my understanding, but obviously we haven't had to refill any of them yet. So I'm not quite sure if that is something, if it it shouldn't disappear. We gotta close these up just a tad. There we go. All right, let's get that one hooked up. These things are a little heavier than what they look like. Put this here. All right, let's get this. The tractor's all fired up. We just need to fill it. There we go. We're getting some fertilizer in there. Very good. And that one is empty. Look at the look at the weight that it was just moving the arm on that thing. Let's see how much we have. Yeah, let's just tuck that other one in there so we don't have to do it again later. Everything will be full what we have, and we might I'm hoping that the truck will be done being serviced here in about 2 hours or so. We should be able to swing back around on the other side here and get that one picked up. I'm hoping. Hopefully I didn't park too terribly close to this to where I can't get in there. We'll see. We'll see. We might be able to poke a hole in the IBC tote. Oh, and we just pushed the other one off. Awesome. Okay, well, that let's go down with that. Holy cows, we are Uh-oh. That thing went all goofy. All right, we got that somewhat hooked up. Holy cows. Oh, my goodness. All right, well, let's get a little better positioning on that. This may or may not make the video. There they go. That's a little bit better there. All right, let's get this last one loaded up over here. We kind of had the same issue with some bales a couple episodes back as well, where they kind of acted all goofy like that. So I'm not sure. I'm thinking it's probably the fork tractor mod is what I'm kind of thinking it is, but who knows? Who knows? I sometimes don't know how to test some of that stuff to see you know, which one's which. So, let's just leave that stuff there, and we'll pick that up later. Can you give me? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we'll leave that there. Looks like the weather. Let's check the weather real quick and see. Check the weather real quick and see what we have going on here. Wrong one. All right, it does look like we're clear until about noon. So there is a. Well, that's not till later. That's about till midnight or so. We should be good. I'm hoping that we can get everything in, but it does look like some rain, so I'm hoping that we can get some rolling done. Oh, that's what I'm really hoping. We are good on corn, but let's get this over here on stretched out. Let's get this thing unhooked here. Or not unhooked, dang it. Let's get this thing on. Let's get this thing set up so we can start planting. Goodness, words are tough. Words are tough right now. All right, let's go like this. Let's get into here, and then let's set up our GPS. And I want to turn this to straight 90 is what I want. There we go. So that should hopefully go straight. There we go. All right, let's fire this up, and everything should be set, and away we start planting. All right, so I'm hoping that we can catch ourselves straight somehow. There. We'll find out. I don't know if this is completely straight. We might have to turn the GPS marker on so I can get my first line there. Yeah, let's turn that on real quick just so I can see. Just so I can see where that first line is. Looks like we can probably go. We're just going to kind of do this manually real quick. We'll lift that up, and then we'll hit this GPS here. But we'll back this up. See if we can keep it inside the blue lines. Well, definitely cannot keep it inside the blue lines. Driving looks like it's hard for me today too. Goodness. All right, so let's drop this down, and this should be straight. This will be good enough for what we're dealing with. Oh yeah, and then we can just take this, go as straight as we can here. We'll go something like so. All right, so that's going to be kind of this little field that we're going to be dealing with here. See if we can get ourselves kind of squared up again. There we go. So we got this whole little section here that we are gonna basically just make this into our silage chop that we're gonna do here. So that should be, I'm thinking, should be enough for our silo bunker. Like I said, we got about 100, I think it's about 140,000 liters in there. So that should be enough to continue us through the rest of the season, and through the winter. That should carry us through that. So I'm not too terribly worried about it, because like I said, we can also take from that other field as well if we need to. All right, so we got the headlands done. We're gonna start working on our ups and downs. So let's start on this end, and we can, this little section just kind of is kind of one of those like pain in the butt. Like a pain in the butt plant, you know what I'm saying? Like kind of making more of a mess than anything, but it is what it is. It'll work for now. Now I did hear also, I didn't hear, but I had found that there is Thundar. If you guys don't know who he is, he's an excellent modder scripter, what have you. But he has made an extended version of Ray County, Missouri, which is kind of a work in progress in a way for row crop ready. So if you guys want to go check him out, I'll leave a link down in the description for you guys. Anybody that's on PC, this is a PC deal, but you do have to download his version of it, which isn't terribly hard, but you do unfortunately have to join his Patreon, which is only, I believe it was like $5 a month. So it's not terribly bad if you guys are interested in that. If you guys want to check out his stuff, he also has the a couple other mods that he has done. He is a phenomenal wizard at making this stuff work. It's crazy. But yeah, he's got a row crop ready extended version of this. It's the exact same thing, but it's just basically you can take any planter, base game planter, and from my understanding, and basically use it for row crop stuff. It's mind-blowing what he has been able to do with some of that. Now, I had thought about changing everything over to the row crop ready version of this map, but it would take a lot of work. And within talking with him a little bit through his Discord, he was kind of thinking that there might be a possibility that because I'm running realistic livestock mod and some of the other stuff like that for this series, that it might mess with the row crop ready stuff. So I kind of have some other ideas for potentially doing something with row crop ready things. I just gotta kind of get working on them, but we are just focused on this playthrough right now, and hopefully we'll kind of get this other play series that I have wanting to get going here shortly. But if you guys are here, you guys made it this far in the video, greatly appreciate it. Don't forget to leave the video a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet. Also, you guys can become a member if you guys want. I have them set fairly cheap. I think the $1.99 I think is what it is, like the lowest one that you can get that gives you some custom emotes and loyalty badges. So you guys can check out that. I'll leave a link. There should be a link down in the description down below that you guys can check out if you guys want to. If not, it's cool with me too. All right, we'll get that. We'll kind of, let's see here. Let's just get this little spot here finished up, and then we can work on that little leftover piece there. Also, if you guys notice, some of you guys may be playing this map and you guys don't have big enough ruts or tire tracks in worked fields. I have changed the XML file just a tad to allow it to appear deeper in the worked field areas, which can play effect too. Obviously, you guys have just seen that with the tractor, the other tractor, two-wheel drive tractor. Also, this can kind of mess with mud. So it rains, can cause more of an issue, cause harder for you to drive, especially if you don't have anything that's got front wheel assist or anything like that. So kind of a cool little thing, the change a little bit of that stuff, kind of change it up a little bit. Okay, so we don't have a whole lot left here on this little portion, and then we can, I think, probably switch over to soybeans and get the rest of this field planted. So looks like we'll have to hit that little spot as well. Dang it. We'll make sure we get that little spot. We got to make sure that we got every single inch of this field planted. Okay, let's go hit that little spot right up here that we left and get this thing switched over to start doing some soybeans. All right, let's go get this thing switched over to soybeans. And I think our truck is ready, so possibly what we can do is we can go grab some more starter fertilizer, but maybe we see what we have before we go do that, because we might only need to get one more tote. So maybe we'll wait with that. Let's go get this thing switched over to soybeans quick. Let's hop out and grab ourselves the pressure washer. Let's just clean this thing just a bit. Gotta keep this thing clean. Now, I did find that since we got an 8-row corn head, obviously the 12-row here on this is going to kind of really screw some things up. But, next season, hopefully we'll find ourselves, next planting season, hopefully you can find ourselves a 16-row planter. That would be better for our 8-row combine, 8-row head. That way, the corn will all match up and stuff like that. But let's get this all switched over, and I'll meet you back over in the field. Okay, we got everything switched over here to soybeans. Let's get this thing unhooked, or not unhooked, unfolded. And I think the GPS should all work, so we hopefully can kind of get straight off of this line here. And that way everything matches up good, I hope. Just back up, we'll get that turned on. Drop it in the ground, and away we go. Yeah, we're just going to continue to go straight here, and we will deal with those this little section over here when we get to it. So we'll kind of get that little section there kind of fixed. Make sure we can get it planted. All right, let's work here on these end rows. See if we can get these things to go around. I think this corner isn't terribly bad. It's the couple of those corners up there where the GPS doesn't kick on. So we'll just kind of manually do this for now. Got a turkey in our way over here. Some of these corners are a little bit easier if you just do them manually. Then you're not constantly trying to hit the GPS button. You just kind of roll with it. Let's see if we can get this corner here without getting into the corn too much. Even if we got to leave a little spot. There we go. Won't even be able to tell. Get turned around. And let's get the... Yeah, let's just head back that direction, and then we can work on this section here. Now, we are using quite a bit more, obviously, than we were with corn, so we'll see what kind of... what we have left. We do have ourselves some more seed up there, too, so I'm not worried about that. The good thing with the beans is the bean head doesn't matter a whole... Goodness gracious, can't drive. The bean head doesn't really matter a whole lot with the directions of what the beans are lying, so it will all play out. It all will work. Okay, let's just finish this little spot here, then we're done with it. And then the rest of the field is actually gonna be pretty easy. And it starts raining out. Son of a biscuit. That might be hail. It might be hailing out. Well, we can't be doing too much more planting here on this if we continue to get the rain like this. How long is it supposed to rain for? How long is this rain going to last? Hopefully it's only lasting... whoops. Hopefully it only lasts maybe an hour or so. Goodness. It is hailing on us. We need to get this tractor up into the farm. This is not good. I'm telling you, not good. This was not something that was in the cards for today. Goodness. Hopefully we can kind of wait this out and everything doesn't get too terribly bad out in this field, and we can still kind of plant it. See if we can just back this into... Everything's sitting out and it's hailing. Oh, man. Well, that really puts the damper on the day. Just drive this sucker straight in. Straight in. Hopefully we can get it all in here. Alright, looks like we got all the planter in here. Okay. Well, we'll leave that thing run for a little bit. Let's see if we can wait this rainstorm out and see what we got. Well, it doesn't look like there's much end in sight as of right now. Maybe some clearing off in the distance over the bins over there. But I was just checking out the radar on my phone, and it's not looking terribly good, and I think we've gotten enough rain here that we might kind of be stuck for the day. And hopefully it stops here soon. Well, let's get this tractor turned off. I don't know that we will be getting a whole lot done yet later this afternoon. I think everything's going to be pretty wet. Let's make a run towards the house without getting super wet and kind of wait this storm out.
A few moments later.
All right, well, we've waited this out quite a bit here in the house, and it looks like the rain is just stopping, but it had rained cats and dogs. Literally, that was plenty enough rain. We were just going to come out here and check the cows and the pigs to make sure everybody was okay from some of that hail that came through. While we were in the house, though, I did call the John Deere dealership in town here, and I told them I needed to find a land roller. So we did. They said that they had one, so we leased a land roller, basically to roll the fields, to get that seed contact a little bit better on the bed. So hopefully we can utilize that too. It does look like the cows are like, look at him just frolicking around, enjoying that fresh rain. We did kind of need that rain. It was a little getting a little dusty out, but I think it's going to be a little too much for us to continue to plant for the rest of the day. But let's go check on the pigs to make sure that they were all good. They were all inside for the most part. I don't think probably most of them came out to eat a whole lot during that little rainstorm. But yeah, this field just from here looks like it's kind of wet. Yeah, the pigs, these little guys are out here rutting around, but yeah, they're all looking good. I just don't know if we can risk going out there and getting the tractor stuck and gumming things up. It rained quite a bit, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to get our truck fired up. We'll unhook the gooseneck trailer from it because the service is done on that. So let's go grab the truck, unhook the gooseneck, and we can pull that that seeder back, or not the seeder, the fertilizer spreader back, and pick up that land roller, bring it to here, and we probably will not be able to use it today. Like I said, just because it was pretty sticky out there, so it's not going to work as good as we think we're going to, as much as we think it's going to work. So, all right, that's all clean. Let's head into town. Let's drop this off, and we will pick up that land roller, bring that back. All right, well, that was kind of an excitement trip to and from. We did get a little squirrely pulling the spreader back to the dealership, but we made it there in one piece. And by picking up this big roller here, that we were only really about to be able to go about 20 miles an hour or so to get this thing up here. Otherwise, we were kind of swerving all over the place. Let's get this parked up out of the way. I would really like to attempt to try to go and get the last of this field planted before it turns May out. Just because, looking at the weather forecast again, it looks like May 1st and 2nd, even June 2nd and July, it looks like it's supposed to rain. Oh, we could, you know what? I think maybe we sleep through the night, let this one sit. Let's get this one turned off. Let's just go, go inside, take a little, go to bed. Let's just take a little sleep. How about that? Kind of speed this up a little bit. Starting to get dark enough out that the lights turned on. So, that's maybe just saying that we should probably go in and get some sleep. Well, good morning. It is a beautiful May morning. It looks a little foggy. Yeah, we did get a little bit more rain overnight, but it wasn't a whole lot. It kind of just some very, very light sprinkles. Let's go take a look and get the tractor fired up for the day. Okay, apparently all right, that mod might have to go. But anyways, the truck's battery's dead again, and not quite sure why. So that might have to, just go to the wayside. But we'll figure it out. Maybe this will fire up. Yeah, battery's 100%. Tractor will fire up, so that would be good. We are going to go out and attempt to get this in, some of this soybeans finished off this field. And hopefully we can get this stuff rolled as well. We'll hop out, we'll let this tractor warm up. We'll hop out, make sure the cows are all good, which they should be. They should all be good. It's not like they're just starving Marvins. They're all sleeping here. All right, so we got definitely a lot of food in there still, and we are starting to get quite a bit of pile of manure here, which isn't, well, this looks like a lot. It really isn't a whole lot. But everybody's looking good. They're kind of waking up for the morning. Good morning. All right. Well, we'll check on the pigs as we come make our way around. I'm thinking we still have some left in that TMR mixer there, but I think they're going to be good for the day. Yeah, they got 923 liters in there. They should be good, but we are definitely going to have to feed them. And it looks like we had a little mishap here. Somebody decided to give birth. Not quite sure who gave birth, but look, we got another. Does that look another 12? Looks like another 12. Well, our herd is growing. Our pigs were having babies. The cows are growing. They're having offspring. So that's all a plus. The farm is starting to feel good, and that is not good. I'm telling you. Looks like overnight, apparently, we decided that we were going to grow some soybeans. All right, so that one's going, and let's get this thing. Oh my Lanta. All right, well, I mean, we got some soybeans growing. That's good. We are gonna have to go in and hit ourselves those spots, which is gonna be pretty typical. So let's get that fired up. And can we turn our GPS on? We'll let that thing kind of finish going here. We'll get you dropped down in the ground, and away we start planting again. It'll be okay if we kind of keep to the side of that. I'm not too terribly worried about it. It looks like it is going to take a row or so, but hey, that's okay. It'll all work out. Looks like we have, I mean, if you look at the textures there, I wonder if I don't have something on here from, I wonder if I still have a mod in here that's kind of cool, actually. I'll have to look into it, but it's showing the ways that we're planting, so maybe I didn't think I left that on, but it's looking like we got some like row crop stuff going on here. I mean, just look at the way the textures are, so that's... Yeah, look, okay, so I'm going to hop out here so you guys can see this. All right, so we have rows that are running this direction, okay? But then you come over here and they start running this direction. So I'm not quite sure what mod I have in here that's kind of this way, but I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie. I kind of actually enjoy it. So a mistake was happened to what I'd left something in, and we actually enjoy it. It's gonna give us a lot more kind of a role play feel, so that's good. I'm not quite sure if I have crop destruction on. Okay, I was thinking I turned it off, and I was kind of hoping I turned it off because I didn't really want to destroy the crops right now because they look so pretty. They look so pretty. Typically we have crop destruction on, guys, but not today. Not today. Okay, well, this is going to kind of replant everything. Just imagine that this is kind of like a drowned out area, right? We're gonna plant right through them. Not a big deal, but this is I'm going to have to figure out what I have on here because I'm going to be getting questions about this, I feel, in the comments section of what I have going on here. So I'm going to have to figure it out, and hopefully by next episode or even in the comments, I can let you guys know, because at this point in time, I really don't know what I have installed. I'll see what I have. I'm not quite sure. Okay, we'll drop that down and grab the GPS, and away we go. All right, well, like I said, totally unexpected. Not quite sure what I have installed in my mods list. I'll have to do some looking and try to figure out what the heck I got going on here, because I'm pretty sure I don't have like the precision farming stuff selected, so I'm not quite sure what, or not precision farming, but row crop stuff, so I'm not quite sure. There is maybe I could look and see if there is, which I don't think there is. So I'm not, again, I gotta do some looking because I'm just as confused as everybody else right now. This ground did dry out pretty good though, through the night. Like I said, it kind of sprinkled a little bit more through the night, but it did dry up. The ground soaked it up pretty well. It does look like I might have to go grab the seed box, so we can top off the seed here. We got about 27% left, and I don't think that's going to be enough to get the rest of the field planted at the rate of 40 seeds per meter squared. If any of you geniuses out there can figure that out, what are we planting for population per acre? If you know or think you know, leave a comment down in the comment section. All right, this field is planted. This is gonna be fun. I think this is gonna be fun when the crops start growing and see how well we did with planting here. I don't think that I know there was some sort of thing with the row crop ready thing, so I'm not like I think there's something goofy there because I was doing some testing like off recording type thing, so maybe I got some in there that's causing this to happen like this, but I'm not it's not like I don't like it. It is definitely unique. I don't know that there's going to be too many other people that are going to have this in there, but I think I just completely maybe downloaded the row crop ready thing on this map and installed it, and then I deleted it, and maybe some files are still stuck in there. That's kind of what I'm thinking is happening. But again, if anybody knows, maybe I'll reach out to Thundar and ask him what's going on maybe, and hopefully maybe get some answers from some people. So let's shut this off and get this folded up. Now it is like 1 o'clock May. Oops, didn't want to go into first person view. But it is 1 o'clock on May 1st. I would like to grab that roller and let's get this rolled real quick. But let's, yeah, that's all ready to go. I think it's all ready to go. Let's get this up to the shed up there, and we'll have to get this cleaned off and grab that tractor and get things unloaded and everything and get this all cleaned up. But that's going to have to do it for this episode. If you guys enjoyed this content, if you guys enjoyed the video, if you guys enjoyed the channel, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, thumbs up the video, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a good one. Well, good morning and welcome back to the herd. Episode 12, and it is raining again here. It's on May 2nd. If you guys didn't watch the last episode, we got some soybeans done, planted. It rained. We figured out that apparently we must have some sort of row crop something going on. I still haven't even had time as of this recording to even dig deeper into this, but I'm thinking when I looked at the weather, it looked like it was supposed to kind of stop raining maybe sometime around 8:30, 9 o'clock. But as we all know, the animals on the farm need our help. I think the cows are fine. We need to go check them anyways. But the pigs, I do believe we need to get them some TMR. We need to feed them. Let's head on over this direction and take a look. And we'll take a look inside the pens over here. But I'm pretty sure they need food. They need food pretty bad. We need to get some rolling done today as well. We need to get that field that we planted that we were going to roll, but then it kind of rained out and we got late planting and all that kind of stuff, and this stuff grew. Yeah, it was kind of a little crazy of a episode, but it does look like the animals here, the cows, we do have 22,000 liters. We got plenty of straw, and the manure is looking good, so they're content for right now. The ones I need to worry about are the pigs. So let's go take a look what they have here. Let's take a look and see what they have in their feed troughs, which this one says they only got about 600 liters of food. They're making some slurry, which is good. Over to this one, I believe this was the lower one, 222 liters of TMR in that. So did we have some more pigs overnight? I wonder if we didn't have more pigs overnight. Kind of looks like it. There's a lot more pigs in here than yesterday. Well, that's probably why they're eating so much. Let's see what they have. Looks like we have about... What does this have? Oh, we got about 1,100 liters of total mixed rations. Oh, we need to get this thing back to the farm, or back up to the shed. So let's get this fired up. And do we need to drop off that pro box up by the planter? We also need to return the planter, and we also need to return the roller. So I'm hoping that the rain kind of slows down here and the field doesn't stay too muddy for too long, because I would like to try to get that rolled. Also, we need to prep the cutter, the hay bind. Goodness, words were tough there. Hay bind for cutting some alfalfa. So we need to get that looked over, because hopefully next month we get our first. Oops, just ran over our tote. But hopefully next month we can get, in April, we can get our alfalfa cut and get our first cutting of alfalfa. And we need to, I think what we're going to do, because of the size of our TMR mixers for the cows, it holds about a 6,000 liter bale, which is going to be perfect because I think it fills about half of that up. So I think we're going to start making about 6,000 liter bales just because of the way the TMR mixer works. And then we have some really ginormous bales, like the 8,000 liter bales. I think they're in there, I believe. We'll take a look. But I think I want to sell them because they're going to be kind of obsolete at this point in time. All right, let's get... oh, we got to get this weight off of here. We need to go back and drop it over this way. I suppose I could have gone that way, that direction. But I kind of have everything set up to go in from this end of the pig barn. Let's get this. We could probably shut the truck off. That doesn't need to be running. We're wasting fuel. All right, that's unhooked. And we probably also need to move the truck because we're going to have to be coming this direction anyways to get some of that the mineral feed that's sitting over here. Let's just park this over on this side. It's just kind of a nice little light rain. It's good for the crops, but I hope it doesn't make the field too terribly muddy. But that roller doesn't want to go through it. We left the lids open on that, it looks like, so, well, the material is going to get a little wet. All right, let's go in some first-person view here. Let's take a look. All right, first-person view. I just can't handle the first-person view. All right, let's get this over here. Let's zoom out a little bit. There we be, and let's start unloading. There we go. Now, hopefully, this should, I don't know, this might fill this one up, but we're definitely going to have to fill this other one up. But these two little smaller bins that are right in front of me here, I have stuck some soybeans and some dry corn in them. So, and you do have to use this mixer if anybody's trying to do that in their series or if they're playing this. I haven't found an easy way to get it without, putting up an auger. So this, I just fill it with soybeans and then go fill the bin and then go pick up corn and do the same thing. But it's, you can manage your ability to make this TMR a lot easier. So I'll show you here when this is done. All right, so that is done. Now we need to go grab ourselves soybeans and corn. And the trick to this one is to fill these to about 45% full, both with soybeans and corn. And then that way you still have that 10% that is there for your mineral feed. So watch the percentage gauge in bottom right. Once that hits about 45%, so 44, which we find there. Make sure we don't hit that with the forks. There we be. Might have to pull forward just a bit more, and let's put the soybeans in this one. Again, you want to bring this up to about 45%, so you're going to be about 90%. About right there. That's dang near perfect. And then our mineral feed is off around over here, so this is going to give, so right now as you guys see it's only forage. So this will give you the total mixed rations that you need for the pigs. This should kind of auto open up. Yep, it just kind of did that there. And then all you got to do is just fill this up, and I'll open up my F1 window so you guys can see in the bottom left, or kind of the middle left there. So let's open that up, and it should bring enough mineral feed in there, and it should create total mixed rations. So we are at 100% full, and now it is mixing, so now we have total mixed rations in here for the pigs. Now this is map specific too, so it doesn't work on any other map with the pigs accepting the TMR. And we can get that not opened up, but augered out basically. We'll get this one, then we'll swing around. That's going to be much, much better. All right, I'm going to close this F1 window, but that's how you guys make the total mixed ration the simple way. Get that topped off, and those pigs should be happy as all get out. And this will give them 100% effectiveness or efficiency. So as we're looking here, it is getting about full. Shut that lid. That is so nice. I love this map so much. All right, let's get this spun around, and we'll go fill that last hopper up, or the last feed bin off. And it has stopped raining out, so that's good. So now hopefully we can go grab our roller. We have to unhook the planter, and we should be able to roll this little bean section that's out here. Let's hop out and get this closed up. We are eventually going to need some sort of slurry I know they're not producing a whole lot here, but we are going to need some slurry spreader, and we're going to need a manure spreader. It's over here in the cow pen. All right, let's put that weight on the back because I do believe we are done with anything with that trailer for right now. So let's get this thing parked out of here. We'll hop into the truck. This we can just leave parked inside. There we be. Does look like probably next time that we use this, I might have to go buy some more mineral feed. Okay, down to the 8410, and we'll get that fired up. Let that warm up. We did purchase. No, we didn't purchase. We've been leasing this roller just because we only got $6,400 in our account. And I'm hoping here comes July, we'll sell off quite a bit of the beans that we still have left in the storage bin. But we did lease this land roller right there to at least get a better efficiency or a better yield through our beans. So that hopefully will help in the future, and eventually we can maybe try to purchase some more land. I would kind of want to purchase some more land at some point. We do have a mod, the financial mod. I can show you here in a second when we're done cleaning this off, but let's get this thing cleaned off because this has to go back to the dealership today. And along with the roller, I would like to get that back today. So it shouldn't take us too long to get that field rolled and everything returned. And then we're kind of all squared up. Then I got to figure out what we're going to need for like herbicide and stuff like that. So yeah, we're going to have to get the sprayer going. We're going to have to get the hay bind going so we get that all rock and roll and ready to go. Let's get this fired up. And we need to unload the beans. Get that unloaded. And I can't quite figure out how to unload the fertilizer out of this planter. So I might have to throw it in Giants Editor and see if I can get something to be able to remove the fertilizer out of here because I just can't do it. It's not to let me do it. All right, so let's get that unhooked and let's go grab the roller. This roller, I can't remember how wide this roller is, but it shouldn't take us too terribly long to get this field rolled. There we be. And away we go to the field. So let's get this unfolded. Get through these little bins here. The other thing I need to do, we should have done that too. We should have completely filled up the little bins here. I was drawing a little blank there, but we should have filled up these little bins here before we mixed everything with TMR. That way we had everything full, but apparently I forgot to do that. So let's set up our steering assistant, and we're going to go for 90 is what we're going at. Right there. Lock onto our GPS here. There we go. We could have scooted over just a tad, but it'll be all right. Well, I think we will kind of leave that little section right over there. I don't know. Kind of want this to be somewhat realistic. So I don't know. Would you guys, if you ever, we don't use rollers where we're at, kind of hilly, but would you guys go in and roll that? I mean, probably not. Like, I would consider that like a replant. Like, just, I'm picturing it being a drowned out, right? So you're going to go in there and replant everything. Let's see if we can make a little loop-de-loop here. Take a little of this grass. Hopefully we don't hit the fence. We'll head back up this direction. I don't know if there's any big need to try to do the end rows at this point in time. But this should give us a better efficiency yield bonus for the crop, at least in this particular area. Soybeans do go for quite a bit, so kind of wish I was able to roll everything that we had, but unfortunately we just lost track of time a little bit, and the weather and the rain, all that kind of stuff kind of hindered us from doing any of that. So let's get this field rolled, and we'll catch you back here in a second. Well, there we go. We got the field rolled. We are getting these little end rows here. We did get the other side, obviously, as you guys did see that part, but we're heading back up towards the farm. There's we need to get this thing washed off. We need to get the both of this, the roller and the planter, back to the dealership today. And then we need to pull up this hay bind and get that thing kind of looked over so that way we are ready to rock and roll for April for the next month so we can start cutting some of that alfalfa. Also need to get the baler out and kind of go over some of that stuff. But yeah, springtime is here. We are going to be busy. We also need to run to the store and probably grab some herbicide to be able to spray these fields when the time comes. Let's go pull this over there by the wash and let's get this cleaned up, and then we'll drive this back into town or back to the dealership and get this returned, and then we'll have to come back and grab the planter and get that returned as well. Kind of some piddly stuff around here on the farm during the springtime, but boy, this place is starting to look like something, I guess, right now. We need to get that other seed out of here, loaded back into that refillable tote. So we could have probably stole... Ooh, we might need to go steal. Let's go steal the 1486 over this direction. Let's sneak through the garbage. Hopefully someday we can get this all cleaned up. Get ourselves a little better spot to be able to store some things. Okay, I don't think we need the pallet. Yeah, we do need the pallet forks because we got to move. We're going to have to move the IBC totes. We'll get the totes set up on the trailer. I think I still have one that's kind of not parked, but just down in the way a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, we do over here by this tote. Got the big bulk pro box. Which one did... Oh, I dropped the back. I didn't want to drop the back. I want to drop the front because then we can hook up to this. Well, that hooks up to there, and then we should be able to refill the tote here. Open that up, hit R, and then that tote shouldn't be gone. Okay. We should be done with that. Where do we want to put that? Let's put it in the shed back here, into this dry storage shed. Cold storage. They're both cold storage, but we don't really have a whole lot in this shed right now. So let's get the doors opened up. We got the chopper in here. That's about all we got in here. Let's go throw this inside. Something like that. I can't wait to get ourselves a little skid loader. That's going to come in handy, I think, a little bit. Alright, we're done with that. We'll need the forks again, and then we're going to need to move... Can I move this thing with the weight on the back? I just want to move this out of the way. Oh, I can. Whoa! That's not what I was hoping for. Well, we made it work. We'll just get this. Didn't really want to hook up like that, but we got it to work, so no big deal. Alright. Good. Thank God this is a game, right? Alright, forks on. We better zoom in here a little bit. Maybe we can get ourselves... Grass is getting tall. I can't see. There we go. I can't really... Let's just leave this here for right now. We'll leave it right on the forks. We'll have to pull that up around so that way we can get that loaded on. Well, let's get this thing all spick and span, get this washed off. We are done with the roller for right now because obviously we're leasing it and we have nothing else to roll. So this is going to go back to the dealership. We did lease it like beginning of May because we thought we were going to get to that point of being able to roll everything, but then weather happened. Okay, that thing is ready to go to the dealership, so let's take that into the dealership and then we'll come back, grab the planter, and we will bring that back. So as we're kind of driving, I wouldn't mind maybe possibly at some point purchasing this field to my right over here and turning that into another alfalfa field. Then we could possibly take that big field that's back behind the bins and we could reutilize that for potentially some regular row crops, some corn, some soybeans, stuff like that. Maybe in the next season or two, kind of do a little crop rotation. This is also another good field that I wouldn't mind purchasing as well, and maybe putting that, and then we would have plenty enough alfalfa between that field and that other one we want to purchase, and then we can rotate some of that other, some of the other crops as well. So let's get this to the dealership, and we'll meet you back at the farm when both pieces of equipment are returned. Well, it's sad to see this Kinsey go, but I think I got some better plans for next spring planting season. Something that's going to be a little bit more efficient, let's put it that way, in terms of when we get to harvest time. So I don't think this 12 row, since we got an 8 row corn head, I'm thinking that we might go with the 16 row planter, but we'll have to wait till spring. Hopefully we get enough money and maybe we can just even purchase it. But let's return this thing and get that off of our docket. There we be. All right, well, let's head back towards the farm, and we need to start pulling out the hay equipment stuff and getting that stuff all ready to rock and roll, because before you know it, we are going to be baling some alfalfa. So as I was driving back, I was thinking that we do have some stuff that we have to put away, but we still need to get all this hay equipment pulled out. We got the baler in there. Now, what else do we have? We got the hay bind back here, so we can get that pulled out. We'll get that stuff checked out. There's plenty of time in the day to kind of get the stuff put away that I want to get put away. So we're going to pull this out. We might use the 1486 possibly to pull this hay bind. We'll have to see. I can't remember if that had enough power to do that. I'm pretty sure we washed this thing before we put it away. Why wouldn't we wash it? That's the better question. All right, let's make sure that everything works. Get that turned on. Everything seems to be spinning. Let's hop out, make sure that everything is working the way it's supposed to. Looks like we'll have to grab the grease gun and grease some of these bearings. Everything's looking good back up around the front there. So let's fire this thing back down, and we will check to see how the swivel works. That seems to be working. So what that's going to do is it's going to swing it out just like that. And when you go the other direction, why is it not going the other direction? All right, well, anyways, we're going to have to figure that out. So once we kind of get going, let's shut this thing off because we don't need it running anymore. But it does look like it raises and lowers like it's supposed to. Okay. Well, let's get this thing out of the way. Let's get this pulled. Let's see if I can get this thing to maneuver. Oh, there we go. That's how we did it. Wrong. It's up and down on my joystick. Got it. There we go. All right, well, we figured it out. That's what happens, though. How many of you in real life will get in something, just like specifically, I'm talking like even a combine, things like that you're in for like many, many hours in the fall, but then you're not in it for dang near a whole year, and then you get back in the thing, and then you're like, how do I run this thing again? That's exactly what just happened there. Exactly what happened. Okay, let's get this thing parked. Yeah, we can get this thing parked away in here because I think we're kind of done with it. So we'll get this parked in here. The next time that we got to use this is when we get it hooked up to the sprayer, which is going to be relatively soon. So let's just hook it up right now. Okay, well, that's all ready to go. We just do need to go through and make sure that the sprayer heads and stuff are all going to be functioning like they're supposed to. Nothing seems like the hoses don't look dry rotted or anything like that. So that looks like it's all ready to rock and roll. We just need to make sure all the tips are good. And there's that all hooked up. I can't remember if we tried this once before or if we had to switch it to the big tractor. I can't remember. But we're going to try it with this tractor. We're going to try it with this tractor here. And we're going to fast forward time. We're just going to sleep through the day or until tomorrow. So we're going to run into the house, take a little siesta, and we'll be back in the morning. Well, good morning. It is June 1st already. Heck yeah. So let's check the alfalfa. That should be like prime time to start this thing up. Start cutting the stuff. Oh yeah, look at that. That's beautiful. Look at them. They've budded. This stuff is ready to harvest. Hopefully we'll get some pretty dang good yields out of this. 89% yield expected yield. Well, I'll be good. We'll let that thing cook some more, and we'll head down to. Forgot to turn the truck off last night, apparently. Well, let's get that turned off. I was gonna hop in the passenger seat. Well, the battery should be charged. That's a plus, right? All right, let's hop in this dang hay bind, and let's start cutting some hay. This thing should be ready to go. We're gonna have to move that. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. Okay, we're gonna go this way. Hopefully we can get this all lined up here, and let's drop this baby down, and we can start We need to get over some more. There we go. There, now we should be cutting. Oh, yeah. All right, first cut of alfalfa of year 2. I do want to kind of keep it really close to the edge here because I do not want any of that grass in here, because otherwise the game likes to say, hey, sir, there's some grass in there. And if you get too much grass, it turns it into a grass bale, and we don't want that. So we're going to try to get as much of this to be alfalfa as possible around this outside. And this, I have a feeling, is going to make a lot of bales. Oh, there's going to be a lot of bales here. There's no way around that. There's going to be a lot of loading. Woo. But it should be a good profit, I think, because we will not need all of it, that's for sure. A lot of this will be sold, I think, because we don't need terribly large amount of alfalfa bales as of right now. So yeah, this should be good. This should be real good. It's going to take us a little hot minute to get this stuff cut up, though. Now, we don't have a windrower, which I don't think we need one, because I think this does a pretty good job of making a decent windrow right the way it is. I don't think that we need to get a windrower. But things could change. Things could change, and we might need one. So who knows? This end down here might be a little goofy. We might just turn around and go the other direction for right now and try to catch... Maybe I'll try to catch that from this other way, because I think probably what's going to happen if we continue along the side, we're going to have to do some tree trimming. We're going to have to trim some of these trees like along this side, just because that's pretty dang close. We don't want to hit the cab on anything. So it does look like we're going to have to do a little bit of cleaning down here. Kind of bust out of that so we don't scrape everything up. Then we'll kind of remember where we got to go trim some tree branches. We're working pretty good. Looks like maybe, yep, we're gonna have to trim that one. This is working all right. Just a couple spots to clean up. We'll have to catch this too if we ever turn this back into like corn or soybeans, to see how the combine handles some of that stuff. See how close the hopper gets to everything. It feels pretty good though to be able to get our first cut of alfalfa on here that we planted a couple episodes back. We were pretty excited for that. This is going to be probably, I bet you this is going to take us a day or two to get this all cut. If you guys are enjoying this content, guys, don't forget to leave a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bells. Greatly appreciate if you guys have made it this far in the video. All right, well, we are getting just about back to the other end where we started. And then I think what we'll do is, should we just keep going in a circle like this? We'll just whip this around and go the opposite direction, and then then we won't have to run over anything. But no Betsy to work here, though. That's for sure. This might be kind of the limit of this machine. All right, we'll raise that up, and then we'll swing this the other direction. Then we should be able to roll on the path here. We'll wait till this is pretty much straight. And we'll drop it down. There we go. All right, yeah, this is going to take a hot minute. I probably will not do a time lapse of this. This will be a long time lapse. If you guys are looking to watch that stuff, this will get pretty long.
A few moments later.
Well, would you look at that? It does appear like it is starting to rain out. Imagine that. Imagine that. You just start cutting. You get your first pass around. Goodness gracious. Well, we're going to have to quit. We're going to have to call that quits for today, because there's no... we can't be cutting this in the rain. Try to get this backed out of here so we can whip this thing around. And it looks like we're going to have to park this inside. Goodness gracious. Well, again, we're getting kind of stopped by the rain. That kind of stinks. Can't be doing much cutting there. Hopefully the cows get back into side. But if you guys did enjoy this episode, don't forget to leave a like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a good one. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got some stuff to do today. Welcome back to the herd series. We got ourselves a little animal trailer because we are going to start moving some of these bulls and some of these cows that have already had some babies and things like that. We're going to move them from this pen all the way down to the open pasture down here, but we need to get some food in there as well, so we need to get some of that stuff going, but we need to back up, get our animals loaded into our trailer, and get them moved on down there, grab everything else, get some feed into the bunker there, and then we have some baling to do. So yeah, we're going to be kind of busy today. We did take out a loan because we had a little for sale auction that went on here, and there was some pieces of equipment that we needed for the farm. So we took out a loan. We'll hopefully be able to pay that back here by the end of this by the end of the summer, I'm hoping. So let's get this stuff out. I do have some things here, but yeah, we did get ourselves a little manure spreader. That's just one of the few items that we purchased. But let's get our animals in here. So I'm going to be looking for like this one. We're going to move that to the trailer. And I did rename these here, guys. Some of them haven't had names yet, but I don't have the mod or the bot set up in the Discord to kind of get this stuff going. I'm kind of working on some things. But let's get these bowls and some of these other little critters over to the other pen here. So these ones are a little too young, but I think they'll grow up and be able to. We got a couple of them that are going to have babies, so that's going to be good. Space is too full already. Wow. All right. Well, let's get. So yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got some baby ones in there. All right. Well, let's get this thing backed up without hitting anything. Get these little guys transferred over. Make sure that we can get this safely back there so we don't get these animals too stumbly in the trailer. Okay, I think we're close enough there. Let's get ourselves here, and we are going to, let's see, move selected. Yes. Did we all get them out? We did get them all out, so we just had to select them all. So they're all out there just running around. That'll be good. Awesome. All right, we got a couple more that we need to go grab in this other pen. If we can get ourselves backed up there again. I think we're close enough here, I hope. Oh, I didn't want to jump into the dang thing again. My bad. All right, so we need baby. There's a baby there, baby there. We need to move the bowl, move the trailer. Yes. Move the trailer. You're too young, but then we're going to have a few in here that are going to be having some babies. So that's good. We'll leave the bowls and whatnot over in this pasture down here. This will be kind of the breeding pasture. And then we should be able to move all these other little animals once they get to that right age that we can, we'll allow them to have babies. We kind of missed that off the shot there, didn't we? All right. Move both. Select all. And move selected. Yeah, there we go. All right. Now we have some animals in the open pasture down here, which will be good. We got 7. We can hold 170. But we need to get this food in here now so that way they have something to eat. They are grazing on the meadow, which is fine. They can survive on the meadow, but we don't want them just to survive. We want them to thrive. So we're going to mix some of that TMR up. Now we just got to find a spot to park this trailer. Not a whole lot of places to park things. I mean, we could park some stuff in here. Yeah, we could back some stuff into here. Let's get that. Oh, truck just kind of ran away from us there. All right, let's get into this. Back all the way up into there. I am pretty excited for some of the new stuff that we have. Pretty excited. I can't wait to show you guys what we did purchase at this auction. There was a couple things that we purchased that came from a couple counties over. An old farmer that was kind of getting rid of some stuff, but we'll have to show you that here in a little bit. Right now, we are going to head on over to and grab the 1486. Let's go grab that. think we just need to grab one bale. So let's go grab one bale. I think we could, we have the weight on here too. I think we'll be good with one bale. I think we can handle it. So let's drop the weight off here. Can I sneak in there? I cannot. Oh, I can sneak in from the other side. Let's go sneak in from the other side. Grab ourselves a bale because we're going to need that for the TMR mixture. Pigs are doing good. Pigs are having some babies. I did get the names changed over on the pigs as well. Like I said, the bot in my Discord is not set up right now to take any animals at this point. Kind of working some things out. I need to get some things out so that way people can't double up or, you know, get a cow and a pig. I kind of want to have it so they can have one or the other. All right, let's bring this alfalfa bale over to, we should be able to hook right up to this and then put this into the trailer. We're going to have to do a couple unhookings here, but it's because we're going to need this tractor to pull this out and then dump this in there. All right, let's get ourselves turned around here. Get ourselves backed up without hitting anything. There we go. And pull ourselves out. All right, let's unhook that again and to be able to come around and dump that into the tray, into the mixer. That's 8,000 liters. That's it's quite a bit. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be all right. I hope that didn't fill that baby up all the way because that's going to really stink. I didn't think I had the 8,000 liter bales in there, but apparently that's what we got. So we're 67% full. I think we're good. I think we should be able to get the TMR mixed here for the cows. And we'll get some of that silage going. And we did get total mixed rations. Perfect. Nice. That's what I like to see. That is what I like to see. All right, let's get into this little chute here. It is kind of tight in here. So sometimes first person's actually easier to get in into this here. For whatever reason, sometimes I don't have to struggle as much. Well, let's unload you. There we go. Now those cows should be happy. I'm not quite sure how full that got that. 11,000 liters, almost 12,000 liters. I think that should be enough for right now, don't you guys? I think it will. All right, so let's maybe just leave that unhooked, and we can leave this kind of parked right here for now. I do at some point want to get some manure out of here. That will be a little bit later, but for now, we need to get into there. It is getting a little bit later in the day. I do want to show you some stuff that we did get in this farm auction. Like I said, we spent, we took out an $85,000 loan to pick up some of this stuff. First one's kind of come in here, and we found ourselves a used 16-row planter. It's got row shutoffs, everything that we kind of wanted for the farm. We got fertilizers up in the front, and the extended hoppers, which is going to be pretty nice. That way, when you get to these little bit bigger fields, oh, that's going to be nice. I can't wait to use this. I know it's going to sit there, but this was an opportunity that I couldn't wait on because that wasn't going to last very long. Well, let's shut those ones up here. And now to the new stuff that we got for the farm. It's not new. Some of it's used. But it's going to be, I think, a little bit better. We're switching from round bales to square bales, and we got ourselves a 4440 John Deere. This is dang near identical to the tractor that my dad actually had, and I had spent many, many hours sitting on the seat right there. We'll show you when we get inside, but we're going to take a look at this 100 John Deere square baler. That's kind of was tough to say. But this won't require us to stop. We used less wrapping. Actually, there's going to be no wrapping. It's just twine. But let's get this thing pulled out. Oh, listen to this thing purr. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, I spent many, many hours sitting right there in one of these tractors with my dad. Many hours. It's dang near identical to this to what we had. It's even got the saddle tank holders on there. All right, let's open this baby up. Let's unfold it, and let's make sure that everything is ready to rock and roll. We got enough bale twine in here, the John Deere bale twine. Now I think this will do like 250 centimeters, which I think is like 7,500 liter bale or something like that. Nonetheless, it'll work perfect, but we have a ginormous field that we have to get working here. Man, this thing just... We needed this tractor. We also needed this tractor to help pull the wagons in the fall time, and the silage, the chaff, not the chaff, but the silage trailer. Not the silage trailer. You guys know what I'm talking about. When we do some corn chopping, we need that to pull that trailer. Let's get back in this baby. Let's close this thing up. Oh my gosh. So yeah, we're down here on this field back behind the bins, and we have a lot of bales to make. All right, let's get this thing fired up, ready to rock and roll, and away we go. Oh man, this brings back memories right in here, sitting right here in this tractor. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we have, I'm not sure how many acres this field is. Can we pull it? I don't think it'll tell us, will it? Will it tell us how many acres this field is? 10 acres this field is. Oof, that's an acres. That's some acres of hay right there. So, away we go. We're starting to pick up our bales. We did cut this. I cut this off stream because I tell you, that is one thing that I think that we're going to need to look into, invest in, is maybe a different mower, a different hay bind. I kind of had my eye on some of these other, they're like a self-propelled mower with the mower in the front. I can't remember what they're called exactly off the top of my head, but I do want to look at one of those. Hopefully, eventually, we'll get one. Now the plan with all of these bales, because we're going to be making a lot of bales. If you guys want to take a guess, leave it down in the comments how many bales we'll be getting off this field. I won't reveal it until the end of the video, though. I won't be revealing it to the end of the video on how many bales we got off this field, but we're sitting at 10 acres. That's our first bale right there. Made our first bale. If you guys got a guess, leave a guess down in the comments down below. Woohoo! All right, so this is going to take us a little time. Let's hit ourselves a little time lapse here, and we'll catch you when we're done. Well, we're just about done here. We got just this little bit left to pick up here, and this field is done being baled. I'm not even sure the amount of bales we have on this field, but it's pretty full. It's a pretty full field of bales that we have to pick up with the 1486 and bale spike. All right, looks like that is all she wrote. So let's get this thing lifted up, fired off. Let's bring this back up towards the bins up here. Boy, that's a lot of bales. A lot of bales. We are not going to be needing all these bales for sure. So we could probably sell the majority of these bales. We'll get rid of some of those round bales. We will keep quite a few, but not all, of the square bales to be able to feed the cows with the TMR for the TMR mixture. We do still have some in the baler here, but I think we could probably park this because we need to grab the truck and trailer for right now. The trailer's parked there. We don't want this in the way. But we're going to have to get all of this stuff down towards the field and get prepped and get ready for picking up some bales. So let's get up out of there. Boy, this tractor, like I said, just brings back so many stinking memories. I can't remember if we had full weights on this thing or half weights, but either way, I think brings back some memories. All right, let's grab the Ford and get the trailer hooked up, and then we need to bring the 1486 down there. I think we need to go put the back weights on there as well, so that way we got some counterweight for these bales. Man, this is where a skid loader, I really want to look at this one right here. Where did you go? Where did you go, Mr. Skid Loaders? Right here. I really want this JCB telescope one, but it's $58,000. We'll have to see if we can find one on the used market, but I think that would be very handy for one, to maneuver bales around, and two, to be able to get the manure out of the cow pen over here. I think that would be very money well spent. And then we could utilize that tractor. That tractor's nice, but I think we could use it for other things. It's like one of those little tractors, again, that it doesn't have a big purpose on the farm, but it has its purpose. We can probably just park this thing right down in here, but we'll get up a couple bales loaded up. Let's make the trek up to there and grab the 1486 and come on down here and start loading some bales. All right, got tool attached. Let's head down to the field, get some bales loaded up. And can we get this stuff right up here on the trailer? Got one there. Might have to respike that and get that thing situated better. All right, we got that one. I think that worked pretty good, didn't you guys? I think so. All right, let's grab a couple more of these things and keep loading the trailer. There's one more. Grab another. There's two. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh man. All right. Well, nonetheless, yeah, that's what just happened. Thing did not like whatever happened there. A little uncalled for it, if you ask me. Yeah, so these are 7,250 liter bales. These things will work perfect for the mixer, because the other one we used was an 8,000 liter, and we mixed everything perfect that way too. So, I need to get more square with this sucker. All right, well, I'm gonna get this stuff loaded up, and I will meet you back when this stuff is done. There, got them. All right, we got these two up here. We're gonna put those in the center. That's a lot of bales. Not sure if that's like rated properly. I mean, could you actually haul that much in real life? I have no idea. It's a lot of weight. You probably could. Probably could. You'd probably need some dually, like a dually truck maybe, but... or a semi. Obviously, if you had a semi, that would work a lot better. We're just going to leave these on the ground. We're going to push them over here so they stop wiggling on us like that. All right, we're going to go straight up. Straight up with them. And straight down. Stay. Woo. Well, woohoo. All right, we got them. We got them. Let's just shut this off. Leave it right here. Oh my gosh. How many bales we got on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, let's count the bottom. Holy cows. That was tough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 bales. Is that normal, guys? Let's push that one over. 18 bales. They're not stacked very pretty, but whew. Give it a little picker-upper like this. And we're good. We're golden. We're golden. There. Leaving it. We're leaving it. January is the best time to sell. Right now, okay, so we're gonna be we'd lose like $3,000 ish. All right, Alfalfa windrow. We're at the bottom. They go for $60 in December. We just don't have the room for these things. We just do not have the room. We're gonna take these. How many of these bales do we have left up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 bales. That's. We're gonna get a bunch of cuttings on this though. We could leave this stuff outside because it doesn't really weather though either. All right, we're gonna get this unloaded. We'll stack them up over here for now because I think what we'll do is we'll take all that stuff out and then, yeah, we'll have to stack them up in there. So got a lot of work to do. I just want these off the field for right now and we'll go from there. All right, we'll bring this up to there and we need to do a final count of bales that we have. Let's see, that was 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, because there's one full one on there, plus probably a partial one. So we're just going to call it 29 bales off that field. So if you guys guessed 29 bales, congratulations, you guessed it right. Well, I guess that's what's going to be it for this episode. If you guys did enjoy this content, don't forget to leave a like, thumbs up, subscribe, and we'll catch you on the next one. Have a good one. Well, good morning and welcome back to the herd. It is July. The cows are fed. We're just going to head on over and top off the TMR for the pigs. And holy cows, would you guys look at that bean field? I think there's beans in there. I am not quite sure, but we're gonna top these pigs off here. Holy cows, that just kind of changed the whole dynamics of today's episode. Yeah, we were gonna spread some manure, but that is going to change because this field looks like it needs to be sprayed. So we're gonna go check this out. Once we get this other one topped off here, we'll let this run, but we're gonna go take a look and see. Is there any soybeans in there? We'll take a look. We'll take a look. We'll let that run and fill up, but boy, does this look... This is embarrassing. Well, looks like we're going to have to do a couple things here. It is July. I would really like to get some of the beans sold that are in the bins as well, but it looks like we need to spray some weeds. Oh, goodness. Let's check the corn. Corn has some weeds through there too, so we're gonna have to spray the corn. Oh my goodness. All right, well, all right, looks like that's topped off. We better shut these here, otherwise moisture will get into them. And it's starting to rain. That's not very good. We'll actually starting to thunder. So maybe what we can do, maybe we can get a couple loads of manure hauled. Let's get this thing put back to where it was and unhook it. We did get ourselves a bucket for this tractor because we were lacking of a bucket. So that is up on the trailer up here in the by the sheds. And we also did get ourselves some straw bales because we do not have any. There are corn stalk bales. We don't have any, so I actually had to go purchase some. Top out and grab these on strap since I got the fork still on. I gotta go to the other side and unhook that. Hopefully this rain kind of stops. We don't need it to be raining. Let's unhook this as well because we might need... Whoops, we don't need the flashlight. It's bright enough out. What's going on with my forks? Oh, they're completely down. All right, well, that was kind of silly of me. Do not roll off, please. Oh, it rolled off. All right, well, either way, we'll pick it up. Maybe it might be easier so we don't bash into the trailer like we just did. I get the gate opened up. Cows are doing great. No new calves yet, but they all are pregnant. Let's see. We do still have plenty of straw in here, but I wouldn't mind putting this in there and just letting it kind of, eat its way out of this, so to speak, the way the game works. Let's get this thing shoved in here. There you go. Take it. I don't think I have to go in any further with that, but This pile. It is still kind of raining out. We were going to get this onto the Alfalfa field over there. We still have everything hooked up. We still have time to do that. I think we could do that maybe while it's raining. It's not raining super hard, so maybe let's get this one over, and then I'll come back and we'll get the bucket on here. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I kind of parked a little too close there, didn't I? I wasn't expecting the bale to roll off the trailer like it did. Can't quite see. Let's get ourselves picked up. There we go. Oh my goodness. We just about tipped her to the side. All this front in-cab view gaming. We're going to try some other things here. Maybe let's kind of do some more of the in-cab gaming like this, first-person view, if we can. If not, we'll kind of jump back and forth. I think we'll kind of maybe do a hybrid of it. So let's bring this to the back side of the shed. Let's just maybe stick this up here. Let's put it on the... Can I get it? I might be able to get it there. Let it roll in there. Perfect. All right. I would like to try to get some spraying done. Also, we need to get some soybeans hauled to the co-op because July is the best time to sell that. So we might need to do that too as well. Let's get the front one unhooked. There we go. Gotta grab the bucket. There we be. Let's at least load this up. Maybe we can get the weather to stop because we still have to run to town and get ourselves some herbicide in our refillable totes. So it doesn't look like it's too terribly bad out. We should be able to spread this manure. All right, get this backed up here like so. Something like that. We can leave the tractor running. Man, I like that 4440. All right, we're good there. The cows are kind of in my way, but we'll hopefully maybe get them to move. Maybe. We'll find out here very shortly. All right, first scoop of manure. Nice and slimy. Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be a fun time. All right, hopefully we don't get too motion sickness doing it this way, so I might kind of just pop us out of here like that. All right, well, this is going to take some scoop. All right, well, we're getting our last scoop here. It did decide to kind of quit raining out, so that's good. That means we don't have to worry too much about how muddy everything is. So let's get this last little scoop up into the manure spreader. I think that's good enough. It might not be 100% full, but it's good enough for right now. Now we're going to go put this on the Alfalfa field back behind the bins. Now this most definitely is nothing that's going to obviously be able to do this 10 acres, but I just wanted to get some of this manure hauled out of the pen. All right, let's get that back gate open. That's ready to go. And just start spreading that manure, all the good stuff. We're just going to, no rhyme or reason, we're just going to cruise along here and get some of this manure just thrown on this field. Be a good old time. Now we're obviously gonna have to do something with this. This won't be able to stay alfalfa for too many seasons. We're gonna have to rotate crops through all these fields, so we're gonna have to do that. But this was a good opportunity to get all this manure out of that barn, out of that pen, because with getting busy here with gonna be starting some silage, some chopping some corn and things like that. Kind of get ahead of it a little bit, so that way we don't get that so full. Looks like this tractor might need a little repair job on it. We're kind of struggling to make this corner, and we should have no problem pulling this thing. So looks like we might have a repair due. Unfortunate thing is we only got about $10,000 in our accounts, and we still have an $85,000 loan to pay back, and it just kind of goes on and on from there. We do have about 21,000 liters of soybeans in that first bin that need to go to the co-op. We'll be able to pay back some of that loan, but not all of it, just because we're going to need a comfortable spot in our account to be able to, basically survive. I'm hoping that we get enough crops off of that far field, which is like 11 acres or so, that we can kind of help push us through this winter. Be able to sell some of that crop when we get that picked over there on that field, because the soybeans look like they kind of tend to go pretty good in the July time frame. So hopefully we'll be able to get all of that situated when we start harvesting some of that corn. We don't need a whole lot for silage, just because we don't have that much for animals right now. Like I said, there's no rhyme or reason to how we're spreading this. We're just driving around the field trying to get ourselves rid of all this manure that we had in that pen. All right, we have about 15% left, about 2,000 liters of manure left in the spreader. Then we'll be able to take this up. I don't think I'm going to do any more loads of this because we still have a busy day. We need to get, like I said, we need to get this tractor off to the mechanic up there. I wonder if we can do it here I don't know what we got to do. So it might be just a matter of a fuel filter change. Sometimes that will cause some issues where it just kind of feels like it's bogged down. Let's go park this spreader and let's just go pull this in, and maybe it's just something simple as far as maybe we just need to change out a fuel filter. Well, it does look like it's going to be more than just a little fuel filter. It's going to be about just about $2,800, but I think we're going to need to do that. So we're going to get that all fixed up. That thing should be ready to rock and roll because we cannot be taking that thing down the road, pulling 2 gravity wagons full of soybeans. July is the best time frame to sell. We are sitting at like $1,500 to sell. We could have, $1,600. Let's see. They're all about the same, so it doesn't really matter. We could bring it just to the co-op, which we're going to bring it to the dryer. So, yeah, the market for the soybeans is now is the time to sell. Okay, we got the blue auger underneath the unload auger in the bin. Everything should be good to go. All we have to do is just pull up right up underneath that thing. At least let's get some money in the bank because, like I said, dang, we are short on some cash. So let's get these loaded up. Get them sweet soybeans in here. There we be. First load of the summer going to the co-op to get sold. It's a good day. Good day. While that's loading, let's come up here. I think I have the tractor ready. The 8410 I do believe is ready to go with the sprayer. Yes, it was all hooked up. But these 2 totes right here, we do need to get pulled out of here and put on the trailer. But I think what we're gonna have to do here is, let's just pull this out of the way because we need to come up through this way with the tractor, the 4440. That's all ready to go. We need to go check to make sure. We might have to go move this forward. We're gonna go down here. It looks like that one is done loading up. All right, that's ready to rock and roll. Let's go grab the 1486. We got to switch over to the fork so we can get in there and grab the pallets. I think for now we can just leave this bucket right here. Because that's about the only thing we're going to need it for until winter comes, when we're going to have to maybe move a little bit of snow around if we have to. The forks are right here. Got them loaded up. Make sure that we got ours wide enough here. I think they're about right. We'll just take this one here. Sorry about the beam in the way there, guys. I think we're going to have to fill both of these up. I'm pretty sure, because I do not think just one tote is going to be able to do what we need to do. All right, let's grab that last pallet. This tractor isn't the easiest to see out of. There, we got that one. That one wasn't too terribly bad. Spin around. We won't be able to shut the tailgate. They're going to have to be on the tailgate. Like so. Now, can I get out of here without destroying anything? Not too bad. All right, we're going to have to get these strapped on so they can go to town. And we should be able to just leave this thing parked right where we want it. All right, let's take this first double load into town so that way we can get that sold. Now, we better check to see where we need to go. I do believe the best place to go is the grain dryer. And for $1 more, which I think it costs you money right now. Yeah, it's going to cost me money to rent the train. So we're just going to we're going to sell it to the dryer for $1 less, because I don't think it will be worth the amount that you get for renting the train. Well, we'll make this trip to the co-op. Now, I don't think we're gonna sell all of the soybeans. Whoops, excuse me, their car, because we need some for food for the pigs, but we don't need it like that much. I think we'll have plenty enough by the time it's July right now. I'm thinking by the time we harvest some soybeans, we will be sitting fairly decent, because the pigs don't go through that terribly much. And we still have some stored in the little bins that are over by the hog building. Now, if you guys do enjoy this kind of content, don't forget to leave a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, so that way I know if you guys are enjoying this type of content. Well, we're pulling up to the co-op here. We need to go scale and weigh ourselves. That way they know how many bushels we're bringing in. So we'll come on over to this side to the scale house and get ourselves weighed. We should have taken the duals off, but I think we should be able to fit. It will be very, very tight. Yes, very tight. Oh. All right, let's make sure that we're all on. Looks like we are. And we just got the green light to go. That is a tight fit there, guys. We should have taken the duals off, but they're on right now, and it's no sense of turning back home to take them off. If you guys haven't dumped up here before, it does help if you do purchase this part of the land. It is free. I think it's land 50 or something like that. But if you're going to sell to the drying bin, it's this far side. So don't get too confused with that. You got to go to the far side where we're going to be dumping it here. You got to go all the way to pit. Whoa. All the way to pit 2 is where you need to go. Now we're unloading. Be good to go there. Nice. Now I do not think that we need to call the train. I think when we go into our settings up here, we want the co-op and we want the grain drying bin. We want this. We want to change this to active and change output mode to selling. So I think that's what we want to do. We got soybeans coming in there. All right, well, those are unloaded. I do think, yeah, we don't have any anything yet. So I think we do have to do a couple more steps here, but let's get back to the house and get another load going. Okay, well, while that is loading up again, I wouldn't mind coming over to the 8410 and getting this kind of pulled out. We do have to just make sure that all the nozzles work. Should have moved the 1486 out of the way, but you know what? I think we can get this. Maybe not. Maybe we cannot get that. I was thinking we could maybe fold the booms out there, but we will not be able to. Looks like this tractor might need a little bit of work on it too. There we go. Looks like we're still loading over there. Let's maybe drop these down so we can work on it a little bit. Let's just gotta double check everything's working, nothing's broken on here before we get going. So take a quick gander. Said we did go through this. All the hoses looked good. All the nozzle tips looked fine. They look like they're ready to rock and roll. Let's get this thing shut off. Looks like the first wagon is loaded up. And get pulled forward and some soybeans. All right, well, we'll let that finish up and we'll make our next trip into town. I think we can sell everything we just brought in and we'll leave the corn or the soybeans that are in there right now. We're just going to leave them. I think these are going to be the last loads we have because I wouldn't mind getting, we got to get into town, back to the co-op, fill up those totes with some herbicide, get back, and we need to start getting spraying because it is getting a little bit later in the afternoon. It actually is noon, but the sun's came out enough that the ground is kind of dried. Everything's kind of dried off a little bit. So that way we can start spraying our weeds. Okay, well, as we were driving into the co-op up here, I did notice I looked up, and because I changed the output for the co-op down here to selling for the beans, it was automatically sold. It just took a little while for that money to show up in the account. So we'll leave that as is. And right now, God, we're sitting at $40,000, which is good. We'll have to make a little bit of payback on the loan, so that hopefully that kind of boosts us up to about 80,000 ish in there. Look at that. That's slick. I like this map. I really like this map. I enjoy it very, very thoroughly, and I'm really starting to enjoy it even that much more now that I got Thundar's row crop stuff going on. So I'm very excited for some of that stuff. It just adds another spectrum of realism to this map, and the amount of role playing you can do with this thing, with everything being able to function. All right, good to go. Head back to the house. We need to grab the truck. So let's go back to the truck, grab it, and get these totes filled up so that way we can start spraying and getting those dang weeds out of those fields. All right, let's go put these wagons back where we got them. So we'll come spinning around here on the back side and drop them off, because if anybody's ever tried to back up these wagons like this, they're tough. It's tough. There's like no backing up to these things. Okay, got that unloaded. We should be done with this tractor. Yeah, I don't think we'll need it for anything at this particular moment. All right, I'll turn it off and let's go grab the truck. And we need to start making our way to the co-op to get our fertilizer, or excuse me, our herbicide, because we got to kill some weeds. We don't want the weeds to grow, so yeah, no fertilizer, just some herbicide. Now this field off to our left is ours, but definitely the corn is just too terribly tall for us to spray anything at this point, and the weeds weren't terribly bad, so I think we'll just kind of leave them as is. And you know, we could have the co-op do some spraying for us, but we don't have the funds right now to have them come and spray. So hopefully, you know, it would have been nice if we could have got to that sooner, but apparently, you know, we kind of ran out of time. It just didn't get them sprayed. But the weeds aren't too terribly bad in that field. The soybeans now, on the other hand, are terribly bad, and we're going to get those things knocked off. Otherwise, we're going to lose a lot of our money coming this fall. Let's pull underneath the bulk fill station here, and should be good to go. Let's go drop down our gate up top. Get everything ready to go, and we should be able to fill that up. All right, so we're going to fill this up with herbicide and watch the money drain out of our account. One tote is full, just about $3,000 per tote. Whew. All right, well, we need it anyways. I'll spend the money doing it this way than lose a bunch of money in the fall time with bushels that we wouldn't be getting. So let's go back to the farm and get ourselves ready to start spraying. Now we should be able to just pull on down towards the pig barn and walk back up and grab the 8410, fill ourselves up, and start spraying away. Well, let's just fill up here. That way when we're ready, when that's empty, we can get this moved down there. So let's get this thing filled up first. We'll just back ourselves here, get ourselves in the 8410. We got to fold this thing back up and raise it up. Goes back. Start filling. That's full. All right. I think while we're here, let's spend the money and get this tractor repaired. $1,600. Not too terribly bad. All right. That's good to go. We'll let that thing warm up. We'll bring this. Did we empty that tote? I don't think we did. What we got? About half. Okay. Half full, so that should last us. That should fill, that should get all of our field sprayed. Whoops, ran over the stinking pressure washer. And I was going to bring the truck down there, but we do need to shut the truck off. How about we do that rather than let it run? We're going to go straight. Actually, we could probably just go straight this way. We should be able to get ourselves folded out here, like so. And I think, you know, we can probably just spray some of the... Wow, let's scoot over. Let's try not to hit anything, though. All right, so if you guys are remembering this last good bit here of the beans that we're kind of splitting right here was planted a little bit earlier. I need to get my GPS set up. Put these on 90-degree rows because that's what we planted at. And we should be good to go. All right, let's continue spraying here. Oh, look at the weeds just disappear. They're done for. They're done for. We'll just use this planting line right here and just kind of continue to go straight. I think we should be good enough there to use that. The weeds, they look bad, but I don't know. They just really kind of popped up as soon as the later planted soybeans came out. They just really popped. It is kind of warm out. It's been warm out in June. Kind of warm out in July. Weeds really like that. I'm not sure what we have for soybeans on this field because we kind of split planted this field. I think there's more soybeans. Obviously, I'm pretty sure there's more soybeans on this field than there is corn. But the idea is that we're going to use part of that corn for chopping, so that way we got some more in the silage bunker. And we'll get to that point where, like I said, we're not using a whole lot because we just don't have that many animals to feed at this point. But eventually, I wouldn't mind having more animals, and hopefully we can start gaining those animals as the animals reproduce, and we can start, you know, making some money that way as well. Same thing with the pigs. I got to figure out what we want to do with the pigs. It can only hold roughly, I think it's 50 pigs per side, which is 100 pigs, which isn't a whole lot. But at the rate which these pigs reproduce, it is crazy. It's crazy how fast these pigs produce, especially when they reproduce at was it be like 12 babies? We got to figure out something to do with the pigs. Like, do we add more pig barns? Do we add what do we do with the pigs? Because I wouldn't mind keeping some of those pigs and using them to help reproduce, but I don't know what to do. I would really like to try to potentially take the barn that's there and duplicate it, and we can build another one somewhere on the farm. Then we'd have about 200 pigs. That is something that we just got to kind of think about here. All right, well, this would be a good time to sit back, relax, turn the radio up, and let's get to spraying. Alrighty, well, we got this field all sprayed, which feels good. And we still have about 25% or so left in the tank. And we have a full tank, full IBC tote left over, so that way we can get the corn sprayed. But that's going to have to do it for today. We do have to do one last thing, and that is we need to go and pay part of this loan off. So let's come up to here, and let's click on this, and we need to pay off. We're going to pay off about $37,000. So let's make a $37,558 payment back to our loan. That feels good. So now we got about $44,000 left to pay on that loan, which feels good. But if you guys did enjoy this content, don't forget to leave a like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and we will catch you guys on the next one. Have a good one.